kwa Mungu Baba. Kisumu watanifunga sheri, iwe mtu Nairobi watanimaliza mama. Kama unipendi weye wende lote mama. Kama unipendi weye wende lote mama. Oh, oh, wende lote mama. Peleka kwa jela, iwe mtu dagi atanifunga mama. Ibe mali zambi kwa Mungu Baba. Kama unipendi weye wende lote mama. Kama unipendi mama oh wende lote mama. Oh oh wende lote mama. Zangu na kutumia popote ulipozipoke. Salimia ndugu na wazazi wako mamai popote walipo. Afro mimi si jambo lakini mawazo tele moyoni, nina wasiwasi mama. Nikikumbuka tulivyoachana mara ya mwisho uliniahidi Afro tungeonana mapema, siku zinapita bibie ona sikuoni mama. Afro mama ya oh toto wasaka na ka ukumbuke penzi geuka leo kwangu kesho kwako mama, utanikumbuka ya usalo. Were manyako mandako salimia ndugu na wazazi wako mamae popote walipo. Afro mimi si jambo lakini mawazo tele moyoni, nina wasiwasi nahisi mama, nikikumbuka tulivyoachana mara ya mwisho, uliniahidi afro tungeonana mapema, siku zinapita bidie, mbona sikuoni mama, afro mama yao toto wasagana kumbuke penzi geuka leo kwangu kesho kwako mamae utanikumbuka afro usiniweke pembeni mama, ingawa wako wengi wazuri mami, lakini nimekuchagua wewe tabia yako sawa na sura yako, nimeridhika kuwa na wewe sagana unipeleke mama. Mama, mengine mengi sisemi mama, uamuzi ninakuachia wewe mwisho na kuombea salama afro mpaka siku tutapona afro akirinyaka sagana usiniweke pembeni mama, ingawa wako wengi wazuri mami, lakini nimekuchagua wewe tabia yako sawa na sura yako, nimeridhika kuwa na wewe sagana unipeleke mama, nikawaone wazazi wako mama, na TVET pia tufike mami, tukawaone baba na mama mengine mengi sisemi mama, uamuzi ninakuachia wewe mwisho na kuombea salama afro mpaka siku tutapona. saga saga naye, usiniweke pembeni mama. Ingawa wako wengi wazuri mami, lakini nimekuchagua wewe. Tabia yako sawa na sura yako, nimeridhika kuwa na wewe. Mwisho na kuombea salama afro, mpaka siku tutapona naye. Thank you.
Asante sana.
Good morning. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Have you had breakfast? Have you had breakfast? Come on, give me a nice, roaring good morning. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. You're good? So the band just in front of you is called Ricky Na Band. They specialize in Afro jazz and other genre of music. So just a couple of announcements. Number one, we are going to have the chief guest arriving in the next few minutes. And then thereafter, we should be starting our starting time. If all goes as planned, we should be starting anytime after 9 o'clock. In the meantime, Ricky Na Band. Thank you. Ricky.
Hasira za nini we Bwana, hasira za nini we Bwana, wataka kuniua bure Bwana, wataka kuniua bure Bwana, wako hayupo, wangu hayupo, chukia nini kati yangu mimi na wewe, chukia nini kati yangu mimi na wewe. Hasira za nini we Bwana, hasira za nini we Bwana, wataka kuniua bure Bwana, wataka kuniua bure Bwana, wako hayupo, wangu hayupo, chukia nini kati yangu mimi na wewe, chukia nini kati yangu mimi na wewe. Hasira za nini we Bwana, hasira za nini we Bwana, wataka kuniua bure Bwana, korogosho na mimi na wangu Lavington. Chukia nini kati yangu mimi na wewe? Wewe una wako Mutaiga na mimi na wangu Mathare. Chukia nini kati yangu mimi na wewe? Wewe una wako Kibira na mimi na wangu Karen. Chukia nini kati yangu mimi na wewe? Nasema sina makosa we Bwana. Aiyo sina makosa we Bwana. Oh 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 sina makosa we Bwana. Aiyo sina makosa we Bwana. Ingawa ndugu yangu wanitaki mama yo, omba picha yake postela mama. Ingawa ndugu yangu wanitaki mama yo yo, omba picha yake postela mama. Postela, postela, postela yo yo, naomba picha yake postela mama. Postela, postela, postela yo yo, naomba picha yake postela mama. Ingawa ndugu yako anitaki mama yo yo, naomba picha yake postela mama. Ingawa ndugu yako anitaki mama yo yo, naomba picha yake postela mama. Postela, postela, postela yo yo, naomba picha yake postela mama. Postela, postela, postela yo yo, naomba picha yake.
Take it low, the band, take it low. Thank you. Wapi makofi ya bandi yetu. Thank you, thank you.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. The chief guest has arrived. I would kindly ask those seated behind to please just fill in the front seats, kindly. Once again, I humbly request those who are seated behind, kindly just fill in the seats. Our chief guest has arrived. It's just being shown around, and then we should be starting shortly, as I had announced earlier. So once the chief guest has arrived, of course, we shall have the national anthem and the East African anthem, the first stanza, and then we shall proceed as earlier planned. So in the meantime, you can just play the music just before the chief guest and his entourage come in. Thank you.
Machozi yangu yote na malizika, mie nitalala na nani, we unaenda. Mie mpaka ni mawazo, mie mpaka ni kuwaza waza, we unaenda, unaenda. Kama ile njia yako enda, kama ni maisha yako fuata, wewe dada. Rail on, rail on, rail on, since that's the way. Rail on, rail on, rail on, since that's the way.
Ni mawazo hapo nani achao, kama we unaenda, we unaenda, we unaenda. Rail on, rail on, rail on, since that's the way. Rail on, rail on, rail on, since that's the way. Rail on, rail on, rail on, since that's the way. Rail on, rail on, rail on, since that's the way. Uko na tabia za kupendeza roho, tabasamu ya kupapasa macho, sauti yako nikisikia pia natulia, yani punguzia hasira nazo. Urembo wako lini na
hasa roho, siku ya kwanza kukuona kwa macho. Moyoni umekwambia siwezi kutania, njoo unipunguzie mawazo. And I feel you in my air when I breathe. I see you in my dreams when I sleep. You're the one I've been waiting for all my life. And deep down in my heart I believe unanifeel na kufeel hini real. You're the one I've been waiting for all my life. Uko sawa, wote malaika na mabaya, wote wanapiga wendo mbaya, ni wewe nachagua sisemi. Oh baby uko sawa, wote malaika na mabaya, wote wanapiga wendo mbaya, ni wewe nachagua sisemi. And even though I've never been here before, somehow I know that this is how it feels to fall in love. Baby, you know I love you. I place no one above you. And we're meant to be together, me and you. Oh, me and you. Uko sawa, wote malaika na mabaya, wote wanapiga wendo mbaya, wewe nachagua sisemi. Oh baby uko sawa, wote malaika na mabaya, wote wanapiga wendo mbaya, wewe nachagua sisemi. Atino totally down ya dem, totally down, toka kisoto ya mama, toto si toto nyatito jabe. Totally down, toka ya dem, totally down. Atino totally down ya dem, totally down, toka kisoto ya mama, toto ya mama, toto si toto nyatito jabe. Totally down, toka kisoto ya mama, totally down. Atino totally down ya dem, totally down, atino totally down, atino totally down.
Skiza story sasa.
Ilikuwa mwaka wa 90, nenda toto kazaliwa huko nyumbani. Kiwa kazaliwa toto lida ateno lida kazaliwa toto lida. Mama lida kamwimbia nyimbo, kitabu inokazala shule muhimu ateno, mengine yatafuata ukienda huko nyumbani. Na ya walimu kufuata ateno totally lida. Shafaulu na maishani, nyumbani wazazi wako, wenu na wazazi wako, nyumbani wazazi wako, umilia unaisha wazazi wako, atena totally lida. Wakati na ulifika, atena totally lida. Akavuma wafanye wakavu, wakati na ulifika, totally lida. Kumbuka tena munde, tiana bongoro ya wadikure, kumbuka leti nyasingo, unigambe ya mapendo, hallelujah. Okorunda, weka mchezo kando, tunasonga nyuma, rusha mkono kando, karoka na uma, tukiwa juu chini sipoteze muda. Totally down. If you want to spend your money, your money goes high, you spend all your salary. Wingoni wake hivyo zote, toto ya ateno, hayo Yesu zanolio. Ateno totally down ya dem, totally down, toka Kisumu kwani mabe. Toto ya mama, toto si toto nyatito jabe. Totally down, toka Kisumu kwani ya dem, totally down. Giwachoni pesa, wanasema pesa otas. Hongo anashishika, wanakata kama makas. Wengi wanalilia, wanafura kama mandas. Kecholo sa pesa, pia na mziki ni kas. Giwachoni you go Maria say, boy you're killing me. Boy you're killing me, say, you go Maria. You go Maria say, boy you're killing me. Boy you're killing me, say,
Sorry. My apologies. Once again, just a reminder for those seated right behind, kindly take the seats, the front seats. Kindly, for those who are seated right at the door, kindly just come forward. Thank you. Choir. Ladies and gentlemen, let's be upstanding as the chief guest walks in together with his entourage. Karibu sana, the Prime Cabinet Secretary of the Republic of Kenya. Welcome. While we're still upstanding, let's sing the national anthem and the East African anthem. Kindly, let's be upstanding for the national anthem and the East African anthem.
Ustawi
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, you may have your seats. I want now to invite Reverend Joshua Rutere, and he will be followed by Imam Hassan.
Let us pray. Heavenly Father, we thank you this morning for the great day you have given unto us. We thank you for blessing us to be together as the people of this nation and also our friends who are with us. I want to thank you, Lord, for blessing us and allowing us to have a time with our guest leader, who is the Minister of Foreign Affairs and also the Chief Cabinet Secretary. Lord, we pray that you bless him as he offers the leadership to this forum. May you bless our nation as we gather together to honor you and also to work hard that we can acquire the required skills through technology and also through the TVET. We honor you this morning and we bless you. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم والعصر إن الإنسان لفي خسر إلا الذين آمنوا وعملوا الصالحات وتواصوا بالحق وتواصوا بالصبر. Oh Allah, and we ask for your forgiveness. We ask Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala to bless this nation and the leadership of our great nation. We ask Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala to forgive for our shortcomings and to bless us and everyone who has gathered here today to make this forum the most successful one, and everyone who has come here to get blessings of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. ربنا آتنا في الدنيا حسنة وفي الآخرة حسنة وقنا عذاب النار وصلى الله على نبينا محمد.
Thank you very much. As is always our tradition, we have to start such kind of conferences or meetings with a word of prayer, and so that then we are able to proceed as is expected. The Prime Cabinet Secretary of the Republic of Kenya, who is also the Cabinet Secretary for the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, His Excellency Honorable Dr. Wycliffe Musalia Mudavadi, the Cabinet Secretary for Education, Dr. Ezekiel Mashogu, the Minister of State for Education in Rwanda, and also the Chair of PASET Governing Council, Honorable Claudette Irere. I hope I have pronounced it pretty well. Cabinet Secretaries present, Ministers of Education from various African countries and elsewhere in the world, Principal Secretaries, Ambassadors, Heads of Missions, Scientists, Researchers, Policymakers, Development partners and private sector, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Good morning. Come on, give me a smile. You know, guys, it's only the Prime Cabinet Secretary who is smiling at me. Hey, ladies and gentlemen, come on. Come on, cheer up, cheer up. Welcome, I welcome you to the 3-day 6th Forum of the Partnership for Skills in Applied Sciences, Engineering and Technology, PASET, being held here in this beautiful capital city of Nairobi. We will have 3 days exchanging experiences, ideas, pointers on leveraging technical vocational education and training to propel Africa's industrialization. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I feel very humbled and honored to be the official MC for the next 3 days. My name is Norman Mudibo, a trained journalist, multimedia and integrated communication professional, formerly with the Nation Media Group NTV. Now, just before I welcome our first speaker, just to set some context, a 2021 report by the World Bank titled Industrialization in Sub-Saharan Africa, Seizing Opportunities in Global Value Chain says that most manufacturing activities now occur across global value chains, such that many firms in different countries are involved in tasks ranging from the design of products to the procurement of parts and components to the final delivery of products to end users in the global market. Now, this breakdown of the manufacturing process across the GVC's struggling international borders has made it possible for developing countries to industrialize. It has created opportunities for countries to kickstart industrialization by initially specializing in lower value added tasks in which they have a comparative advantage. Now, these developments offer opportunities that policymakers such as those that are here could capitalize on, and strategies around making industrialization work in our different countries. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I do not want to steal the thunder from the next speaker, Honorable Claudette Irere, who is the chair of PASET Governing Council and the Minister of State for Education in Rwanda. Madam, welcome very much. Please clap for her. Thank you.
Your Excellency, the Cabinet Secretary and Cabinet Secretary of Foreign Affairs, Honorable Dr. Ezekiel Machogu, Cabinet Secretary for Education, Kenya, Honorable Ministers of Education, Labor and Skills, and representatives of Ministers of Education, the World Bank representative, the Executive Director for PASET, the Executive Board members of PASET, Director General and CEO of ICIPE, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, warm greetings from the Thousand Hills country. It's an honor and a pleasure for me to be here and to deliver the opening statement on behalf of the government of Rwanda, which is the current chair of the PASET Forum. Most importantly, Your Excellency, your presence this morning is a testament of Kenya's dedication to the vision of the PASET, which is to support a growing community of dynamic African science leaders in building ambitious applied solutions to Africa's development challenges. Please join me in thanking His Excellency and the government of the Republic of Kenya for hosting this forum. Allow me to also thank the World Bank for the significant support they have provided to PASET since its inception in 2013 in the Republic of Senegal. Today, we count 12 member countries, and I take this opportunity to welcome honorable ministers and senior officials from the member countries who are with us today. I also acknowledge honorable ministers and senior representatives from other African countries who are here to learn more about PASET. We hope you will join this forum soon. I also acknowledge the continued support from the government of Korea, and I thank fellow African governments for their contribution to strengthening PASET. Working together with partners such as the World Bank, the government of Korea, and all PASET member countries allows African countries to leverage knowledge related to international best practices, and share experience, as well as taking advantage of these global networks that these provide. Your Excellency, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, this forum has three main objectives. First and foremost is raising awareness and seeking increased support to PASET. PASET has now completed 10 years since its inception, and hence is at a significant stage in its development. One of the major drives of PASET is therefore to source additional resources and funding to support its sustainability and growth, including existing and additional programs. The second is focusing on the objectives of PASET that includes TVET and especially centers of excellence, and notably the theme of this forum is to leverage TVET in the knowledge and skills ecosystem for Africa's industrialization. The ongoing economic transformation and regional integration initiatives in sub-Saharan Africa are fueling a strong demand for skilled labor. The forum will feature several panel discussions and keynotes highlighting the need for a modernized cross-border TVET model. And finally, it is to provide an opportunity to review and provide feedback on achievements related to the PASET flagship program, namely the Regional Scholarship and Innovation Fund, RSIF. So far, 9 African governments have contributed between $1 million and $6 million US each to RSIF, and the World Bank a grant of $15 million US, and the government of Korea $9 million US. RSIF has currently 248 PhD scholars, and 37% of them are women from 24 nationalities with 12 alumni. In the case of Rwanda, we already have 4 PASET alumni whose areas of research encompasses the PASET themes of food security and mining. We also have another 29 scholars at different stages of their studies and research. I also note that the host country of this forum, Kenya, similarly has 3 PASET alumni and 22 scholars at different stages of their studies and research. All the member countries are different stage and have their own alumni as well. Already, several positive outcomes are beginning to emerge. Alumni get new positions in their countries and start new university departments and contribute to existing ones. Additional trained human resource and skilled researchers at African host universities. Innovation ecosystem strengthening at African host universities. During the days of the forum, we will have an opportunity to discuss the green economy, future of work, bringing together PhD scholars, faculty, university representatives, international partners, industry, and other stakeholders. This is in relation to the thematic areas of PASET, which are food security and agribusiness, climate change, energy, including renewables, artificial intelligence and data science, mining, minerals, and material science. Your Excellency, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I cannot end my remarks without acknowledging and thanking the leadership of the Ministry of Education of Kenya, the World Bank team, the local and international organizing committees, and everyone who worked tirelessly to ensure the success of this sixth PASET forum. I look forward to the outcomes of this PASET forum as we continue to strengthen it as a major force for accelerating the quality of higher education and skills for the future of the African continent. Thank you very much for the kind attention.
Thank you very much for the kind attention. Thank you very much for the kind attention. Thank you very much for the kind attention. Thank you very much for the kind attention. Thank you very much for the kind attention. Thank you very much for the kind attention. Thank you very much for the kind attention. Thank you very much for the kind attention. Thank you very much for the kind attention. Thank you very much for the kind attention. Thank you very much for the kind attention. Thank you very much for the kind attention. Thank you very much for the kind attention. Thank you very much for the kind attention. Thank you very much for the kind attention. Thank you very much for the kind attention. Thank you very much for the kind attention. Thank you very much for the kind attention. Thank you very much for the kind attention. Thank you very much for the kind attention. Thank you very much for the kind attention. Thank you very much for the kind attention. Thank you very much for the kind attention. Thank you very much for the kind attention. Thank Another round of applause for Madame. Ladies and gentlemen, just to break the monotony of speeches, I just want to welcome a lovely girl called Grace Wanjiku for some poem. Where is Grace? Where is Grace? Hey, Grace, come. Pigani ye makofi akija kwa jukwaa. The sound people, just make sure the girl's mic works. Grace Wanjiku.
Yes.
The stage is yours.
Yes.
Okay. This should be very interesting. Okay, are we about to finish so that we can give Grace an opportunity? Grace, you ready? Yeah? You ready? Mm-hmm. I'm sure in the audience you're wondering what Grace is up to, but it's a poem, but with some bit of demonstration, just to reflect the theme of this particular conference. Grace has spent the whole time just practicing for this, and so we wait for her to do her show. Okay, shall we? Okay, shall we do this? Okay, Grace, you have the stage? Okay, take it away.
It's no longer a smartphone.
Grace deserves a hearty, hearty clap. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Grace Wanjiku from... Ladies and gentlemen, just before I hand over the program for now the official opening, just want to say one or two things. For African countries, there is no better time than now to accelerate our socio-economic transformation by developing skilled professionals in applied sciences, engineering, technology fields, so that millions of youth like Grace, when she grows up, can integrate into an increasingly innovative and technological workforce and address the continent's challenges through scientific and technical research and innovation. Ladies and gentlemen, I now want to hand over the rest of the program to the PS Department for TVET, Dr. Esther Moria. Please welcome, Madam.
Your Excellency, the Prime Cabinet Secretary, the Minister for Education, CS Mashogu, all the protocols as established. Good morning. Good morning again. I want us to have a more speedy program because our two cabinet secretaries are supposed to move on to a cabinet meeting. So allow me, without much ado, to welcome Ms. Muna of the World Bank to make her remarks. Madam Muna, please.
Good morning. It's very difficult to go after that beautiful little girl, but I'll do my best and I'll try to go reasonably quickly. Thank you so much. It's really an honor to be here. I'd like to acknowledge and thank His Excellency Dr. Musalia Mudavadi, the Prime Cabinet Secretary, whose leadership shapes the foundations of the work that we're doing today. Honorable Claudette Irere, Chair of PASET, as well as State Minister of Education in Rwanda. Rwanda's steadfast dedication to PASET has really set the future, and so we're very thankful. Obviously, Dr. Ezekiel Machugu, Cabinet Secretary, Ministry of Education, thank you so much for hosting us, the significant events showcasing your unwavering support for regional collaboration and development. Your Excellencies, other permanent secretaries, PASET Governing Council, executive directors and board members, consultative advisory group, and the Secretariat, your strategic insights and dedication in the steering committee of the PASET initiative, specifically the planning of this forum, is greatly commendable. Our gathering this week has two unique, very connected activities. One, the 6th PASET Forum under the theme Leveraging Technology and Knowledge and Skills Ecosystem in Africa's Industrialization, and the annual conference for the Regional Scholarship and Innovation, PASET's flagship Pan-African Science Fund. PASET is an important regional initiative. I think we all know that. Hence, since its establishment in 2013, the World Bank has been honored to contribute to its mission. PASET serves as a convening platform for African governments and their partners to maximize investments in increasing skilling capacity of TVET institutions and research capacities of universities in applied science, engineering, and technology, fields critical to accelerating Africa's economic development. In its increasing digital and green world, with the recognition that by 2050, Africa's greatest asset, its young people, will constitute 35% of the global youth population, PASET's mandate is more important now than ever. The strategic imperative TVET within Africa's economic landscape is undeniable. Yet, as we all know, and I'm sure many of us have visited, TVET institutions across the continent continue to face challenges to delivering on their promise. Inadequate funding, too few well-prepared teachers, outdated training equipment, limited digital infrastructure, and a mismatch with industry skills development, not just those of today, but in preparation for the jobs of the future. These challenges, while significant, also offer substantial opportunities for innovation in collaboration among governments, TVET institutions, the private sector, and international partners. It is my hope that as this forum deliberates over the next few days, opportunities for peer learning across countries and a call for action on innovation and modern solutions to some of these challenges will emerge, along with a roadmap to turn those ideas into reality. I'm glad that this specific PASET meeting is here in Kenya with the TVET theme, because I think we have a lot to learn from Kenya's success, and I look forward to the next days learning myself. The RSIF annual conference themed Skilling for Africa's Green Economy and Future of Work, while also looking at strengthening today while planning for tomorrow, will focus on lessons from the higher education, highlighting RSIF's success stories, and there are a lot of success, and I think the Honorable Minister already highlighted that, so I will jump. I will just say that it does focus on some key thematic areas, including agribusiness, digital technologies, including big data and artificial intelligence. These sectors are highly relevant for today's global discussions and are central to Africa's future green economy. I think lastly, I just want to say the World Bank, in addition to its support to PASET, is also supporting national and other regional skills development and higher education projects with an active tertiary education portfolio of over 7.9 billion, half of that in the Africa region. These include the East Africa Skills for Transformation and Regional Integration Project, and I saw some things out there, so I hope you have a chance to look at them, as well as the Africa Higher Centers of Excellence, the ACE program, as well as bilateral efforts. We have programs in Tanzania and Seychelles, and Senegal, to say, for example. I think the World Bank does realize, however, that this important agenda is beyond financial investments. New thinking and new approaches are vital. The World Bank, therefore, continues to promote Africa-led and Africa-relevant research and innovation to deliver transformative solutions and technologies to people and economies across the continent. I think at the end, I just want to say once again, we're very thankful to be there. We strongly support PASET and encourage other African governments and partners to join. I eagerly anticipate the outcomes of this forum and express my sincere thanks to everyone contributing to this transformative event. Thank you.
Thank you very much, my sister, and all I picked or wanted to pick from your speech is the call for action to leverage on TVET in industrializing Africa, which we have to do. Allow me to invite my boss, Honorable Ezekiel Mashogu, to come and recognize the other ministers, give his speech, and invite our chief guest.
Yeah, thank you, Your Excellency, the Prime Cabinet Secretary, Republic of Kenya, Dr. Musalia Mudavadi, the Chairperson of PASET, my sister, the Minister for State of Education in Rwanda, Madam Wirere, my sister, Minister for Education, Uganda, Dr. Monica Musenero, and then Professor Aminata, the Executive Director of PASET from Senegal, Dr. Muna from World Bank, and all of you, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Your Excellency, this morning, first and foremost, we want to welcome all the delegates to this 6th PASET conference, and to assure them that they are actually back home, because Kenya happens to be the origin, the cradle of mankind. So we say, from all over Africa and wherever you have come from, please welcome back home. And Your Excellency, one very key thing has been done here, because the young one, I think the lessons we run, particularly in this conference, as I was looking around, even as we came in, people were hooked with their phones. Actually, even as she was here,
demonstrating. I saw quite a number. I don't want to name them, but it is also a reason that we are having babies not in the form of a smartphone, not only in our homes, where we ignore our children, our wives, our husbands, and then focus on their phone, but even when we are in a great conference like this one. So I would ask that all of us focus on the topics of the day. We leave the baby aside. That is rule number one. As we are in this conference, please let us put our babies aside, and also a great lesson that in this life there are better and important things to do, particularly in focusing on the family, because it is very key, so that these gadgets, of course, they assist us in communication, but we also have to remember that they are not all that important for us to ignore other responsibilities. Your Excellency and all of us, it is my pleasure to welcome our esteemed guests and the delegates to the 60th PASET Forum here in Nairobi, and in particular, my sister minister from Uganda. Please, Daktari, you can stand and wave so that they can be able to know you. I'm sure you were able to know my sister, the Minister for Education from Rwanda. Last year, the 5th PASET conference, we had it in Rwanda, and today she's here as the chairperson. Please, again, we appreciate you, and we thank you for organizing and spearheading this great movement. My sister, the Chief Executive from Senegal, all the way from Senegal, you can see as he came in, the Kenyan ladies were admiring the fashion and saying, next time they want to be like Senegal. And we appreciate our sister from World Bank, because what we have been able to achieve so far, Your Excellency, is because of the kind of support that we have been able to get from World Bank. We appreciate you. Please stand so that we are able to appreciate you. Sir Isipe, the Chief Executive Officer of Isipe, I think is here, where is coordinating us. Yeah, thank you very much for the very crucial role you have played. I'm sure we are going to know each other, many more who are here. Your Excellency, I wholeheartedly welcome my colleague ministers from our partner states, who we have worked with on the journey of organizing for this important event over the last few months, and there are others who are on the way coming. So by evening, we should be able to have all the other countries that are not represented here as of now. Allow me to say, karibuni Kenya, karibuni Kenya. To all of you, our 500 also delegates in the room this morning. Your Excellency, participants here today are drawn from the 11 PASET partner states of Senegal, Ethiopia, Rwanda, Kenya, Benin, Cote d'Ivoire, Burkina Faso, Ghana, Mozambique, Nigeria, and Tanzania. The theme of the conference is leveraging TVET in the knowledge and skills ecosystem for Africa's industrialization, which provides an opportunity for the partner states to reflect on the gains made from 2013 when PASET was first established, while at the same time crafting strategies to address present and future challenges. This forum is therefore a perfect example of African countries taking the lead and providing African solutions to address unique African challenges through collaboration. Indeed, we are optimistic that PASET programs in universities and the TVET in Africa will continue to afford a platform for millions of African youth in universities and tertiary institutions to advance their knowledge and skills in scientific research and innovation and be part of this future success story of Africa's renaissance. I am happy to report that here in Kenya, And as other member states, we have gained immensely from our membership in PASET. So far, 25 Kenyans have fully been sponsored for PhD training, and the University of Nairobi and Kenyatta have been identified as African host universities in physics and material science and engineering, respectively, with 41 PhD scholars. In addition to that, the International Center of Insect Physiology and Ecology, ISIPE, based in Kenya, has been given the coordinating role for the Regional Scholarship and Innovation Fund. Lastly, I thank all the Ministers of Education, Your Excellency, representatives from partner states, private sector, universities, research agencies, academies, and the donor organizations for finding time to attend this important forum. Ladies and gentlemen, with those few remarks, it is now my singular honor and privilege to invite His Excellency Dr. Musalia Mudavadi to address the delegates. Please, Your Excellency, sir, welcome.
Good morning, and please be seated. First, let me qualify that the remarks I'm making are not mine. They are the remarks of His Excellency the President, William Samoei Ruto, who would have liked to be here, but as you've heard, there are commitments that are taking us away from this session. But he did request me to come and speak to you through him, through his words. And therefore, there's no spicing or alteration. I'll read it as it is, but maybe towards the end I may make a remark or two. Your Excellencies, the ministers gathered here, my good brother, Honorable Machogu, Minister for Education in the Republic of Kenya and the host of the 5th PASET Forum, our visiting ministers, Professor Amnata Sal Diallo, Executive Director of PASET Executive Board, Professor Ghulam Mohamed Bai, Chair of the PASET Consultative Advisory Group, the head of the World Bank on this program today. She has spoken to us. The representatives for the International Affairs of Ministry of Economy and Finance of the Republic of Korea, distinguished delegates attending the PASET Forum, good morning. When I stood before this similar gathering here in Kenya in 2017, little did I know that I will again come face to face with the same eminent African leaders, great scholars, and astute technocrats only 7 years later. During the 2017 Fourth Partnership for Skills in Applied Sciences, Engineering and Technology Forum, I welcome you to this great country as I served as Deputy President. By good fortune and through the grace of God, I am here today welcoming you to our country for the 5th Forum PASET as the head of state. Karibuni tena. Remember, it's him speaking, not me. As we gather here in Nairobi, we must look back at the previous 4 PASET fora held since 2013 in Ethiopia, Rwanda, Senegal, and Kenya, with a tinge of pride and satisfaction over the tremendous strides we have achieved so far. This assembly represents a momentous milestone in our shared quest to propel the fields of science, technology, and engineering within sub-Saharan Africa to greater heights. It offers us a precious opportunity to ensure our collective efforts are directed towards fostering socio-economic transformation across this vibrant region. The Partnership for Skills in Applied Sciences, Engineering and Technology is the key to Africa's needs of addressing challenges hindering Africa's research output and quality, more so in the STEM subjects. Perhaps nothing speaks to these challenges facing research in Africa more than the fact that only about 29% of research in sub-Saharan Africa, with the exception of South Africa, emanates from applied sciences, engineering, technology, and mathematics. It is further worrying that the STEM research in Africa has been declining by 0.2% annually since 2002, according to World Bank data. Further still, statistics indicate that Africa is estimated to have 198 researchers per million, compared with 428 in Chile, 4,260 in Canada, 4,269 in the United Kingdom, and 4,663 in the United States. Data also show that only about 7% of the population in Africa is pursuing higher education, compared to 30% worldwide. Additionally, less than 1% of academic journal articles come from academic institutions in Africa. This unimpressive situation calls for an urgent increase in the pool of graduates with PhD without compromising on the quality of studies. Indeed, the World Bank estimates that African universities should produce over 100,000 PhDs in the next few years in order to help reverse challenges facing Africa today. While universities are rapidly expanding in Africa, the pace of PhDs is unable to meet her needs. The number of PhDs enrollment against total student enrollment in universities in Africa is generally low at 2% of the total university student population. Ladies and gentlemen, one of the reasons Africa struggles in generating impactful research is underfunding. Of course, this is not deliberate, as Africa has its own unique challenges that hinder the deployment of its scarce financial resources to research. As a result, most African countries' budgets for research are less than 0.5% of their GDP, against the recommended ratio of not less than 2% of the GDP. While Kenya is one of the countries with the highest funding of research in Africa, at 0.8% of the GDP, we are still short of the target and committed towards bridging the gap. It is against this background that PASET's efforts to confront the challenges I have just described are timely and commendable. I appreciate the strides covered by PASET from its inception, including outcomes of the last conversation held in 2017 during the 5th PASET Forum here in Nairobi. I am delighted to share with all of us that PASET is our initiative. The governments of Senegal, Ethiopia, and Rwanda, our esteemed founding members, paved the way for what we witness today. But our membership has now grown to embrace several countries, all united by a common purpose to elevate the fields of science, technology, and engineering across sub-Saharan Africa. Today, PASET has grown to comprise 11 member states, who include Kenya, Benin, Cote d'Ivoire, Burkina Faso, Ghana, Mozambique, Nigeria, and Tanzania. I extend my heartfelt appreciation to each PASET member country. Your unwavering support, dedication, and commitment have fueled this journey. Together, we shall forge ahead, creating pathways for innovation, progress, and prosperity. In 2018, Kenya took a significant step by joining the PASET. This partnership, dear friends, is not merely an affiliation. It is a testament to our unwavering dedication to advancing knowledge and skills across our nation and beyond. Today, I reaffirm our commitment to the objectives of PASET and the Regional Scholarship and Innovation Fund. We recognize the critical role these initiatives play in nurturing talent, bridging skills gaps, and driving sustainable development. I assure you of my unwavering commitment to enhancing tertiary education within Kenya and across our region. Since its inception in 2013, PASET has been at the forefront of driving innovation, fostering collaboration, and empowering countless individuals and institutions across the region. Guided by the Charter of Partnership for Skills in Applied Sciences, Engineering and Technology, we have made tremendous strides in addressing critical skills gaps and laying the foundation of promoting sustainable development. Kenya recognizes the importance of PASET, together with its flagship program, the Regional Scholarship Innovation Fund. We believe in the regional approach to strengthening science, technology, and innovation for responding to the emerging challenges of Africa. I am pleased to confirm that PASET goals align well with the Kenyan government strategy to enhance science, technology, engineering, and mathematics areas in our education sector. I am pleased to announce that under the Regional Scholarship and Innovation Fund, aimed at supporting PhD scholarships and research projects in priority areas, Kenya, through its initial contribution of 2017-2018, has leveraged additional funding to benefit a significant number of scholars and institutions. The government of Kenya contributed $2 million to the Regional Scholarship and Innovation Fund in 2018, a contribution that supported 18 PhD scholarships. These Regional Scholarship and Innovation Fund students benefited from the highest quality of PhD training with advanced research and training institutions across the United States, United Kingdom, Europe, South Korea, and Africa. This success underscores the importance of collective action and collaboration in achieving our academic goals. I wish to state that to date, 25 PhD scholars have benefited from Regional Scholarship and Innovation Fund. 68% of them are women. The Regional Scholarship and Innovation Fund beneficiaries are equipped with advanced technologies, research skills, and relevant international, regional, and national networks. Therefore, we expect that the beneficiaries of these scholarships will enhance positive growth in their respective institutions and develop centers of excellence in their areas of study. 2 Kenyan universities, the University of Nairobi and Kenyatta University, were competitively selected as African host universities to train Regional Scholarship and Innovation Fund PhD students and are currently hosting a total of 41 students. This selection as African host universities is an important stamp of approval that universities in Africa are globally competitive. It is clear that progressively there is need to enhance international partnerships, particularly South-to-South partnerships, to enhance our collective goals and vision of PASET. This is so important given that PASET initiative has improved links with countries such as Korea, Morocco, South Africa, Brazil, among others. The international exposure through partnerships will give our graduates a better understanding of how we can grow industry and the knowledge economy, increase productivity, and create more jobs. As we march forward, we need to bring in more African governments to achieve better economies of scale and scope, and thereby reducing the cost of training, hence train more students. Ladies and gentlemen, the economic challenges facing the world today is a big risk to the sustainability of the PASET program. There is an urgent need to establish a PASET permanent fund, as well as develop sustainable structures to manage this initiative. Kenya is conscious of the tremendous promise in the exploration of innovative funding mechanisms, new sources of revenue, and partnership with the private sector, including through the sale of carbon credits. As you are aware, I launched the African Credit Markets Initiative during the COP27. And although still a nascent market, Kenya accounted for 20% of the carbon credit. This achievement serves as a testament to our unwavering commitment to environmental stewardship and sustainable development. Therefore, as we navigate the complexities of the global economic landscape, let us forge ahead with determination and resolve. Together, let us seize the opportunities that lie before us in order to secure a brighter future for generations to come. As we gather here today, our focus remains steadfast on addressing the skills gap in key areas critical to economic development. Digital technologies, climate change, energy, minerals, mining, and material science and food security and agribusinesses are at the forefront of our agenda. These focal areas represent not just challenges, but also opportunities for innovation, growth, and prosperity. In line with our theme, leveraging technical and vocational education and training in the knowledge and skills ecosystems of Africa's industrialization, we recognize the crucial role of TVET in building a skilled workforce. By integrating TVETs into our broader knowledge and skills ecosystem, we will be able to unlock the full potential of Africa's industrialization. On this note, I am glad that PASET acknowledges the critical role of TVETs and has identified priority sectors that include transport, energy, manufacturing, and ICT. I am optimistic that the programs developed to address challenges and generate opportunities in these sectors will not only create jobs, but will trigger industrialization with those sectors as the epicenters. I also hope that plans by the PASET Governing Council towards harmonization of standards and mutual recognition of qualifications for priority occupations, the establishment of regional technical TVET centers for policy research, strategy development, and knowledge dissemination, and capacity development for Africa skills competition, among others, are progressing well. Looking ahead, I'm happy that the actions and discussions that will be held in this forum are aligned to the international, African, and local contexts on the role of education, science, and technology to Africa's resurgence. I am also happy to note that the forum's proceedings speak to the Sustainable Development Goals, SDGs 4 in particular, Africa Agenda 2063, and the Science, Technology and Innovation Strategy for Africa 2024, among others. The foregoing policies have strongly agitated the role of mission-oriented science, technology, innovation, and scientific research in addressing Africa's challenges. I am certain each state party has domesticated these policies to chart their own course. Finally, ladies and gentlemen, as we travel this journey together, let us reaffirm our commitment to excellence, innovation, and inclusivity. Let us leverage our collective expertise, resources, and networks to drive positive change and shape a brighter future for generations to come. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I wish you all fruitful deliberations and look forward to the innovative solutions and collaborations that will emerge from this forum. I also urge you to find an opportunity to enjoy Kenya's rich flora and fauna. Asante sana, God bless you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Makofi tena. Minister for Higher Education and Scientific Research, Yayi Radekan. Can you please appreciate her? Thank you very much and welcome. I think now we will give my boss time to go and attend the cabinet because I'm the host. He has given me permission, and His Excellency, the President of the Republic, also did, because I can't leave and my fellow ministers are here.
Thank
so,
you.
Your Excellency, we thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I was about to get away with it, but somebody said that I said I may have to add a small remark. At a personal level, let me say that this is indeed a very, very important gathering, and I want to commend the Ministry of Education and all the people who have packaged us for this session. It's important. A few days ago, I had the benefit of attending a pediatric national conference, and there was a professor there, Professor Lokoye, a doctor, and he was tasked to give some talk on matters of artificial intelligence. I'm not very schooled in that area, but one of the things he tried to answer was that, can artificial intelligence, or will artificial intelligence replace the medical doctor? And at the end of it all, his argument was that no, artificial intelligence will never replace the medical doctor. But the doctor who uses artificial intelligence will definitely outrun and outpace the doctor who is not using artificial intelligence. That was his conclusion. So I think what you're trying to do here is perhaps to really confirm that he was right. We have to skill our people so that they can take us to the next level. But it is clear we cannot be replaced. Human beings will always be there. So it is us to actually harness our talent, our knowledge, and this forum provides that very good opportunity for convergence so that we can exactly do that and be able to make Africa better. The other quick point is that in terms of trade, as an example, 30% of Africa's trade is intra-African. Only 30%. 70% of Africa's trade is actually with the rest of the world, particularly Europe and other areas. So that means that amongst ourselves, again through you, skilling our people, we have an opportunity to rapidly increase inter-Africa trade and get our people working together. So again, it becomes a challenge to you. Finally, yesterday we were talking to the conference on interconnectivity in Africa, and I gave a simple analogy, a conversation I had in Paris the other day when we were addressing the issue of of Sudan. The world was called upon to raise $2 billion for humanitarian intervention. The target was 4, the pledges came to 2 billion. I want to bring this again because conflicts in Africa are causing havoc. They're disrupting education. Right now, the statistics from UNHCR indicate that as at the end of 2023, about 98 million children in Africa are out of school because of conflict. Now, instead of converging in Paris to raise money for science and engineering and mathematics and our schools, the world is being forced to converge in various capitals to raise money to intervene in conflict. So, as Africa, even as you look at the issues you'll be discussing here, just try and put that into perspective, that we really have to sort ourselves out. We really have to sort ourselves out because it is not possible that we will always be going out there to have resources that can be directed to agribusiness, to our infrastructure, to our education, are being canvassed so that they can make interventions in areas of conflict. It is not sustainable, it is not healthy, it is not wise, and we collectively must find solutions. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. With your permission, I will exit. Thank you.
Bona Prime Cabinet Secretary, kindly we seek your indulgence for a photo session, if you do not mind, just some 2 minutes. Yeah? Yes. Bona Prime Cabinet Secretary, just some 2 minutes for a group photo with the, yes please. Yes, the Prime Cabinet Secretary will also be joined on stage by the ministers present and the 2 PSs from Kenya. Kindly. Thank you so much, Bona Chief Guest, for accepting. So the first photo, we'll have the chief guests, the ministers, and the 2 PSs, and then after that, you may just move a bit, kindly. So the first photo, the chief guests, the ministers, and 2 PSs, then we'll have the second one where you'll be joined by the executive members of PASET. Thank you. Kindly, let's have the executive members of PASET to join quickly so that we can release the chief guests. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. As the photo session is continuing, after this, we shall proceed on a health break and be back here at 11:30 for the panel discussions. So we will have the ministers, the PSAs served in the VIP rooms. The rest of us, there are various serving points, and the sessions will start at 11:30 in this room, 11:30 a.m. Let's keep time. Okay, I think that is enough. Have you had enough? Thank you so much, Bwana Chief Guest and the rest of the ministers and PSs. Thank you so much. We proceed for tea, back here 11:30. Thank you.
Tafuta juzi napita ukudhani ukanipita, mambo nilipe na mambo yote yatakwisha. Oh, oh, naitaka bango, 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 oh, oh, naitaka bango, tena naitaka kamili, oh, oh, naitaka bango, 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 naitaka bango, tena naitaka kamili. Wasema nini? Eti bango ni kitu gani? Wani wadhani niliokota mchangani? Ni majaliwa Mola aliyonipa mimi. Oh, oh, naitaka bango, oh, 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 bango, oh, oh, naitaka bango, tena naitaka kamili. Oh, oh, naitaka bango, oh, 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 bango, oh, oh, naitaka bango, tena naitaka kamili. Wasema nini? Eti gando ni kitu gani? Wani wadhani niliokota mchangani? Ni majaliwa Mola aliyonipa mimi. Oh, oh, naitaka bango, oh, 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 bango, oh, oh, naitaka bango, tena naitaka kamili. Oh, oh, naitaka bango, oh, oh, bango, oh, oh, naitaka bango, tena naitaka kamili. Oh, oh, naitaka bango, oh, oh,
majengo sendi tena, majengo sendi tena, majengo sendi tena, kuna ndogo ndogo nyingi. Majengo sendi tena, majengo sendi tena, majengo sendi tena, kuna ndogo ndogo nyingi. Moyo wangu wanituma vyema, niwe mwanachama wa daima, sitoweza kuliacha ruma, ila moyo kunituma. Moyo wangu wanituma vyema, niwe mwanachama wa daima, sitoweza kuliacha ruma, ila moyo kunituma. Harambee, 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 tuicheze ruma. Harambee, 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 tuicheze ruma. Shakahola siendi tena, shakahola siendi tena, shakahola siendi tena, utajua mwenyewe. Shakahola siendi tena, shakahola siendi tena, shakahola siendi tena, utajua mwenyewe. Moyo wangu wanituma vyema, niwe mwanachama wa daima, sitoweza kuliacha ruma, ila moyo kunituma. Moyo wangu wanituma vyema, niwe mwanachama wa daima, sitoweza kuliacha ruma, ila moyo kunituma. Harambee, 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 tuicheze ruma. Harambee, 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 tuicheze ruma. Kisumu siendi tena, Kisumu siendi tena, Kisumu siendi tena, kuna nyoka wa hatari Omweri. Kisumu siendi tena, Kisumu siendi tena, Kisumu siendi tena, kuna nyoka wa hatari. Moyo wangu wanituma vyema, niwe mwanachama wa daima, sitoweza kuliacha ruma, ila moyo kunituma. Moyo wangu wanituma vyema, niwe mwanachama wa daima, sitoweza kuliacha ruma, ila moyo kunituma. Harambee, 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 tuicheze ruma. Harambee, 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 tuicheze ruma. Chaupele mpenzi, hayo usemayo, hayo ni maradhi, yapeleke kwa daktari. Chaupele mpenzi, hayo usemayo, hayo ni maradhi, yapeleke kwa daktari. Wanambia ameniache rumba, na mimi sikuzoea, siwezi kuliacha rumba kwa sababu yako. Wanambia ameniache rumba, na mimi sikuzoea, siwezi kuliacha rumba kwa sababu yako. Kama wanipenda, twende kwa Baba, akisha kuona wito wema mimi kuoe. Kama wanipenda, twende kwa Baba, akisha kuona wito wema mimi kuoe. Wanambia ameniache rumba, na mimi sikuzoea, siwezi kuliacha rumba kwa sababu yako. na mimi sikuzoea, siwezi kuniacha kwa sababu yako.
Aye, aye, aye.
Assist me to have people get into the room. We want to start our first panel discussion session in the next few minutes. The ushers kindly assist. The ushers out there kindly assist and get people inside the room. We want to start the first panel discussion session, kindly. The ushers who are here, kindly assist me to get people inside the room. The ushers who are here, kindly assist me to get people inside the room. Once again, the ushers kindly assist me to get the people inside the room as the band welcome them back. The moderator for this first session, kindly see me. The moderator, Professor Ghulam Mohammed Bai, kindly. Once again, the ushers kindly assist me to get people inside the room. We want to start our first panel discussion. As for the moderator, kindly meet me on stage. Once again, the ushers kindly, let's get people inside the room. We want to start our next session in a few minutes time. A couple of housekeeping issues. For those who would want to go to the washroom, they are on my left. Once you get outside on my left, which should be on your right. For the VIPs, you can use the VIP washrooms. Once again, the ushers kindly assist me to get the people inside the room. I also want to have on stage the moderator of this session, Professor Ghulam Mohammed Bai, the chair of PASET Consultative Advisory Group. The moderator for this session, kindly meet me on stage. Yes, yes. Okay. The ushers, kindly assist me to get the people inside. We start our next session. Kindly, let's get in so that we are ready for the next session. For the sound people, you'll assist me to mic the panelists and just ensure that the sound is good. As you get in, kindly take your seats as you get in. And for the ushers, kindly assist me to get people in. And as you get in, kindly take up your seats. We want to start in a short while. And once again, I need to meet the moderator for this session, Professor Gulam. As you get in, kindly take up your seats. We want to start shortly our session 2. I need people to settle. As you get in, kindly settle. Take up your respective seats. I need people to settle. We want to start session 2 in a short while. For the ushers, you're doing a good job. Kindly, for those still outside, please get in. We want to get into the meat of the matter. As you get in, kindly settle, take up your seats. We want to start the session in a short while. Once again, another call for the moderator, Professor Gulam. Professor Gulam, where are you? Kindly. Professor Gulam, the moderator for this session. Kindly, I humbly request you come on stage. We align on 1 or 2 things. Professor Gulam. Someone assist me to get Professor Gulam to please come on stage. We align on 1 or 2 things before we start the second session. The band, you can play as we wait to start. Okay, the band. Just a couple of announcements. Once again, Professor Gulam, the moderator for this session. Professor Gulam, kindly, someone assist me. Professor Gulam, I need you on stage. In the meantime, I will call the following panelists to please come on stage. Professor Aminata Sal Diallo, the Executive Director of PASET Executive Board. Kindly, you may proceed. Come on stage as we wait for Professor Gulam, who is the moderator for this session, to come on stage. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to call the following panelists as we wait for the moderator to come. Panelist 1, Professor Aminata Sal Diallo, please come on stage. As we wait for the moderator, the other one is Dr. Abdul Tekwano. Dr. Abdul, please come on stage. If you are in the room and you know you're supposed to be on this panel, kindly, let's come on stage so that we're able to save on time. Engineer Mike Hughes, EB member from Rwanda, kindly come on stage. And Dr. Miriam Altman, member of PASET Consultative Advisory Group. I will repeat. The moderator, Professor Gulam, kindly. The moderator, Professor Gulam, kindly, I need you on stage. In the meantime, calling upon the panelists, Professor Aminata Sal Diallo, please come on stage. Dr. Abdul, Engineer Mike Hughes, and also Dr. Miriam Altman. Once again, calling upon Professor Gulam, the moderator for this session. Professor Gulam, the moderator for this session, kindly come on stage. In the meantime, the band, as we just wait, kindly.
Kama wewe ungenipenda, ya nini kunidanganya Bwana? Kujibandika madaraka siyo yako Bwana wewe. Kama wewe ungenipenda, ya nini kunidanganya Bwana wewe? Kujibandika madaraka siyo yako Bwana wewe. Nimesikia tetesi kuwa huna lolote hata kazi unaye. Unazurura mchana kutwa kushinda kurandaranda mitaani. Nimesikia tetesi kuwa huna lolote hata kazi unaye. Unazurura mchana kutwa ukisha kutandaranda mitaani. Kumbe ukuwa na uwezo wa kunioa ila kuniharibia maisha. Heri uniambie ukweli ulivyo kuliko kunidanganya. Nikuelewe vipi babu we, uaminifu wako uko wapi sasa? Nikuelewe vipi babu we, uaminifu wako uko wapi sasa? Solo. Wewe Onyambo, nikuelewe vipi babu we, uaminifu wako uko wapi sasa? Nikuelewe vipi babu we, uaminifu wako uko wapi sasa? Daktari Chokera, usinione bwege Baba, kwa kukubali wito wako karubandika kwa kukubali wito wako karubandika haya yote ni matatizo ya dunia Baba, haya yote ni matatizo ya dunia Baba. Matatizo ya dunia Baba, haya yote ni matatizo ya dunia Baba. Nilitaka kujitumbukiza ndani ya moto mie, nilitaka kujitumbukiza ndani ya moto mie, kumbe bwana yule hana kitanda wala shuka, pakulala hana, analala kwenye stendi ya basi, pakulala hana, anakesha kwenye mamoli ya Nairobi. Karubandika yeye, acha vituko we Baba, usinione bwege Baba, usinione bwege Baba, oyoyo, wakukubali wito wako karubandika yeye, wakukubali wito wako karubandika yeye, haya ni matatizo ya dunia Baba, haya ni matatizo ya dunia Baba. Nilitaka kujitumbukiza ndani ya moto mie, nilitaka kujitumbukiza ndani ya moto mie, kumbe bwana yule hana kitanda wala shuka, pakulala hana, analala kwenye stendi ya basi, pakulala hana, anakesha kwenye mamoli ya Nairobi. Karubandika yeye, acha vituko we Baba, usinione bwege Baba, usinione bwege Baba, kwa kukubali wito wako karubandika kwa kukubali wito wako karubandika haya yote ni matatizo ya dunia Baba, haya yote ni matatizo ya dunia Baba. Akiingia kwenye ba, kazi yake kuomba bia, akiingia kwenye ba, kazi yake kuomba bia, akiingia kwenye bia, kazi yake kuomba ba, akiingia kwenye kamwaso, kazi yake kuomba ba, ana hata aibu, sigara pia anaomba, ana hata aibu, vingi pia anaomba, ana hata aibu, kamwaso pia anaomba, kwenye mabaa na mamoli wajitangazia kuwa yeye ni mkurugenzi wa kampuni fulani, kumbe hana kakitwe. Usinione bwege Baba, usinione bwege Baba, oyoyo, wakukubali wito wako karubandika wakukubali wito wako karubandika haya yote ni matatizo ya dunia Baba, haya yote ni matatizo ya dunia Baba. Akiingia kwenye ba, kazi yake kuomba bia, akiingia kwenye ba, kazi yake kuomba bia, akiingia kwenye bia, kazi yake kuomba ba, akiingia kwenye kamnywaso, kazi yake kuomba ba, ana hata aibu, sigara pia anaomba, ana hata aibu, mademu za watu pia anaomba, ana hata aibu, kafegi pia anaomba, ana hata aibu, kamnywaso pia anaomba.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you, Professor Gulam. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. We are having the ministers walking in so that we can start this session 2. Thank you so much, ministers. Ladies and gentlemen, we want to start now our session 2. Our session 2 is on PASET. We want to go down memory lane where we are and how the future looks like. But I'm not the moderator for this session. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Professor Ghulam Mohammed Bai, Chair of PASET Consultative Advisory Group. Welcome, Professor.
Thank you very much. I do apologize for being late. I misunderstood. I thought we were starting at 11:30, but I didn't catch the time of 11, so we're about 5 minutes late. Your Excellencies, Honorable Ministers, distinguished PASET members and partners, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen. This is an important session because it gives you the background to PASET. How did it start? What is it doing at the moment? And what is the future? What are we thinking about in the future? Many of you are already familiar with PASET, of course. We heard a lot about it in the introductory speeches. But at the same time, there are some elements perhaps that you're not aware of. Some of you may not be fully aware of what PASET is all about and what PASET's future outlook is. So that's basically what the session is about. And to do this, I've got 4 very distinguished panelists around me. Each one has a responsibility to do a particular aspect of PASET, looking at the past, the present, and then looking at the strategic plan and how we think PASET could be financed in the future. Before that, let me say a few introductory words about PASET. This may be a little bit of a repetition, but I think it's worth it because of the importance of PASET and this particular forum. So PASET, as you have heard, was initiated by the World Bank. In fact, it was initiated, the idea came in 2012. And what is important to remember is that it did not start as a program. It started as an idea which germinated in the World Bank and was taken over by African governments, in particular 3 African governments, who expressed a very acute interest in what was being proposed. And then we started from scratch, really, to develop a program. I think when you look at the time span, it's important to remember when we looked at our achievements, it's important to remember this particular aspect. It was an idea that was germinated at the World Bank and taken over eventually for implementation by African governments. And that's the strength of it. That's the beauty, I think, of PASET. So it's led by African governments and international partners who are committed to enhancing Africa's technical and scientific capabilities in sub-Saharan Africa. You have heard that so far 11 member countries have joined the initiative. It's worth repeating the name because they're important. The flags speak for themselves. Benin, Burkina Faso, Cote d'Ivoire, Ethiopia, Ghana, Kenya, Mozambique, Nigeria, Rwanda, Senegal, and Tanzania in alphabetical order. The PASET's flagship program, as you will hear, is the Regional Scholarship and Innovation Fund, or RSIF, which focuses on 5 key themes: climate change, energy, food and nutrition, ICT, and material science. It is the coordination unit is hosted by ICP here in Kenya, in Nairobi. And its aim is to train PhD scholars and encourage research and innovation in these particular themes. And to date, RSIF has almost 300 active scholars from 24 African countries, of whom 12 have already graduated. The new PASET strategic plan for 10 years, 2024-2033, has highlighted the importance of TVET, which did form part of PASET's original proposed activities, and which could again become an important future thrust area for PASET. TVET is equally important for Africa's future scientific and technological development. This explains why this year's forum is placing an emphasis on TVET. A major current concern of PASET is mobilizing resources for its activities. And that is an area that will receive attention during this presentation and throughout this particular forum. So let me now introduce the speakers, 4 of them. I'll do it in the order in which they are presented in the program. I'll introduce each one at a time. The presenter will then make the presentation, and we will not have question and answer at the end of each session, but we'll have it at the end. There is room, there is allowance for questions and answers from the audience, and also perhaps questions and answers from those who are following the forum online. There is a chat facility from which they can ask questions, which can be communicated to us, and we'll see if we can answer some of these questions. So the Q&A, if you have any questions and answers, please save them for the end of the whole session when all the 4 speakers have already made their presentation. I'll start with the first speaker, who is Professor Aminata Sall Diallo, who is here on my right. She is the current chair of the PASET Executive Board, a position she has held for several years. She is a professor of physiology at the Faculty of Medicine, Pharmacy and Dentistry of Cheikh Anta Diop University in Senegal. She is the advisor for science and technology in the Office of the President in Senegal. And for the past few years, she has been a special advisor to the Senegalese Minister of Higher Education, Research and Innovation. The CV is long, but I think I'll stop here. Over to you, Professor Aminata. Thank you.
Attendez, vous m'entendez? Merci beaucoup. Alors, peut-être que vous aurez besoin de la traduction. Je vais vous laisser peut-être juste peut-être 1 minute, le temps de... Je vais parler en français parce que je viens d'un pays francophone qui est le Sénégal et où notre langue officielle est le français. Alors, j'ai la lourde charge en tant que mémoire du PASET de parler un peu du telling story du PASET. Et je m'appesantirai surtout sur l'esprit au niveau de la création du PASET. Si je dois parler de l'histoire du PASET, je peux dire que le PASET est une initiative très forte qui est née de 3 convictions. La première conviction, c'était que la science, la technologie et l'innovation étaient vraiment des outils et des leviers de développement socio-économique. La deuxième conviction, c'était que la compétitivité des pays était fortement reliée au capital humain. Et la troisième conviction, c'était que le partenariat, qu'il soit technique ou financier, était nécessaire à toute initiative dans ce domaine. Et le PASET est né dans un contexte au niveau national, dans les pays africains, où l'enseignement supérieur battait de l'aile, avec des programmes sous-financés, des budgets de recherche quasi inexistants dans nos universités. Mais en revanche, avec un contexte qui était un contexte mondial favorable. Un contexte mondial favorable parce qu'on avait la claire conscience que l'enseignement supérieur devait jouer un rôle important dans la formation des élites, mais pas seulement. L'enseignement supérieur devait être un levier de développement socio-économique. Un contexte favorable également parce qu'il y avait toute une dynamique autour de l'enseignement supérieur, avec des bailleurs qui avaient quitté l'enseignement supérieur, mais qui étaient revenus. Je peux citer la Banque mondiale, qui revenait dans l'enseignement supérieur après plusieurs années, mais pas seulement. Contexte favorable également parce qu'il y avait l'émergence en fait d'une cible qui comprenait et qui était prête à s'engager pour tout ce qui était science, technologie et innovation. Dès lors, ce que nous avions à faire et ce que nous voulions faire, c'était de mettre en place un programme de formation dans le domaine des sciences, de la technologie, de l'ingénierie, un programme pour la formation de ressources humaines de haut niveau qui soit capable d'initier, capable d'impulser, mais également de mettre en œuvre des programmes dans les domaines de la STI au niveau des pays. On voulait également former des ressources humaines qui étaient capables de produire de la recherche de qualité pour servir les secteurs publics et privés dans les pays. Nous étions un peu déconcertés quand on entendait que l'Afrique ne contribuait à la production scientifique mondiale que pour 1 à 3%. Et nous voulions avoir des ressources humaines pour contribuer de manière significative à la production scientifique mondiale. C'est ce programme-là que nous avons appelé le PASET, le partenariat pour les sciences appliquées, l'ingénierie et la technologie. En termes de stratégie, qu'est-ce que nous avons fait? Nous avons d'abord identifié des universités qui étaient capables de former ces ressources humaines de haut niveau. En association avec des universités partenaires de renommée mondiale. Nous avons également mis en place un cadre de collaboration avec différents pays. On parle de partenariat pour les sciences appliquées. Donc c'était très important de pouvoir mettre en place ce cadre de partenariat. Toujours dans les stratégies, nous avons pu mettre en place une structure de gouvernance. Une structure de gouvernance que l'on voulait souple, très pragmatique et regroupant d'éminentes personnalités scientifiques. Nous avons réussi à mettre en place 3 institutions. D'abord, le conseil d'administration, qui est constitué des ministres des pays membres, et ils sont dans ce cadre-là des personnalités S-qualité, c'est-à-dire qu'ils perdent leur fonction, quand ils perdent leur position comme membres du conseil d'administration, lorsqu'ils perdent leur position. Nous avons mis une deuxième structure qui était le conseil exécutif, que l'on voulait plus pérenne et beaucoup moins mouvant. Là, nous avons désigné une personnalité intuitive personnée pour pouvoir assurer la présidence de ce conseil exécutif. Et troisième organe que nous avons mis en place, il s'agit du conseil consultatif, constitué d'éminents experts qui avaient accepté de donner de leur temps et de leur expertise au service du PASET. Voilà donc les 3 organes de direction du PASET. Alors, à côté donc en termes de mission pour ces 3 organes, il s'agissait pour nous de mettre en place également une unité d'opérationnalisation des différents programmes du PASET, des différentes composantes du PASET. Dans un premier temps, cette unité était AAU. On a démarré avec AAU et aujourd'hui, cette unité est l'ICP, que nous remercions pour leur engagement. Nous avons également comme mission, on avait comme mission d'élargir la base des membres du PASET. Il faut dire que 3 pays ont été les pays fondateurs du PASET. Il s'agit de l'Éthiopie, il s'agit du Rwanda, il s'agit du Sénégal. Et une de nos missions, c'était vraiment d'élargir le nombre de pays adhérents. Et aujourd'hui, le PASET est à 11 membres. Nous avons eu l'adhésion de la Côte d'Ivoire, du Burkina, du Bénin, du Mozambique, et pour ne citer que cela. Je pense que ce sera détaillé tout à l'heure par d'autres orateurs. En termes de mobilisation de ressources, qui était un gros challenge, je pense que le PASET a fait de très, très grands pas. Et nous voulons remercier particulièrement nos partenaires financiers de la première heure. Il s'agit de la Banque mondiale. La Banque mondiale a soutenu à bras-le-corps le PASET. Il s'agit de la Corée, qui a également soutenu le PASET à travers un trust fund, mais pas seulement, qui a été un partenaire technique très fort et dans tout ce qui était knowledge sharing et dans tout ce qui était renforcement de capacité des universités africaines. Nos remerciements vont également à l'Union européenne, qui est un bailleur du PASET, à Carnegie Corporation, également à la fondation Samsung, qui, dans le cadre du RSIF, finance donc des bourses pour nos lauréats. Tous ces efforts qui ont été faits de manière historique dans le cadre de cette initiative nous ont permis, à travers les 3 programmes que sont la formation des doctorants, la recherche, l'innovation, donc des bourses de recherche et des bourses d'innovation, ces programmes nous ont permis aujourd'hui de former des centaines de PhD. Peut-être les autres orateurs donneront les chiffres. Nous ont permis d'octroyer des dizaines de bourses en termes des bourses de recherche et des bourses d'innovation. Nous ont permis également de contribuer fortement à la production scientifique mondiale. Nous ont permis de renforcer les capacités des universités africaines. Et je pense que cela est très important, parce que ce que nous avons voulu éviter dans le cadre du PASET, c'était de mettre en place des formations doctorales et que tous nos lauréats soient à l'étranger, parce que l'environnement s'y prêtait mieux, et que, justement, qu'on n'ait pas de retour vers l'Afrique. Nous avons tenu absolument à mettre en place des programmes sandwich où les lauréats devaient être une bonne partie du temps en Afrique et une autre partie dans les universités partenaires. Et je pense que c'est un modèle qui doit inspirer beaucoup de pays, parce que nous avons quand même payé un lourd tribut au brain drain. Nous avons formé pendant plusieurs années de brillants et des talents qui aujourd'hui ne sont plus en Afrique, mais sont ailleurs. On me dira, oui, il faut le partage des talents, oui, mais j'aimerais bien également qu'il soit basé en Afrique. Donc ça aussi, c'était une des philosophies et c'est quelque chose qui nous tenait énormément à cœur. Et je pense que nous l'avons réussi. Mais il ne faut pas que ces réussites cachent mal les défis aujourd'hui que nous connaissons. Les défis que nous connaissons aujourd'hui, c'est d'abord, on parle de centaines de formés. C'est vrai, c'est des ressources humaines de très haut niveau. Mais il nous faut atteindre une masse critique si vraiment nous voulons impulser ou assurer le développement durable de l'Afrique. Ça reste un défi. Il faut qu'on puisse passer à l'échelle, qu'on ne parle plus de centaines de formés, mais de milliers de formés. Autre défi aujourd'hui que nous connaissons, et je pense que c'est là où je vais peut-être mettre l'accent, c'est la pérennisation de ce programme. Ce programme a bénéficié de ressources, c'est vrai, de bailleurs, de l'engagement des gouvernements africains qui ont contribué à hauteur de 2 à 6 millions de dollars pour l'adhésion, qui nous ont permis de faire et d'obtenir les résultats qui aujourd'hui sont des nôtres. Mais je pense que nous devons résolument coopter, nous engager d'autres bailleurs sur la mobilisation de ressources. Et ça, c'est une des raisons de ce forum. Comment mobiliser des ressources pour pouvoir pérenniser le PASET? Nous avons consacré beaucoup de temps à cela. Nous avons réfléchi, nous avons couché sur papier des plans qui vous seront présentés par d'autres. Et je pense que, professeur Goulam, je vais pouvoir m'arrêter là pour permettre aux uns et aux autres de pouvoir présenter le PASET au présent et de nous projeter sur l'avenir. C'était juste pour rappeler que le PASET est une initiative, mais que, très sincèrement, il y a un esprit. Et il faut qu'on reste dans l'esprit du PASET. Professeur Goulam, je vous remercie et je vous remercie pour votre attention.
Thank you very much, Professor Aminata. Right, so you've heard historically how PASET was created. Now let's move on to one of its flagship program, which is RSIF, the Regional Scholarship and Innovation Fund, which is the coordination unit is hosted by ICP, which is located here in Nairobi. And the Director General of ICP is Dr. Abdu Tenkwanu. And he joined ICP in January 2024, fairly recently, a few months ago. And before that, he was the Executive Director of the West and Central African Council for Agricultural Research and Development, CORAF, which is based in Dakar, Senegal. Unfortunately, due to a family bereavement, Dr. Abdou Tekwanu cannot be with us for his presentation today. So his presentation is going to be made by Dr. Sunday Ekesi, here, who is the Deputy Director of ICP. Over to you. A PowerPoint presentation, please.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the audience for being here today. As you've rightly heard, I'm not the Director General of ICP, so I'm going to convey his presentation to you. Next, please. You are well too familiar by now what RSIF is all about. It's a regional academic and research network that is aimed at bridging the skill gaps in applied sciences, engineering, technology for socio-economic transformation of sub-Saharan Africa. You've also heard exhaustively now that there are 9 African governments that are generously contributing to the flagship program of PASET, which is the RSIF, with funding that range between 1 to 6 million. In addition to that, we have, of course, the World Bank, the government of Korea, Samsung Dream Foundation, Carnegie Corporation, that are also generously contributing to the success of this. So ISIPE is the regional coordination unit for RSIF since 2018. And ISIPE was selected based on a track record in capacity building, which we have been conducting since 1983, and fairly successfully so. Next, please. The whole broad objective of RSIF is, of course, to strengthen the institutional capacity for quality doctoral training, research and innovation in transformative technologies in sub-Saharan Africa. And this we are doing through 3 specific objectives, as you can see there. First one is, of course, to create a stock of highly skilled scientists, professionals and innovators in asset fields. And one major one that you see in bullet 2 there is, of course, to address the imbalance in the number of women and disadvantaged group in asset. And then the last one is, of course, to build African universities' capacity to provide relevant asset training. We are doing this through the 5 major thematic areas that is listed there, which you have already heard before: data science, including AI, food security and agribusiness, minerals, mining, materials engineering, energy, including renewables, and of course, one of the biggest cloud overhanging us today, which is climate change. Next, please. There are 3 windows to RSIF. Window 1, of course, is the PhD scholarship and institutional capacity building. And then the second one is the research grant. And then the third, of course, is the innovation grant, as well as ensuring enabling environment for the 3 windows to take place. There is a general funds that feed into this, as you've heard from the previous slides, but the ambition of PASET and RSIF is to have, of course, a permanent fund. We do this through a lot of calls for proposals, which I will show you in the next few slides. Applications are received, and the selection is highly competitive. Next one, please. So RSIF is anchored in ISIPE Impact Pathway. So it is part and parcel of ISIPE's strategic vision. And that's one of the key reasons why ISIPE is the RCU. So as you can see there, ISIPE has 4 major thematic areas, and we do all kinds of things, including developing tools and technology, building capacity where RSIF is anchored, and ensuring that science informs policy at the end of the day to improve the livelihood of our people. Next, please. Next slide. Okay, what are the benefits of RSIF? You've heard this from a couple of several other presentations: high quality PhD training, and the fact that we have intra-African academic exchange program is really, really a major thing for RSIF. The wider academic and research network is also a plus. You just heard from the earlier speaker about the opportunity that exists in terms of sandwich program. When I was doing my PhD, I really wish I had that opportunity that we have currently in RSIF. The regional integration, of course, strengthening centers of excellence that have been built over the years, and the better economies of scale. The fact that African governments are able to come together, pool resources to ensure that this happens is one of the beauty of RSIF. Next slide, please. So these are some of the results since 2018 that we started RSIF. The fact that we have been able to put a network of 15 African host universities. It's a major achievement for us. It's not easy bringing networks together. We also have over 30 IPIs, what we call the International Partner Institutions, where the scholars have the opportunity to spend between 6 months and 2 years. Currently, we have over 284 scholars. And look at the figure in parentheses, 37% women. The ambition is to move as close as possible to 50. And we have this as one of the key things we would like to address. The research and innovation projects that are there is also a very, very good thing. When you train these scholars, most of the time, one of the biggest challenges that we have come to realize is that they go back to the universities and they don't have access to grants. They don't have access to equipment. They don't have infrastructure to deliver. So the beauty of RSIF is also providing research and innovation grants to make sure that these scholars are fully mainstreamed into the system. For a program that started just recently, look at that number of publications, 232 publications. And that citation index is quite high, over 1,000 that have been cited already. 12 alumni have completed, as you've heard, and we have 462 researchers and scientists in this network, which is massive. And I'm sure a lot of you have been receiving our newsletters. Next, please. That's just a snapshot of the distribution of the scholars by nationality. And as I did mention earlier, 37% women. We aim to do a lot more with this figure. Next one. That's how the process takes place. It's highly, highly competitive. In cohort 1 to 4 there, we get thousands of applications. Of course, we always aim for the best ones, and those are the ones that eventually make it to the program. But we are able to select a certain number that are then registered in 15 African universities, host universities, that is distributed there. And the student, as I mentioned earlier, take advantage of the sandwich opportunities in advanced research laboratories, where they are able to complement the objectives of what they have, but eventually have to return back to Africa to complete their work. Next, please. We want to make sure that the students are fully grounded, so we provide also soft skills. That is one of the key things with the RSIF program. So things that are related to science communication, information literacy training, thesis defense training, research ethics, data science and management are soft skills that are provided to these students. And of course, one aspect that is usually forgotten is supervisor training. If you have a good teacher, you will eventually have a very good student. And we do supervisor training as well in RSIF. Next, please. That's the indication of the publication that I mentioned earlier. We are doing a lot more in energy and food security, but we hope that the other thematic areas will also catch up. A citation of over 1,000 in just under 8 years is massive. It's really good. Next, please. And these students are jewels, literally. They are winning awards. The 12 that have completed, if you look at that, 3 of them have won the L'Oreal UNESCO Award for Women in Science. Can I hear a clap for that, please? So these students are doing really well. And then some of them are also postdocs already in Belgium, but we are hoping that the guy returns back to Africa, because that is our ambition. There is also Teofrida, who just won the Bill and Melinda Gates Challenge Program Award, which is very, very competitive. I have been a beneficiary of this, and I know how competitive it is. So our students are really, really doing great. Next, please. one of the issues that have clouded RSIF is African governments are contributing money. Is it possible that the students, when they finish, will take off for greener pastures in the north? And as you can see from this list here, all of them have been absorbed in Africa, apart from one, which is John Baptiste in Belgium. And as I mentioned earlier, we're in close contact with John, and we definitely know that he's going to return back to Africa after his postdoc. Next, please. And then I said earlier about the research and innovation grants. The fact that the faculty and the students are able to get additional grant after they complete to keep on innovating and provide transformative technologies for our economy is something that is really, really great. And as you can see there, we continue to give these awards to ensure that we are globally competitive and that our innovations remain in Africa. Next, please. This is just a snapshot of some of the products that is coming out of RSIF, biopesticide for yam fungi control. We have indoor air pollution monitoring and smart beekeeping tools and devices, as well as solar heated pump dryer for fruits and vegetables. And a couple of patents are coming out as well. You probably heard earlier that the number of patents from Africa is one of the lowest globally, but we are adding to this through this program. A lot of our faculties and students are getting training on entrepreneurship, which is something I really wish I had the time that I was being trained. And the publication impact factor you see there at 7 tells you that these guys are doing massive, exciting job. Next, please. We want to continue to leverage funding, as you have heard, and recently Professor Richardson from Carnegie Corporation, the president, was visiting us. That's our Director General there, exploring opportunities to continue to fund the RSIF program. And the rector of Ghent University was also with us just recently. There are more opportunities for IPIs to join the network. Next, please. So my last slide, future plans is to know that there is going to be a lot of discussion around the PASET strategy at this meeting, and we would like to continue to contribute to this, continue to build RSIF as a funding model. It's a very, very exciting model, and I don't see it, so much of it globally. In Africa, we want to annually enroll 80 PhD students, if possible, as funding permits, and of course to continue to provide the research grants and innovation grants that I mentioned earlier. Some of the indicative figures in terms of financial resources is indicated. Next. So my gratitude and sincere thanks to all the African governments again. It's been wonderful. To various other donors that are listed there, Carnegie, European Union, World Bank, thank you so much. Last one. And ICIPED does a lot of things, and we have several other donors that contribute to what we do. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Dr. Ekesi, and thank you to ICIPE for successfully managing the RSIF program. As you heard, PASET commissioned a strategic plan for the next 10 years, the period 2024 to 2033. And to present an outline of that plan, we have Mr. Mike Hughes, who's here. And Mike is the representative of Rwanda on the PASET Executive Board. He has been an advisor in science and technology to the government of Rwanda for nearly 20 years. From 2006 to 2009, he served at the Rwanda President's Office, where he spearheaded the development and implementation of Rwanda's science, technology, and innovation national policy and strategy. Over to you, Mike. Can we have the presentation, please?
With the 3 founding countries, Ethiopia, Rwanda, and Senegal, and now is a total of 11 member countries, and that's listed on that slide. It's also seen. Can you go back to the previous slide, please? Thank you. It's also seen several achievements, including the current number of 284 students, as Sunday mentioned, undertake PASET PhD scholarships and 63 research and innovation grants. And given that PASET was reaching its 10th year of since its inception, the PASET Executive Board, with the support of the World Bank, commissioned an evaluation study into the achievements and progress of PASET since its inception and the development of the strategic plan looking for the next 10 years, i.e. 2024-2034. Next one, please. So PASET's vision is to have a growing community of dynamic African science leaders in building ambitious, applied solutions to Africa's development challenges. Includes the emergence of a high-quality skilled labour in critical asset disciplines to help drive Africa's transformation agenda, coupled with continuing skills from post-secondary TVET to research and innovation. And it will continue to have close links with the African Centres of Excellence and develop regional and global partnerships and networks. The next one, please. So PASET will continue, again looking at the strategic plan, will continue to have a close focus on 5 thematic areas, namely the data science, including artificial intelligence, energy, including renewables, climate change, sustainable food systems and agribusiness, mining, minerals, and material science. And all these scholarships and research innovation grants to date, that through the RSIF program, have focused in these 5 critical areas of Africa's development. Next slide, please. So in summary, the strategic plan will be arranged, or it has been arranged in 3 programmatic pillars: the doctoral training and research program, which is the continuation of the Regional Scholarship Innovation Fund, post-secondary TVET program, and research innovations applications. I'll briefly describe the makeup of these 3 programmatic pillars. Next slide, please. So the first one is the doctoral training and research. We'll consolidate the gains of RSIF and build on the success of the Regional Scholarship Innovation Fund and the associated PhD training. In this regard, the target goal for the next 10 years, continuing on the current trajectory, that is for 800 PhD scholarships, 156 research and innovation grants, and there are several other areas of work which are also listed within the strategic plan: benchmarking of training programs, technical support of individual university programs, adding master's level training programs within the asset disciplines, and continuing to convene partners to promote regional, Pan-African, African networks with a view to continuously improve the quality of training. Next slide, please. And the other areas of the post-secondary TVET program, as we're all well aware, and it's been already said several times in this conference, as we're aware, there's a strong demand for skilled labour to support the ongoing economic transformation in sub-Saharan Africa. This is coupled with the scarcity of TVET training skills, insufficient attention and funding, and under-representation of women in the labour force. One of the objectives of PASET over the next 10 years is therefore to support the development of a comprehensive programme focused on post-secondary TVET. So, next slide, please. And the third area is research innovation applications. PASET will continue to support research and innovation grants with a particular focus on facilitating exchange and dissemination of knowledge, innovation and expertise with utilisation of cutting-edge technologies to address development challenges in Africa. This will be coupled with providing comprehensive support to help students transition smoothly into employment, including establishment of training programs that bridge the gap between academia and the job market. And PASET will continue also play an instrumental role identifying key value change within the research innovation applications sector, identify areas of high growth potential to contribute to sustainable development and economic growth. Next slide, please. It's been agreed to maintain the current PASET governance structures, the current PASET governance bodies, with the addition of a professionally managed executive secretariat. So in short, the three main governing council bodies, as Amanat outlined earlier, the Governing Council, the highest governing body of PASET, comprising ministers of higher education of science and technology of member countries, together with representation of PASET donor organisations, and these provide the strategic leadership of PASET. The Executive Board of PASET will continue to provide day-to-day monitoring, oversight of PASET, and composed of senior government officials from the member countries, and the Consultative Advisory Group, which is comprised of eminent scientists and technologists across the region, provide scientific and technical advice to PASET. The two support bodies, namely the PASET Secretariat, which is an integral part of the PASET organisation, with the overall responsibility for the implementation of various programmes and providing operational review and coordination on behalf of all the governing bodies of PASET. And last but not least, the Regional Coordination Unit. This is the unit which is implementing the Regional Scholarship Innovation Fund, which manages the implementation of the fund and the scholarship programme. Next slide, please. So as I said earlier, one of the main recommendations of the evaluation and strategic plan is to develop a professionally run executive secretariat, as it was agreed by the Governing Council, I think, in the meeting February last year, and also in the Executive Board when they reviewed the strategic plan in I think, August last year. So up until now, the Secretary has been run on a semi-voluntary basis, initially by the World Bank, and PASET is very grateful that the Government of Rwanda has stepped in to support the Interim Secretariat, which is from July last year, once the World Bank support in this area ended. So the Secretariat's primary roles will be to include support the governing bodies of PASET. It will act as a vital link between African governments, universities, international partner institutions and donor organisations. And it will also play a major role in fundraising. And so once sufficient funding is raised and transition to an executive secretary commences, further activities will be initiated, including continuing the organisation of these PASET forums, supporting policy decisions and initiating programmes. The full implementation of the executive secretariat is projected to cost around $750,000 per year, with the minimum implementation projected to cost around $200,000, and member countries have already committed to contribute $25,000 per government per year to support this amount, and certain further funds will be required to enable full implementation. Next slide, please. So finally, I'm pleased to provide a summary of the funding needs for PASET over the 10-year period, 2024-2034. So this includes the $8.32 million to support the Secretariat, $12.41 to support Regional Coordination Unit, $54.4 for Regional Scholarship Innovation Fund scholarships, and $8.35 million for research innovation grants, giving the total for the 10-year period of $83.68 million. Now that assumes that I think there's two assumptions here. One is that the years from the rest of 2024 and 2025 will already funded through the World Bank grant and some through country contributions. Also highlighted it's based on the existing trajectory of PASET, that the additional amounts we need to expand PASET into increased number of scholarships, increased programs, again in line with Amanata's talk earlier. The ambitions of PASET is for a much greater number of PhD scholarships, and also the additional programs, especially the TVET program, and building additional support centre of excellence and research and innovation, and to expand the professional capability. Again, it will come in Miriam's talk later about admin and fundraising, and I think Miriam's presentation will talk a little bit about the next phase, how we will move on to raising the funding for this next stage of PASET. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mike, for your presentation. The last, but by no means least, presentation is by Dr. Miriam Altman, who will talk about resource mobilization for PASET. Dr. Altman is a member of the PASET Consultative Advisory Group, or CAG, And since last year, since our meeting in Kigali, our last meeting in Kigali, she chairs the CAG's Resource Mobilization Subcommittee. She is Director of Strategy at the consultancy Altman Advisory and serves as a Professor of Fourth Industrial Revolution Practice in the School of Economics at the University of Johannesburg. Dr. Altman was previously Commissioner in the National Planning Commission in the South African Presidency and Executive Director at the Human Sciences Research Council of South Africa. Miriam, over to you.
Thank you. Could my presentation please be loaded? Thank you. I'm short, so I'll stand over here. So, unlike many people who are here, I'm not a scientist, an engineer. I'm just a lowly economist. And I thought I needed to speak from the heart as to why this is important. We've heard all the information about this thing, and you're obviously here because you care about scientific capability across Africa and building that capability. But somehow, when people say we need a program that develops PhDs, you kind of think, yeah, like, you know what, we've got bigger problems than that. We need to put money somewhere else. I think it's a natural thing, and a lot of people, maybe not the people in this room, but a lot of people in the world will feel that, especially for lower income countries. We hear that a lot, is the simple reality. They say, well, we don't get why you need this. And the reality is that we do. And it's from a development economist's perspective, which is my perspective, it's one of the most crucial things we can do that's forward-looking, that develops industrial capability, domestic know-how around problem solving. It was noted that I was an executive director at the Human Sciences Research Council, which is a quasi-government research agency in South Africa, and we had a theme that was called resource-based technology clusters about 15 years ago, which said, let's develop scientific capability based on our own problem solving, and develop domestic capability that will underpin our own industrialization. There's nothing better in solving the kinds of thematic issues from health. Said, in that way. Next. So you've already gotten a very good background on where this has come from. Next. And what I'm going to speak to, as you know, is that this amazing program is actually at risk. And on some level, with Ghulam's and Aminata's approval, which I guess I have, is I need to speak truth to power. And that is that this program is at risk. And it's been running for about 10 years. It's done phenomenal work, has laid the ground incredibly, but could shut down at the end of 2025, is the simple fact. And so, and that is because the program was emanated through a partnership of the World Bank and African countries together, and the World Bank has played an incredibly important role since inception, whether directly or indirectly. Much of the funding that you saw presented by ISIPE is either funded directly or through loans from the World Bank, and then other donors as well, Carnegie and others. But somehow the funding, we haven't been institutionalized within programs, and it's created risk, significant risk for this fabulous program. And so we set up the advisory, the CAG, set up a committee a year ago, as was just said, when we met last February to have a look at this. And the second part of that is not just the funding, but that the Secretariat has been managed informally. And within large organizations, that's the wrong way to do. I mean, it's been very, very helpful, but for a sustainability perspective, it really puts the program at risk. So we're absolutely grateful for the help that we've had, but the reality is that it's all falling away, and we've got to grab it while we're still running, and we've got time. Next. Hence, this committee was set up. And that's two set of issues. One has been about the administrative capability and shoring that up and making sure that we build it. We're running, ISIPE has done a fantastic job, but the reality is we're running on a shoestring for this program. And we need to make sure that it continues to get funded and actually grows. So what was presented is how it is now. But the reality is we need to up our game around the professionalization of the Secretariat, its stabilization outside of the bank, and its funding, probably from African countries paying for that. So we have nascent funding and agreement. I think it was the $25,000, but we're going to have to see. This is my speech speaking truth to power. We're going to have to start seeing if we want to see this program thrive and really have the kind of impact it could have with continued donations from African countries in supporting the Secretariat. I think people may be aware that the Secretariat has now moved from the bank to Rwanda, so it is now located in Rwanda, but we now need to formalize it and build a proper professional staff for PASET. And what happens now is we have a very strong Secretariat in ISIPE running the PhD program, but we need a PASET Secretariat that is running the whole program. The second aspect of that is the funding. Without money, we can't do this, and it's going to run out at the end of 2025. So we've got about a year and a half to put in place the next round of funding. Having said that, maybe we were a little slow on our side previously, depending a lot on the bank. We're now running very forcefully to be developing a 10-year strategy, starting with a 5-year strategy, which I'll speak to come up with sustainable funding flows. But, you know, we're going to have to get moving. Next. So we set up a subcommittee. There are 4 committed people from the CAG, and we've had ECOA from the World Bank, who is here as well in that committee, and ISIPE have been helping us, Julius and Kristen and others. We've met about 10 times just to report back over the past year to figure this piece of work out and how to move forward. We've had additional technical advice drawn in by Wole to advise us, people who have experience working in various major institutions from Princeton and so on in the United States with deep, what they call advancement funding. That's, you know, it's the term used, I think, in universities of funding offices that raise finance and funding for universities. The language, I'm told, maybe you're familiar with it, is called the advancement office, so that's the language I'm using. But how you set up a 5-year campaign, which is what we need to do to get this moving. Next. So the current funding's already been explained. It's about $54.7 million is available from African countries. A lot of it depends on World Bank funding, but there are other donors which we're absolutely grateful for, and I think that's already been explained. So if we can go next. The financial requirements going forward, Currently, the program costs about $10 million a year, and that was what was presented. But that's ceteris paribus, as we say as economists. That's all things being equal. We run on a shoestring in relation to our management capability. Our innovation grant program is small. We're still kicking off the TVET program, which is why the theme in this event is focused on the TVETs, because we're wrapping our minds around what that program should look like in relation to what our goals are. Now, the recommendation is, and the KEG, the advisory body, will be meeting on Thursday to look through all of these. So these are just high-level suggestions from the group. I believe we're going to be meeting on Thursday to chew through this, and that will then go back to the executive board and the governing committee once there's been a fuller discussion about it. So these are initial recommendations that are being made by this subcommittee. So the first thing is that we should probably be aiming for something more ambitious. $20 million in the next 5 years per annum is not a hugely ambitious goal, but it is double what we do now, so that seems like a good target to fund these additional activities and even pump up the PhD program further. But if we want to see centers of excellence, it's not about PhDs per se, it's about developing scientific excellence. That means building out the centers of excellence, or the research centers, if I can say, around these, so we can start developing research leadership is really what we're after, that is embedded in policy, embedded in action, embedded in industrial solutions, that kind of thing. That requires resource, and that's not just a PhD, that requires a PhD working in that context. It's a mind space. When I was at the HSRC, I worked with research leaders similar to, say, Aminata, who have they were changing the country. People who run ambitious, world-changing programs like I'm aware of in South Africa, and we need more of that across Africa. We're looking at developing a 5-year program to begin with, a 5-year funding campaign. We need to develop the capacity so that we now can create a dynamic funding flow. And then we can start looking at an endowment fund. PASET, I've been part of PASET for about 2 or 3 years, and there's always been discussion about an endowment fund. But in an endowment fund, you take about 5% of a flow from an endowment fund. So that's a lot of fundraising, and right now we actually need to secure funds to keep the program going. So the idea is to make sure that we're at least secure for 5 years, and we don't take PhDs on, by the way, unless we've got full funding for their entire PhD. We don't fund it 1 year at a time. So we need to raise the money for 5 years and create that dynamic funding flow in these relationships that are secure, and set up a professionalized administration and a professionalized funding administration, which is a different thing, and then start looking at an endowment fund, potentially once we're there. Next. On strategy, we've had a lot of discussions about how to position this thing, just to say, and I've noticed that it already seems to be taking. When I joined PASET, we talked a lot about PhDs, and that is what we're doing. But our strategy, again, focuses on a 5-year funding flow to begin with, but raising funds around these 5 themes. So we've been talking over the course of the year. It is what we're doing. It doesn't change what we're doing, but the narrative needs to change to something that is more compelling in relation firstly to everybody understanding what it is we're trying to achieve, and also for funding agencies to understand, and private companies who may want to invest in this, that they understand what we're trying to achieve. So I see the narrative as already flowing through the presentations, where we're raising money around these themes and the kind of impact, instead of what we were saying before, which is we're funding PhDs, which is maybe less motivating on its own. It is what we're doing, but it may be less motivating. So we've been looking at the narrative over the course of last year. We talked about that in last year's CAG meeting, and again, it seems to be taking. We really need to secure, and this is again speaking truth to power, We really do need to drive continued World Bank commitment, given that this is this was a baby of the World Bank, and we're still crawling and not yet secure. So we have been speaking at the highest levels in the bank to light a fire and hopefully re-secure some support while we're making a very firm commitment to getting proper matching funding and to securing the program properly. But we are driving a dialogue with the bank to see if we can secure it within the bank and get it embedded into programs in the bank. I think the problem we had was that it was an inspiration of someone, and in big bureaucracies like any bank, it needs to be located within a program, and that's been a challenge. So behind the scenes, we've been working on that. And then from there, we need to secure 3 or 4 major partners. I won't say names. We're speaking to, that's for somebody else who's in power to do that. But we're speaking with some other major donors who hopefully would be parallel and major partners with us that we'd walk hand in hand with, and then from there draw in potentially smaller funders. We would start speaking to major companies who will have an interest in some of these themes, and hopefully eventually even consider opening an office in the States, US, to leverage some of the philanthropic funding that's done there, and work with family offices and high net worth individuals that may find this narrative compelling. But the first goal is really to secure the major funding for the program in the first instance. And all of that tends to flow when you have these other partners in place also. It gives it gravitas. And then we've got to develop the professional capability, as I've said, is absolutely crucial, and that requires money too. Next. So there is this emerging narrative. I've already spoken to it, so I won't spend time on this. You've seen all of this, but it's an emerging narrative in how we explain what PASET's about. Next. So professional capability needed for what's called an advancement office is, we'd probably need somebody at a VP kind of level, research support, administration, somebody who knows how to write grants, this kind of capability. We estimate that we probably need to raise about $350,000 a year at a minimum to drive an office like that. That's in addition to developing the professional capability to run PASET generally. That is above and beyond, what that is. We need people who are dedicated, who are doing this full time, who are incentivized. The idea is that we would need to raise money for a couple of years to fund that, but then those people, they need to then fund themselves. They would then need to have incentives to run that program, but we've got to realize that for the first couple of years, we would probably need to fund it fully. Next. So next step, we need to elevate these actions and get particularly the governing board, probably, in other words, presidential level, ministerial level, driving this thing, positioning it with the bank and elevating. We've already started doing that, but we need to light a fire and move more forcefully with that. We are hoping to secure World Bank funding. I'm speaking out of turn, but we're working on that and hope to keep that partnership going. We need to intensify these fundraising activities, as I've already indicated. The idea of potentially having an office in the US as an idea to leverage that kind of philanthropic funding. We need to commit to this idea of really pumping up the professional capability to run the program and to fundraise. And we probably need to reform the CAG to some extent to bring on people who have these kinds of capabilities, these kinds of commercial and fundraising capabilities. It's been focused on more academics, and we probably need to round it out to have this kind of capability as a proper advisory body. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Miriam. Right, ladies and gentlemen, as you've seen, we've been extremely active over the past year or so. in thinking about the future of PASET and how do we move, or what should we do, how to ensure sustainability of PASET and so on. And I hope this session gives you an indication of the work that has gone in, the thinking that has gone in. And most of it is voluntary thinking. People who volunteered their time, their effort, their thinking into trying to see how we move forward with PASET. We have a question and answer session, but before that I'll ask any panelists if they have anything to add to whatever their colleague has said, or whatever they want to add to anything, any view or anything at all. Aminata, you want to say something?
Merci beaucoup, professeur Goulam. Alors, je voudrais juste intervenir sur certains points très spécifiques par rapport à la dernière présentation. C'est vrai, nous avons été soutenus par la Banque mondiale, mais je dois dire que des 54 millions dont on parle aujourd'hui, la Banque mondiale a octroyé des prêts au pays. Il ne s'agit pas de subventions. La subvention de la Banque mondiale est allée à l'ICP. Je me dois de rectifier cela, parce que les gouvernements ont fait des efforts pour pouvoir mettre en place ce projet. Le Kenya a été le premier pays ayant contribué, et le Kenya l'a fait sans l'apport de la Banque mondiale. La Banque mondiale nous a aidés à mobiliser les pays en leur disant « si vous adhérez à l'initiative, nous pouvons accepter de faire des prêts ». Et ça, il faut appeler un chat, il s'agit de prêts et pas de subventions, et je tenais à le dire. La deuxième chose où je voudrais intervenir, c'est l'administration professionnelle. Plus professionnelle que les experts du PASET, moi j'appartiens à 36 000 organisations. Très sincèrement, je pense que c'est une des institutions les plus professionnelles que je connaisse. Je pense qu'il y a peut-être un abus de langage ici quand on dit professionnel. On n'est pas dans l'informel. Quand vous regardez les gens qui sont en train de mettre en œuvre les programmes du PASET, il n'y a pas un seul informel. C'est des scientifiques de haut niveau. Peut-être que ce que Myriam a voulu dire, c'était peut-être de payer des gens pour faire le travail. Parce que tous les gens qui sont engagés dans le PASET, dans la gouvernance du PASET, le font bénévolement. De 2012 à maintenant, 10 ans d'engagement bénévole pour l'Afrique. 10 ans de temps consacré au PASET pour pouvoir réfléchir, pour pouvoir nous projeter, etc. Et ce que nous faisons aujourd'hui, pour nous projeter à partir de 2025, nous avons les fonds jusqu'en 2025, mais on réfléchit pour, au-delà de 2025, pérenniser ce programme. Donc nous n'attendons pas d'être là. Par contre, la Banque mondiale a l'habitude, moi je dis les choses comme je le pense, d'être dans un programme et au bout d'un certain nombre d'années, de dire « je change d'orientation ». C'est ça. Et je n'ai pas voulu qu'on subisse cela. Et j'ai dit « prenons nos responsabilités encore plus ». Parce que nous pouvons, si aujourd'hui politiquement les gouvernements sont engagés, si les gouvernements acceptent de financer un peu plus, je pense qu'il s'agit ici d'un programme très sincèrement qui devrait être pérennisé. Moi, c'est ça l'objectif que je recherche. Les autres bailleurs, bienvenue, je n'ai aucun problème, sans conditionnalité. Il est temps que l'Afrique mobilise des ressources endogènes pour pouvoir mettre en place des programmes pour le propre développement des nations. C'est ça que je veux dire. Nous faisons appel à tout le monde, mais nous faisons appel essentiellement au gouvernement. Ces gouvernements devraient pouvoir financer la recherche. Les gouvernements devraient pouvoir former leurs talents. Les gouvernements devraient pouvoir donner des bourses de subvention. C'est ça que nous demandons aujourd'hui. Faire appel à des philanthropes américains. Oui, Si l'argent est disponible, pourquoi pas? Et je voudrais aussi mettre un accent particulier, par contre, sur la contribution de la Corée. La Corée, l'intégralité de la contribution, c'est sous forme de subventions. Partenariat technique, partenariat financier, renforcement des capacités des universités. Oui, si c'est ça le partenariat, bravo. Merci encore. Voilà ce que je voulais dire pour corriger ça.
Thank you, Professor Aminata. Right, I think we have a little bit of time. I was told we finish at about, technically I thought we finished at 12:30, but I think we are told we can go up to 1 o'clock for lunch. So we have some time for questions and answers. We welcome question and answers from the floor. I hope there is a roving mic somewhere. And yes, I see a hand already up. When you put up your hand, please, when the mic comes to you, please mention who you are, which country you are from, which organization as well, and if relevant, to whom are you asking the question? I see a hand over there. Do we have a roving mic to go to the gentleman over there? Can you stand up, please, so that they can see you and come to you?
Africa, and what strategies have you put in place to lure them back, those who have gone outside Africa? My second question goes to my friend from ICP. As a researcher and as you have mentioned all that you do with the RSIF, I would like to know in your programs concerning the climate change, we have a bit of problem when it comes to mitigation on climate change. What measures have you put in place, like the programs that entails the indigenous knowledge to mitigate the climate change in Africa that can help us to be at par with other countries which are doing well when it comes to climate change? Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. Let's get the answers from the panelists. Professor Aminata, I think I can answer a little bit to your behalf, but you can add it on. What Professor Aminata meant as far as brain drain is concerned is that we must make sure that the PhD graduates that come out from the program stay and work in Africa. And I think Dr. Ekes has already mentioned this when he made his presentation, that of the 12 who have graduated, all of them are in Africa, except one who's doing a postdoctoral, but there's an understanding that the person will come back and serve Africa. And that is the measure. And we always tell ICP, please ensure we monitor it at the level of CAG, at the level of EB. Please ensure that all the graduates who are funded by African governments, in fact, that they do come and serve Africa. That is the question. Do you want to add anything, Professor Aminata? And then give it to Dr. Ekes.
Merci beaucoup. Juste dire que nous mettons en place un observatoire pour le suivi des diplômés. Et là, pour deux choses. D'abord, leur insertion professionnelle. L'insertion professionnelle, il faut que le PASET, que tous ces gens qui ont été formés et ont reçu des formations de très haut niveau, qu'ils puissent s'insérer. professionnellement. Et c'est le cas aujourd'hui. Et je pense que là, au moins, c'est vraiment un facteur d'encouragement pour le PASET. Tous les diplômés qui ont été formés aujourd'hui sont insérés et sont bien insérés en Afrique. Et là, nous allons mettre en place un observatoire de manière spécifique pour suivre tous nos diplômés, savoir où est-ce qu'ils sont et à quel niveau ils sont intégrés. Donc cet observatoire, on en a parlé à la dernière réunion et il sera mis en place dans les jours qui vont suivre. Merci.
Okay. Thank you very much for your question regarding climate change. As you rightly pointed out, climate change is a major thematic area for the program, and we have quite a number of PhD students that enroll, tackling various aspects of climate change, be it in the aspects of food security, be it in the aspects of water and drought, and so on and so forth. And there are several of them that are looking at, specifically if I can take agriculture, for instance, looking at developing drought-resistant varieties to tackle the issues of climate change. We have various students that are looking at aspects of predictive models. What do we do as things are changing? Preparedness in that context. And I can gladly say that one of the most exciting unit we have at ISIPE has to do with data modeling and geoinformation. So most of these activities are already mainstreamed into what the students are doing, and with the hope and belief that they will eventually inform policy, because it's one thing to have all these activities or science done at the high level, but if they are not really mainstreamed into policy, then there are challenges. So we are looking at this closely, and it's something that is at the heart of the program.
Thank you. Mike, you want to...
I just highlighted, you asked about strategies. From the very beginning, one of the strategies of PASET was for the PhD training to be under the sandwich process. So the PhD training to be based in an African university, African host university. So the PhD is awarded by the host university, but they have the global experience by the international partner institution. So the idea is that the student then is more encouraged to remain in Africa following the completion of the studies. Thanks.
Yeah. Any other question? Yes, please. We've got somebody here. If you can stand up, they'll see you better, and the mic can come to you. And then one at the back. Okay. Yeah.
Bonjour, je vais parler en français.
Okay. Give it time to people to put their hearing aids on.
Merci beaucoup pour la présentation. Je m'appelle professeur Maïssa Mbaye. Je suis enseignant-chercheur à l'Université Gaston Berger de Saint-Louis et le point focal du PASET RSIF depuis 2017. Je voulais d'abord faire un retour sur le PASET par rapport à ce qui a été présenté et poser une question. Donc les retours, il y a deux retours. Le premier, c'est par rapport à la durabilité. Donc là, on a parlé de durabilité financière, mais la durabilité scientifique aussi est un aspect important. Je trouve que le PASET a très bien accompagné les étudiants, mais les enseignants-chercheurs qui sont titulaires, qui encadrent les étudiants, eux n'étaient pas visibles dans le programme, à part le petit paiement, alors que, par exemple, pour les IPI, même la mobilité des encadrants vers les universités d'accueil IPI des étudiants n'était pas prévue. Ce qui fait que la collaboration entre le professeur qui encadre l'étudiant et le IPI, le lien n'est presque pas fait. Surtout quand l'étudiant s'absente pendant 1 an. Parfois, le lien est quasiment rompu. Donc voilà, la relation IPI-université est voilà, quelque chose. Et je pense que ces enseignants-chercheurs-là, ils ont besoin de beaucoup de formation. Pour la sustainability financière, c'est surtout la rédaction de projets et la recherche de financement. Pour moi, ça, sur le long terme, permettre ou apprendre aux enseignants-chercheurs à être capables de lever eux-mêmes les fonds sur lesquels ils vont eux-mêmes proposer des bourses de doctorat à des étudiants, c'est beaucoup plus viable que d'augmenter peut-être le fonds sur l'autre chose. Le deuxième point, c'est par rapport au IPI. Moi, je trouve que l'idée d'avoir des IPI dans le projet, je pense, est une excellente idée parce que, par exemple, pour l'UGB, le cas de l'UGB que je connais, ça a permis d'élargir les partenariats. Parce qu'on s'était rendu compte en écrivant un projet Erasmus qu'on n'avait que des partenaires français. Et avec le IPI, on a eu des partenariats avec le Japon, on a eu des partenariats avec les États-Unis, qui est notre point fort aujourd'hui. On a pu avoir aussi des partenariats avec le Nigeria. Donc, ce qui montre qu'en fait, l'idée des IPI est vraiment une très bonne idée. Maintenant, ma question c'est, est-ce que la somme d'argent qu'on verse à des IPI, est-ce qu'on peut envisager de le réutiliser pour renforcer les laboratoires dans nos universités, pour leur permettre que les étudiants n'y aillent pas pour aller chercher ou des expériences ou un environnement technologique, mais plutôt pour une collaboration scientifique d'égal à égal. D'égal à égal, qu'ils produisent des choses dans nos universités et qu'ils aillent au niveau des autres universités en créant de la connaissance. Merci.
Thank you. I think, Dr. Kessi, most of the questions apply to ICIPE, and I think if you could answer them, please.
Thank you very much. And they are really very valid questions indeed that relates to the RCU. We appreciate what your university is doing. With regard to IPIs and the host universities, I think it's a very valid point. And the whole idea of networking or sandwich program should be that the universities or the faculties are able to network with the researcher that the student is also visiting. So this link, I don't particularly know why it's there, but it's something that we really need to strengthen. And I want to assure you that we are going to closely look at that. You should be traveling and attending conferences together with the IPAs because your objectives and the objectives of the students are linked together. So this link is not acceptable, and we should be looking very closely at that. I appreciate your thoughts around resource mobilization. There is no clear, how to put it, it's always a very challenging thing in terms of training or becoming somebody who is an expert in resource mobilization. I will tell you that I didn't receive that training. But when Miriam mentioned that we need to have a core people that are trained in terms of resource mobilization, I see that there is a shortcoming there. And if we can find some resources in addition to what we are already doing for supervisor training, in terms of resource mobilization training for the faculty, I think it's a very valid point, and we'll be looking closely at that as well. Whether we can move the resources for the students in terms of traveling to the IPIs and back to the African host universities for them to do cutting-edge sciences, just like it's been done in the IPIs, is an area for debate. Because I still think that the sandwich exposes the students to advanced techniques in a specific lab. And most of the reasons that, as I mentioned earlier, that our scholars take off is that thing that was not there for them to have the opportunity to visit laboratories in the north. So we have mainstreamed that into the system. We can shorten the process. Instead of 2 years, for instance, make it maybe 6 months to 1 year, and then the resources can come to the university. But I think it's still a very, very valid operational activity of RSIF in terms of the sandwich program that is that we have in the RSIF.
Thank you. There's a hand raised at the back, just there, please.
Thank you. My name is Professor Peter Omoalo. I'm the President, African University of Science and Technology in Abuja, Nigeria. I used to be the AHU coordinator for the university before I became the president of the university. I just want to reinforce what the last speakers talked about. But I'm looking at it from the point of one of the risks that maybe the strategic plan should also look at. There is a risk. One of the things I found moving from being the coordinator to being the president of the universities, we are seeing a trend where students come in and they do their coursework, start preparing for their research, but you notice their focus is how to get to the partner institution. Now, the risk in it is that these students, except when you force them, they pay little attention to doing part of their work within the host university because they're focused on going to the US, going to Korea, which, I mean, these are good. And I think one of the things we need to do is to look more deeply into one of the activities that PASET has, which is strengthening the AHUs. A lot has been done. In my university, we've really benefited a lot. We've been able to get, for example, a video conference room from PASET. We've been able to get some training. We also got the first set of innovation grants to build our innovation hub. And we've really gained a lot. But in terms of the research and development equipment which these students need, the AHUs need some level of assistance. We have a world-class laboratory in my university, but maintaining those equipment, as I speak to you, about 50% of those equipments are down, and we don't have the resources. Number one is the resources. Number two is even the expertise and skills to maintain them. For example, one of the equipment we have in our lab, each time it's down, we have to wait for somebody from South Africa or from Germany to come. So there is even lack of local capacity in maintaining these equipment, talk less of even buying new ones. Well, I'm happy that the TVET is coming up as part of the interventions, because even the skills in maintaining some of these equipments which these students require are not there. So in summary, what I'm trying to say is that we need to do more in the area of strengthening the capacity of the AHUs to be able to do at least 50% of the research work that needs to be done by the student within the AHU, instead of coming in and then this becomes like another pipeline of moving students to outside Africa and then come back to defend their thesis. Thank you.
Thank you very much. This is a very important issue, and I'm sure we've taken note of that. It has been raised, it has been discussed before, that the whole strategy of PASET should be strengthening the African universities, and strengthening the AHUs is very important. And doing the bulk of the work in Africa is important as well, because that helps to build capacity. It keeps the expertise within Africa in the long term, and it's beneficiary to Africa. Right, one final question before I round up. Yes, we've got a lady here, and it's good that we end with the questions from a lady. Yeah. And I'm afraid it will have to be the last questions because we have lunch waiting for us. Thanks.
Okay, hi everyone. My name is Magdalene, and I have a PhD in computer engineering in applied sciences, and I worked for Huawei Technologies developing their cloud technologies, the ones we are using in Africa. Unfortunately, I'm trained from abroad, but I'm passionate about Kenya and I'm passionate about Africa. So my question comes with the challenge we've written today that we have a problem with a shortage of expertise and scientists to be able to adopt. It limits our adaptation and diffusion of emerging scientific technology. So my question goes to just the whole panel about how do we leverage diaspora, because we are so many. Some of us are coming back to give back to the local communities. Some of us are doing pro bonos, but we are not being assimilated in decision-making processes, that is one. Secondly, we can say that, for example, the kind of displays that we have today, they just did a little bit of a tweaking for that to become already a patented product that could be used locally. So what are we doing about all those expertise that probably because of ICT, they are willing to actually give online, or some of us are relocating back home to physically give into the countries? What are the strategies we are doing as PASET to be able to adopt all these talents?
Okay, very deep questions. Any answers from anybody? Dr. Kesi.
Let me try. I'm not very sure I have an answer to that, but in my organization at ISIPE, one of the key programs we have is working with the German government to attract diaspora to come back home. And initially, the government of Germany will provide some resources for the first 2 to 3 years, but we have to take up that challenge to ensure that that scientist is in a position to raise resources and is given opportunity to begin to work and contribute to building the economy of Africa. So we have that going, and which a couple of colleagues from different parts of Africa have taken advantage of. I believe that that's an opportunity for African host universities to also embrace, because I know clearly that the demand is out there, and quite a number of diaspora scientists would like to come back home. Some might even help in terms of resource mobilization or providing opportunity for short-term stay in a laboratory abroad, but coming back home. So there are various options that are out there that we, as an organization, is looking at. But I believe that our colleagues and vice chancellors that are present here have opportunity to tap into that possibility and to make sure that that is mainstream also into the strategy that we are looking at. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup, professeur Goulam. Donc, juste dire qu'il y a eu des politiques pour le retour de la diaspora, notamment la diaspora scientifique. Et peut-être que vous avez déjà entendu parler du programme TOC10. Ce programme TOC10 qui était basé au niveau du ministère des Affaires étrangères des pays africains. Et beaucoup de pays en ont bénéficié. Donc, l'Afrique a bénéficié d'un fonds au niveau mondial qui était juste pour faire participer la diaspora hautement qualifiée, la diaspora scientifique, et le Sénégal en a bénéficié, le Mali, beaucoup d'autres pays. Je pense que ce qui nous manque, c'est qu'on n'a pas de suite. On dirait qu'il ne s'agit pas d'activité continue. Ce programme, il a été mis en place, soutenu pendant plusieurs années, avec des gens de la diaspora qui venaient participer aux enseignements, à la recherche au niveau universitaire, mais tous ces programmes ont disparu. Bon, il y en a dans certains pays, on a eu des résultats. Ça a été le cas du Sénégal. Mais dans certains pays, il y a eu des problèmes. Et au moment de la reddition des comptes, l'Afrique n'était pas au rendez-vous. Ce qui fait que les bailleurs ont dû tourner la page sur ce programme. Ça revient à ce que je disais tout à l'heure. Nous devons sensibiliser les gouvernements. Le PASET n'aura jamais les moyens de pouvoir renforcer les capacités des universités. Quand je parle de capacité des universités en termes d'infrastructure, je veux dire, ça, c'est le rôle du gouvernement. Les gouvernements doivent pouvoir construire un environnement national Et après, à partir de cet environnement national, nous, on était partis de l'idée qu'il fallait renforcer les compétences. Et l'environnement de travail, on avait dit qu'il fallait effectivement y penser. Et même la Banque mondiale était engagée à un moment donné par rapport au centre d'excellence, etc. Et a fait des efforts dans ce sens-là. Mais je pense qu'il faut que les gouvernements puissent également penser à construire cet environnement. Si le PASET aujourd'hui dit qu'il aura les moyens de pouvoir renforcer au point de vue infrastructure les universités, j'ai bien peur que ce ne soit un vœu pieux. Et donc, encore une fois, le PASET peut contribuer en faisant des plaidoyers auprès des gouvernements. Merci.
Okay. Any comments from any one of you? Final comments before I close?
I just really want to add to what Amanat was saying, which is very much it's a very important area, the role of the diaspora. I know that Rwanda, certainly over the years, when I've been working there, has been taking great advantage and working very closely with diaspora in terms of trying to build capacity in Rwanda and encourage them to come back and support the country. And in the case of, specifically in the case of PASET, I know in some of the IPIs, there are Rwandan or diaspora of the different African countries working there who are very, very keen, and they do actually do quite a bit of work in supporting the students when they're doing their research in the IPIs. Thank you.
Okay? Yep. Okay. Right. Excellencies, Honorable Ministers, ladies and gentlemen, I'll close the session now because lunch is waiting for us, but let me just say a few concluding comments. I hope this session has given you an opportunity to understand PASET a bit better, how it came about, what it is doing, and the future, what are we thinking about in the future. I think it's unique in many ways because I do not know of any program in Africa which is funded by African governments themselves. This is a bold decision for African governments to say, we want to put our money in a project which we believe in. And that is, I think, the heart of the importance of PASET. And whatever happens, there will be donors coming in, I'm pretty sure. African governments must not give up on PASET and must come in and help as much as they possibly can. So what are the challenges? We've heard about what has happened, but what are the challenges facing PASET in the future? The first one is how to increase the PhD output, which we're doing at present. What is equally important is to make sure that the graduates are productively employed. Not just employed in universities, but employed outside in research institutions and organizations so that they can contribute to the development of Africa. At the same time, they give them an opportunity to promote research and innovation wherever they are, whether they are in universities or outside the university. Research and innovation is extremely important for Africa. So there has to be this link, continuous link between the PhDs and the research and innovation. In other words, the graduates don't get a PhD for the sake of getting a PhD, but to be able to continue their research work and be productively employed. A second challenge facing us is how to include TVET in our program. TVET was there right at the beginning. If you look at the original documents, you will see that apart from training of PhDs, TVET was a part of PASET. But we couldn't do everything at the same time, and we concentrated on RSIF, on PhD training, and let TVET a little bit aside, but we need to work together with TVET program existing and future so that we see how we can help with TVET program. Then the third most important challenge facing us is how to mobilize resources. First of all, how do we get more African countries to join and contribute? We have 11 at the moment. We need to get at least another 10 to 20 over the next few years to join in, contribute, and build, make them realize that this is so important. That was part of the reason for holding this forum here in Nairobi, to mobilize other African governments to join it, to expose to them what PASET has been doing, and to convince them that this is a worthwhile project to contribute and participate in. And also to try and get the existing and additional partners to assist in funding the programs. The African governments can't fund everything. Resources are limited in Africa, which need to depend to a certain extent on resources from outside Africa. So we need to look at how we can get additional partners, existing partners and additional partners to contribute. And at the same time, how do we make PASET sustainable? We cannot have just a 5-year program, a 10-year program, and that's the end of it. It has to be long-term. And it's only by making PASET sustainable that really we can make sure that Africa will continue to develop economically, industrially, and in every other ways as well. So it's not easy, it's major challenges, but if we put our heads together, I think we can overcome them. That's our hope, that's our wish, and that's how we want to end eventually when after 3 days we finished this forum, that's how we want to end it. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like you first of all to join me in thanking our 4 panelists for the excellent presentation they've made. To thank you all for actively participating in the program, asking the questions, but also following attentively as to what we have said. So clap for yourself as well, please. And thank you all very much, and do continue to, there are plenty of other sessions taking place, very important, very relevant to the issues that have been raised during this opening session. So please do stay on and participate and contribute to this forum. Thank you all very much, and over to the Secretary. Thanks.
Ladies and gentlemen, another hearty clap to Professor Gulam and his panelists. Thank you very much. Just before we break, I know I'm standing in between you and your lunch. I just want to make a couple of announcements. Number one, the Honorable Ministers, Principal Secretaries, Ms. Mona Sali Meki, Professor Aminata, kindly proceed to Cafe Kigwa, which is the main restaurant. You'll be led by the lady known as Felicitas. Number two, the rest of the delegates to be served at Nyama Choma Ranch, which you will be guided by the lady known as Stella. There she is. And please ensure that you get your meal cards as you're getting out. I would kindly request each one of us to please be back here by 2 p.m. so that then we can proceed to listening to the rest of the panelists, because we have 2 sessions and would want that we keep time but also derive value from the conversations indeed as we've had with these panelists. And I think now it is time to let the honorable ministers, or let me just let Madam P.S.
Ask the principals to get left behind for 2 minutes.
Okay, I'm being informed that the principals of TVET kindly remain behind as the rest exit the room. Once again, the principals of TVET kindly remain behind as the rest of the audience proceed for lunch. You guys are not hungry. I would expect that, you know, guys are fighting to proceed. Eh? And for those who want to take some photos, yes, you can also take this opportunity. Ladies and gentlemen, is that sound okay? The level? That's okay. Testing 1 2, testing 1 2. The ushers kindly assist me to have the distinguished ladies and gentlemen enter the room. We start. It is exactly 2 p.m. We have a packed afternoon, and we need to accomplish the mission this afternoon. The ushers who are around, kindly assist me to get the people inside. We start. And I hope for those who are already in the room, you've had a sumptuous meal. I can see some few smiling faces, which means the meal was good. Once again, for the ushers who are here, kindly assist me. Kindly assist me to get the people inside the room. We start. Once again, the ushers kindly assist me to get people inside the room. We start. We have a packed afternoon and we need to accomplish our mission. Kindly. Sawa, endelea na background music. As the people are getting inside, I would like to have a chat with the two moderators for the two sessions. Dr. George Afeti, the Vice Chair of PASET Consultative Advisory Group, and Dr. Moses Osiru. As the people get inside the room, I would like to just have a small chat with the two moderators for this afternoon. You are? Dr. Moses? The first one. Very good. At least there is one here. Where is Dr. Moses Osiru? Dr. Moses Osiru, once again for the ushers, kindly assist me to get people inside. We are late by 4 minutes and we'll need to recoup that time. Ladies and gentlemen, we want to start the afternoon sessions in the next 5 minutes. Kindly, for the ushers, kindly assist me to have the people get inside the room. We start. 5 minutes, we will be able to start. Okay. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon. Have you enjoyed your lunch? Have you enjoyed your lunch? Pretty good? Okay. Very good. So, like I'd mentioned earlier, we have a packed afternoon. This particular session, but before that, just want to find out if the following panelists are here. If I call your name, kindly come on stage. Professor Ali Savadogo, Director General for Higher Education, Ministry of Higher Education, Scientific Research and Innovation from Burkina Faso. If you're a panelist and you're here, if I call your name, kindly come on stage. Professor Ali Savadogo, kindly come on stage. Thank you very much. Mr. Yamal Matabadal, Chief Executive Officer, Polytechnics Mauritius. Aha. I was telling the moderator we need to be very careful about him. He seems like he'll hug all the time. But please, Philip, very much welcome. Mr. Anthony Mwangi, Chief Executive Officer, Kenya Association of Manufacturers. I know the face, but I cannot see the gentleman here. We shall proceed to invite Dr. Kosam Joseph, Regional Project Coordinator of ISTRIP. Dr. Kosam Joseph, kindly proceed on stage. Once again, I'll call upon Mr. Anthony Mwangi, who is the CEO of the Kenya Association of Manufacturers, or in his place, if there is a representative, kindly, let's proceed as quickly as we can. In the absence of that, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to call the moderator for this session, Dr. George Afeti, the Vice Chair of PASET Consultative Advisory Group. Please feel very much welcome, and you can now take it away. Thank you very much. A handy clap to the panelists and the moderator. Thank you.
Yes, one. Yeah, can be here. Good afternoon. Normally after lunch, we have some dull moments, but I can assure you that this session is going to be quite lively because we have a keynote speaker who is very much an expert in the theme for this session. The theme of the forum, as you all know, is leveraging TVET in the knowledge and skills ecosystem for Africa's industrialization. Before I call the keynote speaker to come on stage, I would like to once again acknowledge the presence of our Honorable Minister or Cabinet Secretary for Education and the PS. I'm happy that we found time to join us again after lunch to listen to the main theme of this forum. Now, it's my pleasure to call upon Professor Wole Soboyejo, our keynote speaker, to please come on stage. Let's welcome him with a round of applause. Professor Wole Soboyejo, we all call him Wole, so he is very happy when you call him Wole. And one thing I want to say is that I've never seen Professor Wole Soboyejo in a tire. I've never seen him wear a flying tire. I may be wrong, but I've never seen him wearing a flying tire. Perhaps he will tell us why in a few minutes. But Professor Wole is president of the State University of New York in the US. And Wole has held faculty positions in some of the most prestigious universities in the world. He has been staff at Princeton University and at MIT, among others. But before going to the States, he was president and provost of the African University of Science and Technology in Abuja, Nigeria. We particularly selected Wole to give the keynote address because he's very familiar with both higher education and TVET. I will add
good. But truly, it's a special privilege and honor for me to put together a few ideas about the potential role of TVET in a knowledge skills ecosystem. You might wonder, why does a Cambridge-educated Princeton MIT professor go and work in a polytechnic? And the reason is that I believe that there's a key role that polytechnics play, which in the absence of them, you cannot have development. So we've made two mistakes in higher ed in Africa. So one mistake is we've developed universities that teach theory, and we've developed polytechnics that teach practice. The key is to develop institutions that use both theory and practice to prepare people that are ready to work and transform economies. And so if you look at things in that context, I really appreciate the opportunity to be in this group. And I want to thank PASET for shining the spotlight on what we need to do in TVET. Now, before I start, I really want to give credit to the polytechnics that we have in Africa. And as you look across the continent, from Mauritius to Accra, to Nigeria, to South Africa, all across the continent, we have polytechnics that have been around that are doing a good job of preparing students for practice. And they're doing that within the context of constraints in resources, and within the context in which there's a sense that you want to provide some people that are practical, who can work in industry, but there isn't a bigger sense of just the huge opportunity that this could represent for the country and for the continent in ways that I want to expound upon. And so I want to give you the example of the United States and perhaps the world in terms of the last century and a half of technological evolution. So in the 1700s, and between the 1700s and the 1900s, the United States was an agrarian country. Basically, the source of most revenue was agriculture. And at that time, there were universities such as Harvard that were set up in the 1700s, but they were not technological universities. At best, they had some science, they had a lot of arts, and the US itself was not a major power. Then in 1865, 3 technical universities were established. 3 technical universities. So one was MIT, which was an institute of technology. The other was Worcester Polytechnic Institute, where I used to work. And the third, I think, was RPI. So these were established as technological institutions that used theory and practice to drive industry. And so the people who worked in those places knew not just how to teach theory, but also how to teach practice. And the combination of these to a level of a craftsperson that could then go out into industry, which at the time of the first industrial revolution was driven by the world of textiles and the world of iron and steel. And the wealth of the United States grew around those products. Many of those graduates that came from these institutions were work ready on day one, and they enabled industry to blossom as long as those technologies were the key ones. And then early in the 20th century, there was the era of automation, and electrical engineering became a field. But again, they needed people with theory and practice to drive automation. They enabled Henry Ford to have automation in car manufacturing, and they enabled many industries to grow in suburban areas, because as the car evolved and became more accessible, people could live in the suburbs and work in these growing industries that drew their development, that grew their development and impact. And then the third industrial revolution was the era of the computer. And the revolution enabled by the computer enabled people to code and to control things and to have the digital revolution that in many ways is still going on. But in the end, because people started trading with this information, it gave rise to the fourth industrial revolution, which is the era of the Internet of Things, Internet of Services, that has made business more global. And I will argue today we're probably in the 5th industrial revolution age, in which you have AI that's driving a complete digital transformation of the world. So if you ask me, what is the opportunity space for Africa? It's actually in all of the 4 industrial revolutions, but particularly in the 5th. But it worries me that we didn't even know that these things were going on over the last century and a half. And we put so much credit in the hands of academic engineering or practice-only engineering, thinking that that will create the skills. That doesn't create the skills. In fact, the way you do this is to make sure you create the best skills, both in theory, both in practice. And as these industrial revolutions go on, you go on and put the necessary infrastructure in place to enable you to participate in those revolutions. Otherwise, it's not possible to win. So we're in this era of the 4th industrial revolution, the Internet of Things, Internet of Services. It's the era of artificial intelligence and robotics, and it's the digital revolution that's transforming the world. And within that context, if you think about it, we're living in a smart world where those that have access to all those resources, all that knowledge, all that programming capability, have the opportunity. It's also an era that levels the playing field for both men and women, because women and men have equal abilities to code and to do a lot of these things in a way that can enable us to accelerate the goal of parity between all sexes. So I'm going to talk a little bit about just what this means. And so in many ways, the future is already here. The idea of embedded sensors in roads and buildings and infrastructure coupled with wireless is already here. The idea of OpenAI with ChatGPT is already here. And there's no escaping for it. And then the idea of robotics, not just for manufacturing, but in every part of our lives, is already here, from health to infrastructure to many different areas is already here. So this whole era of the digital revolution is already here. The question is, do we teach this to our students and our children, or do we wait for this to go by in a way that will be expensive for us? And if you look at what we're doing, of course there are applications of digital revolution in Africa. Many of us now, instead of doing the painstaking note-taking, will have an OpenAI method taking the notes. Many of us are thinking about the cybersecurity we need to put in to manage this environment. And we're thinking about potential opportunities in national security. But the truth is, we need to be creators and users of this in a way that is really potentially different and transformational for us as a continent. And we need to see this as an opportunity to think beyond our conventional methods of training people. So for example, you can become an expert in practical AI in a few months of training. And that can give you a job where you can work from wherever you are in Africa and connect to those that need those skills all across the world. And you can think about also how to frame our opportunity space, not just by being enamored by digital revolution, but by being enamored by the problems that we have in a way that inspires us to develop the right context of expertise to address those needs. And so for me, when I look at our needs as a continent, we have needs in food, in water, in energy, in transportation, in health, in materials and structures of various kinds, which motivate the need for different kind of workforce to do agricultural and food processing, water harvesting and purification, energy generation, harvesting, storage, all sorts of opportunities for transportation, new ways of doing construction that are sustainable, hospitals and healthcare, and ways of adding value to our resources. So if we look at those as our workforce needs and our societal needs, how do we then create the jobs of the future, the jobs of today, with the skills that we have in our system embedded with the needs of industry. So I like to look at this as the opportunity space to be the richest continent on Earth. So we have, as I'll show you shortly, the minerals, wealth, much greater than any continent in the world. What we don't have are those industries that transform those reserves into wealth. And so I choose the example of Dangote here, because Dangote has done that for a resource that's present here, cement, but he's done it in 16 African countries. And so he's created, instead of artisanal work, he's created quality work associated with value addition that needs skilled technicians, skilled scientists, skilled engineers, skilled business people to run. He gets most of his resource from India. And so you have to ask yourself, what can we do to change that reality? What do we need to train to support many Dangotes? And by the way, the continent has the opportunity to produce many Dangotes. What I've done here is to say, look at the resources of Africa. In every country, there are major resources. In all of those countries, the technical skills that are used to extract those resources are often imported. Very few of those countries talk about the value addition you can do to those resources through manufacturing in ways that really need to be strategic for us. Because if you had one Dangote in each of those countries who has a Pan-African vision, you can create, in my opinion, an Africa that's the richest continent in the world. Now, in those places, you might then say, well, those are material resources. How about energy resources? If you look at the energy resources, as you go from Egypt down to Kenya, you have a third of the continent's energy needs in geothermal resources can be produced just from geothermal resources there. A third of the continent's energy needs can be produced by the Sahara Desert for solar energy. And then a third of the continent's energy needs can also be met by our oil and gas reserves along the Gulf of Guinea, on the eastern coast, and then around to Niger and Sudan. Which means that if we now look at the hydropower, single drop of the Congo River can produce a third of the continent's energy needs. We have an excess in energy capacity, but we don't have the technical resources and the logistics management put in place to harness this. So I'd like to think about our technical education system as the factory that produces the people who can deliver this. I'd also like to think about the fourth industrial revolution as an opportunity to leverage AI and leapfrog into the 21st century. Now, if one then says, what kind of structure do we need? Well, we know that 80% of the population is under the age of 20. 80% of the population is under the age of 20, which means that the continent has a huge opportunity or a potential disaster ahead of it. The huge opportunity is if we train them through apprenticeships and certificate programs to have skills that are digital or that are practical, that can be applicable in industry. That can be done in months to years in a way that transforms our ability to have factories that generate wealth and natural resources that are transformed into value-added products. And by the way, those certifications are often needed. You can't weld unless you have a welding certification. And so a lot of those not only then enable families to have income generation, but they also provide the platform on which you can build. And then if you now look at our degrees that we offer in the universities, they need to be theory and practice. And we need to put in those places industry-oriented practice such that those places are ready to work on day one. And then we need to follow, in my mind, what is the German model. You know, in Germany, in high school, you can go to technical high school, technical Hochschule. And then from there, you can go and work if you want. Or when you go to college, you can go to college and still work in a way that makes this work for you. And then you can get your diploma, which is the equivalent of a bachelor's if you want. And you can also choose to go ahead and do a PhD. That's a practice-based PhD with a master's along the way. So I really think there's an opportunity to think about practice-based Master of Technology, Master of Engineering, in a way that allows people to continue to develop themselves even after they get their diplomas or their degrees. And this becomes critical because, quite frankly, unless you have a lifetime of learning, what you know becomes so obsolete after a while that you have no currency without professional development. So thinking about the role that we can have the TVET schools play, from the apprenticeships all the way up to tertiary education, including practice-based doctorates and executive doctorates that allow our leaders to develop the skills and the capabilities that they need, is absolutely crucial as we think about TVET. And just as being done with the regular PASET program, we need to train the trainers who will train the others to expand this through the system. We also need to distinguish a little bit between the work that's done by the TVETs than the work that's done by the regular comprehensive universities. But we need to have this idea in mind. Now, if you think then about how we teach, you know, a lot of how we teach is you deliver something and then somebody regurgitates it to you. And if they regurgitate it the way you like, you give good grades. But that person is not able to practice that in practice. And so the way we teach needs to change. So one of the things we need to do is use project-based learning, which is get people to learn by doing projects. And when they learn by doing projects, everybody can contribute, both soft and hard skills, and develop a feel for how you do this. We need to send them out into the industries, send them out into the workplace to work. And that experiential learning is absolutely critical for this to become intuitive as part of how you function. Then we need to use what they call social constructivism, where essentially you get together in groups, you can't do it, somebody else can, you help each other, and you keep doing it until you get it right. And such social constructivism as a way of engaging students in the classroom means that everybody learns in a way that serves society better. And we need to build into all our degree programs co-ops and internships, such that people go and work whilst they are still in school. And that experience you get from working in the real world not only teaches you what you need to have in terms of skills, but it also gives you the maturity that you need to operate and survive and succeed in the world. So I think that there are many opportunities for us to then go from the base with technical high schools, with integrated hands-on experiences and apprenticeships, to vocational schools that focus on certification. And that certification, by the way, gives rise to a lot of opportunities. If I look at just the number of welders that are needed in the oil and gas rigs, most of whom come from abroad, it's really because our welders don't have certification. If I look at many other areas of industry where we import skills, it's simply because we focus on training people theoretically without balancing it with practice. So going from certificates to diplomas to degrees, distinguishing technical degrees from regular scientific ones, and distinguishing also the role of universities that are comprehensive from technical universities is absolutely strategically critical for us to do as Africans. Now, and then in terms of work readiness, we know that doing things that provide hands-on experiences in apprenticeships, experiential learning, project-based learning, soft versus hard skills, and most importantly, by the way, the most important attribute you can give anybody that goes to the workplace is emotional intelligence. not academic intelligence, but emotional intelligence. Most technical people are emotionally stupid because they think only about themselves. They think only in ways that maximize the benefits to themselves. They don't know how to work in groups. And so those are the kinds of attributes we need to serve people well in ways that are critical. Now, I want to just look a little bit about at the world that I live in and the world that I think is really the world that everybody else lives in, including us in Africa. So what's going on is that robotics has become real. And what is important to realize, as was spoken by the Cabinet Secretary earlier today, is that the interface between robots and humans is a huge opportunity space. And when you don't have all of the necessary history and manual things that are no longer competitive, bringing in robots to support manufacturing, bringing in robots to enable semiconductors to be made, to enable solar cells to be manufactured, bringing in robots to enable logistics to be done by Amazon, bringing in robots to do construction is already here today. And what we need to do is teach those things in a hands-on way, in a way that enables the digital transformation to reach every family, every business, every industry across the continent. So I just started a job at SUNY Polytechnic Institute. It's in the middle of a new Silicon Valley that is being driven by applying these kinds of technologies to a $100 billion industry that's being built in that area. What is there to stop us from creating our own valleys here in Africa, trained by places that do theory and practice in a way that provides all of these skills? And the governor of that state, during my first month, came and gave us a check for $44 million just to buy the equipment to train the students, the workforce in that valley. And that group is backing the development of a new economy where they know that at least $100 billion is going to be invested in that valley to use that workforce that needs to be created. And so in that sense, we have an opportunity in Africa as we look at TVET, as we look at the fourth industrial revolution, to really think about what is it that we're trying to drive. And by the way, once we have these skills in our system, the world will come to us, because the population in the rest of the world is shrinking. And so the world will come to us, provided we've introduced these ideas in the training of our students. And you can do more than we could ever imagine. We can have robotic-assisted recycling. We can have all sorts of ways of integrating it into different types of manufacturing to make those jobs more attractive. We can introduce into the training of our students different hands-on modules that leverage mechatronics, that leverage smart manufacturing cells into a framework for teaching hands-on activities that then drive manufacturing. We can also look at advanced manufacturing in terms of additive manufacturing processes using laser additive processes that allow you to take powders of different kinds and process them into metal printed structures that give rise to lots and lots of industrial capabilities in ways that drive the next frontiers in manufacturing. All this becomes digital manufacturing, which means that experience doesn't matter. And you can use AI to learn the skills of skilled people in a way that translates into this kind of effort. And then you blend this with AR, VR methods in a way that allows you to create simulators of actual practice. And then if you think even about biotechnology, and if you think even about semiconductor devices, these kinds of capabilities in robotics enable you to create the environments to make the next solar cells, to make the next structures in a way that's globally competitive. And often I shake my head when I look at all the sandy beaches we have. The silica that you see there is the basis for making silicon solar cells. Once you have the industrial processes digitized, there is nothing to stop us from creating that capacity. And then if you look even at biotechnology, we're going these days from molecular biology into robotically assisted medicine. And so what this means is that we can digitize those manufacturing processes, and actually robotic processes are now being used to do molecular fabrication of drugs. They're being used to do all sorts of processes involving robotically assisted manufacturing. So why not teach those in a hands-on way, in a way that prepares our students for the future of work? As you look at even construction, construction these days is now also being robotically enabled. What that basically means is that we can have digitally enabled processes that give rise to better tolerance, better outcomes. And if we don't do this, they will simply bring the crews from outside in to do the construction this way. And all these buildings are embedded with embedded sensors, embedded wireless and transmission. And quite frankly, these are the areas that will excite young people into the kinds of fields that we want to have that will transform our communities in ways that are truly inspiring. And so I just wanted to show you just my vision of what infrastructure will look like. And quite honestly, it helps that we come last. But if we come last, we should do it best, using the best ideas in a way that enables us to think about our infrastructure with embedded wireless sensors that prepares for the smart world that we're truly living in. By the way, many countries across the world that come last, including China in the most recent decades, use this idea. If you come last, do it with the best methods. And when you do that, it enables the transformation that we want to have, and it positions us as a growing population to really be the leaders during this era. Now, before I finish, I just want to talk a little bit about what's happening in the next 5-10 years. In the next 5-10 years, most of the vehicles will go from being diesel generated or gasoline fuel to batteries and supercapacitors. There's a new revolution that's happening there. We need to be ready for it. Oh. And we should also need to be ready for the era of self-driving cars, where AI will really now be connected to how we drive in autonomous vehicles and how we leverage what is now sort of neural network approaches for doing defect detection, obey street lights, and know when to stop or not stop in a way that's becoming real. All of these are areas where there are people in the diaspora, people in Africa, can work together to create a new reality. And there are areas that will excite our young people to pursue these ideas in a way that I think will give rise to a new future. And then before I finish, you know, two of my sons are into interactive media and game design. Initially, their mother and I wanted to take those things from them because we thought that they just play games all the time. But instead, what I've learned is you need to encourage those instincts and get them to be the ones that design the games and develop the games. And in fact, two of my sons are already making money before going to college because they basically develop these kinds of instincts. And so I encourage each and every one of us, as we look to this world that's being created around us, to nurture those instincts. Because in many cases, young people have a deeper, clearer sense of where technology is going. Let them participate in robotics activities. Let them participate in all sorts of areas that inspire them. Let our TVET schools get connected to these opportunities and attract the best students. And ultimately, let's also connect this kind of instinct for technology to humanitarian engineering, solving the problems of Africa, and really encouraging our students with interest in math and science to think not just theory, not just practice, but theory and practice, leveraging cutting-edge ideas in ways that prepare them for the next century. So what I've tried to do is just to provide a framework for TVET education that I think could transform Africa into a great global workforce, especially during this era of the fourth industrial revolution. It's a huge opportunity. The population of the rest of the world is declining. Ours is the only population that's increasing. But if we don't seize this window of time to leverage what I've just presented, it will be a massive lost opportunity. We will have a massive liability on our hands with a missed generation that will not be able to connect to the future of work. I do think TVET has a role to play that's much more than practice, and a broader definition that spans the full range from apprenticeships to what they call in the US community colleges, which are training of technicians, and then technical universities, which are different from polytechnics in the sense that they offer a different range of opportunities, but always thinking about this blend of theory and practice and what are the needs of society. And then I think this whole idea of really blending co-ops and internships with project-based learning, experiential learning, with the idea of innovation and entrepreneurship needs to be woven into the fabric of all our universities, all our schools, and then getting essentially polytechnics not just to try to be other regular universities, recognizing that there is a special niche opportunity in that domain, and always training folks on how to solve complex problems with clear pedagogies and clear approaches. And so there's a lot to be said in the German model, actually. It's not surprising that Germany continues to be strong because they have this parallel system built in from high school through technical high school into different technical colleges to diploma granting institutions, and finally, even people who get PhDs with this kind of a work-based approach. So I think there's a lot to do, and polytechnics have a major role to play. And I think PASET, by the way, has a huge opportunity for Africa, which is to lay the template by which we can do technical education through theory and practice in a way that can drive our society. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Wole. Please come and resume your seat. Wole has set the tone for the panel that we have here. Rest assured that the panelists will be dealing with certain aspects of TVET in the knowledge and skills ecosystem. So each panelist will have a question or two to respond to as they give their presentation. So keep your questions, keep your comments. We'll come back after the panelists have also taken a bite at this interesting meal. I'm going to now call on Professor Ali Savadogo. Professor Ali Savadogo is a professor in the Department of Biochemistry in the University of Ouagadougou in Burkina Faso, and is also the Director General for Higher Education at the Ministry of Higher Education, Scientific Research, and Innovation. Professor Savadogo will be dealing directly with the question of how TVET is aligned with his country's economic transformation and industrialization agenda. Professor Savadogo, please. Let me, before you, just a word of caution. Panelists have 8 minutes to deal with whatever they want to tell us, 8 minutes. And if I'm generous, I can go only up to 10 minutes, and then I ask you to sit down. So keep that in mind, Prof.
Ok, merci bien, modérateur. Je vais essayer d'être dans le temps. Je vais parler en français, et, bon, pour permettre à ceux qui ne comprennent pas français, étant donné que le français, c'est la langue de travail, en tout cas de notre pays. Donc, je vais parler en français. Voilà. Donc, il y a 2 questions qui nous est posées, et à travers ces 2 questions, nous allons présenter un contexte, et après le contexte, nous allons alors répondre aux 2 questions. Nous allons tenter de donner des réponses. Et au Burkina Faso, où on a une population à forte composante jeune et rurale, c'est nécessaire qu'il y ait en tout cas des technologies améliorées pour que nous puissions travailler pour le développement. Et on sait aujourd'hui qu'au niveau du Burkina Faso, nous avons une crise sécuritaire depuis les années 2015. Et c'est dans ce contexte-là que l'enseignement supérieur est déroulé dans nos universités, aussi bien universités publiques que universités privées. Et ces universités, on le sait bien, de plus en plus dans presque les pays, j'allais dire, de la sous-région ou l'Afrique de l'Ouest, les universités sont confrontées à des retards académiques liés un peu à des difficultés organisationnelles, infrastructurelles et aussi liées à la massification dans nos universités. Donc, malgré ces difficultés-là, il y a un aspect politique très important pour améliorer la qualité de l'enseignement supérieur à travers la création de nouvelles universités ou de centres universitaires à vocation professionnelle, technologique et du point de vue ingénierat. Tout cela dans le but de travailler pour avoir des ressources humaines qualifiées à même de porter le développement au niveau national. Et au niveau du Burkina, on peut compter environ 134 universités, aussi bien publiques que privées. Et dans ces 134 universités, il y a environ 220 000 étudiants. Et si on imagine que tous ces étudiants travaillent dans le domaine de la technologie ou de l'ingénierie, dans des domaines prioritaires pour contribuer au développement, c'est sûr que nous serons en tout cas dans cette voie de développement que nous encourageons beaucoup. Et toujours dans le contexte, au niveau du Burkina Faso, il y a eu en tout cas une conférence pour porter la formation professionnelle et technologique, d'où on parlait de l'enseignement supérieur et emploi, enjeux et perspectives pour le développement socio-économique du Burkina Faso. Et cette conférence avait pour objectif de lancer les formations professionnelles et demander aux universités et tous les instituts d'aller dans le sens de la formation technologique et professionnelle pour améliorer un peu le niveau de l'employabilité au niveau du pays. Donc, aujourd'hui, ce qui est très regardant au niveau du pays, notamment en termes de domaines prioritaires, nos formations techniques et professionnelles sont orientées vers l'agriculture, l'élevage, l'industrie, notamment minière et textile, et l'informatique et l'électronique que le keynote speaker venait de développer. Vous savez qu'aujourd'hui, dans nos industries, nous avons besoin beaucoup plus de personnes qualifiées dans ces domaines, notamment en termes d'intelligence artificielle et développer l'informatique. Et pour développer aussi l'agriculture, nous avons besoin des ingénieurs bien formés dans des écoles techniques qui vont travailler à cela. Et maintenant, je viens à la première question. Dans quelle mesure les formations professionnelles sont alignées sur votre programme national de transformation économique et industrialisation? Et c'est sûr que à travers cette question, nous rencontrons un certain nombre de défis. Voilà, pour l'atteindre, il y a des choix stratégiques à faire, notamment au niveau des différentes universités, des centres de formation. Il faudrait qu'on diversifie les filières de formation et les parcours qui sont vraiment disponibles pour la formation technique, technologique et autres. Il faudrait aussi évoluer l'évolution d'une logique d'offres de formation et qui donne une demande de formation par la mise en œuvre d'une formation basée sur l'ingénierie et l'approche par compétences. Donc, il y a un certain nombre de défis que nous n'allons pas tout développer, mais étant donné que nous n'avons pas suffisamment de temps, on a donné en tout cas les défis importants. Et au niveau du pilotage, nous avons parlé un peu de l'adoption d'un système de pilotage global et cohérent à travers un partenariat, en tout cas j'allais dire gagnant-gagnant. Voilà. Donc, et pour la deuxième question, quelles mesures sont en place pour créer un environnement commercial favorable qui favorise le développement d'un système d'FPT résilient pour soutenir la transformation économique et industrielle. Normalement, la finalité de toute formation, c'est d'aider le pays à se développer à travers les différents axes, notamment à travers tout ce qui est domaine prioritaire pour les différents pays. Voilà. Donc, on a un certain nombre de défis aussi à relever. Il y a l'inadéquation entre les compétences acquises et les exigences du monde de l'emploi dans nos universités. Il y a l'insuffisance du personnel enseignant et des formateurs. Effectivement, à travers les différentes collaborations, nous pouvons contribuer à la formation des formateurs pour relever les niveaux, en tout cas des formateurs. Il y a l'insuffisance des infrastructures et équipements, en tout cas dans nos universités, et il y a effectivement ces défis-là que les États travailleraient à relever. Il y a aussi la faiblesse du marché de l'emploi dans nos différents pays. Il faudrait suffisamment créer des entreprises à même d'employer les jeunes qui seront formés dans les différentes filières. Il y a la forte disparité dans l'accès et la participation. Il y a l'insuffisance et la coordination entre les acteurs au niveau des différents pays. Donc, la mise en œuvre des diverses politiques nationales et développement économique et social a permis la prise en compte d'un certain nombre de mesures en vue de créer un environnement commercial propice au développement des formations du domaine de la technologie et de l'ingénierie. Et on peut citer quelques exemples, notamment la certification et la reconnaissance des compétences. Il y a la promotion de l'entrepreneuriat. Ici, on donne quelques exemples, mais c'est pour dire que pour que l'employabilité soit réelle dans nos pays, il faudrait qu'on puisse créer suffisamment d'entreprises à même d'embaucher ou de prendre la relève dans le domaine de la formation. D'autres actions sont entreprises en vue de l'accroissement des structures au niveau des formations technologiques et professionnelles, notamment le recrutement du personnel enseignant, très important. Et si on veut développer ces filières, il faudrait recruter suffisamment de personnel pour encadrer tous ces étudiants-là dans ces différentes filières. Il y a l'accroissement des offres de formation. C'est traduit par la création des centres universitaires, polytechniques, rattachés aux universités, des grandes écoles que l'école polytechnique de Ouagadougou et d'autres. Nous avons une école polytechnique à Ouagadougou et cette école est dirigée vers la formation technologique notamment. Et je donnerai une des filières phares, le domaine de l'ingénierie des textiles. Nous faisons la culture de coton au niveau du Burkina, donc il faudrait former des ingénieurs pour pouvoir prendre en compte les textiles et pouvoir en tout cas contribuer au développement. Bon, en conclusion, nous pourrons dire que le Burkina s'est engagé dans une réforme du système éducatif. Et l'objectif de cette réforme est d'introduire l'apprentissage des métiers et la formation professionnelle à tous les niveaux, en commençant par au niveau dans le domaine de la formation primaire, en allant secondaire et supérieur. Pour cette réforme, sont impliqués presque tous les ministères qui rentrent dans le cadre de la formation professionnelle. Tous ces ministères-là sont engagés pour contribuer à réformer le système et à mettre le système d'apprentissage. On aimerait qu'à la fin de chaque niveau, même si l'apprenant n'arrivait pas à continuer son cursus, qu'il puisse, à partir de ce qu'il a appris là, il puisse en tout cas avoir un métier dans les entreprises et que l'enseignement, aussi bien au niveau primaire, secondaire et supérieur, ne soit pas un creuset de formation des chômeurs, mais plutôt former en tout cas du personnel qui sont engagés pour le développement. J'en ai fini, je vous remercie.
Merci bien, M. Savadago. Our next speaker will be attempting to answer a very important question. How do you anticipate skill needs in an economy? What are the effective mechanisms for identifying skill needs, current and future? And what sort of gender analysis the place of women and girls in such a mechanism? What do we do in order to ensure that, one, we can identify the skill needs, and two, we can place equal emphasis on both men and women in such skills analysis? To attempt to answer this question, we have nominated Mr. Yamal Matabadal, the CEO of Polytechnics Mauritius and chairman of the Institute of Technical Education and Technology. Yamal is also a consultant for a number of international organizations, including the World Bank and the African Development Bank. Yamal, the mic is yours.
Thank you, Dr. Afeti. Sisters and brothers of Africa, very good afternoon to you. It seems like we are standing on your way to coffee. Coming out of lunch, you're quite tired. Yes. So as Dr. Afeti said, this is a very loaded question or series of questions. I will attempt to address some of these. If I can have the PowerPoint, please. Yeah. As we look at these three different aspects, I will weave in through the case study of Mauritius, which is a very small island in Africa. And very, very small, we have 1.3 million people. But some of the mechanisms that we have put in place, I'd like to argue, are not just easier because of a question of scale. It's really, everything is relative to context. So as we look at the skills anticipation, forecasting, gender, and articulation from TVET into higher education, I'd like to focus on the first and latter bit. I'll just touch a little bit on the middle aspect. The skills anticipation and forecasting mechanism. Many different countries, many different contexts, each of us looks at it in our own way. We realize that over time, there have been many models to address this. This is what we had been using in Mauritius, and sort of the waterfall method, really bottom up or trickle down, depending on how you look. But the problem with this model now is that the speed of change is such that waiting for a linear progression or a linear regression to take place will not be sufficient. By the time we are done addressing some of the skills needs, they will be rendered obsolete in time of market. So how do we look into this? Professor Wole's presentation was very, very was very significant in terms of looking at this, because I think there's a lot that we've actually started going in that direction in Mauritius. So with the help of the World Bank in 2020, when Mauritius in general for the past 10 years has been going through one of the largest reforms in education, from pre-primary to tertiary education. Embedded within this reform, the single biggest has been on TVET. So the reform within the reform. And I think there are lots of lessons learned, there are lots of action insights that can be delivered from this that we can share. Because as Professor Aminata was saying initially in the previous session, I think there's a lot for us to be able to intra-help within Africa, because the states of readiness are incrementally more or incrementally less. So that provides for a very good roadmap to be able to solve some of those challenges without necessarily taking and reverting to certain mechanisms that are too sophisticated for our situation. So with the help of the World Bank, I think this was traced into 2023 it was revisited, to acknowledge the fact that it has to be fluid. The feedback mechanisms cannot be the shelf life of a curriculum after 3 years getting back into the room and actually addressing what worked, what didn't. Because again, students as they're coming out, and this concerns both skilling, reskilling and upskilling at all stages of lifelong learning within the TVET framework. So within this mechanism, we realize that the cycle feedback is really important. There are certain questions that really arise. Who owns the skills problem? What is the nature of that skills problem now? Are the models that we have from before sufficient to be able to address this in a sustainable way? We've just listened to Professor Wole and my colleague from Burkina Faso that talk about the speed of change. And we realize that a whole of skilling approach is really important. For too long, the approach to TVET in many countries has been that of being subservient to industry. So as soon as we talk about subservience, we talk about an inequality of power dynamics. We talk about going and please help me to develop a talent pipeline that will actually be good for you and for the development of your staff eventually. So we have the prerequisite here is to make sure that we have a war of equals. We have to have an understanding of win-win in terms of collaboration. That's step one. This whole of skilling also takes stock of the fact that we're not only talking about the young generation, as much as its demographic is extremely important within the African narrative, we have to talk about people who are structurally out of work or temporarily out of work. So reskilling and upskilling is very important as well. For too long, TVET has been very rigid in terms of its structure. We are focusing on the functional skills. We want technical skills to be delivered, but then with the speed of change today, the students are not able to gravitate the echelons to get into supervisory. Hence, I think as has been alluded before, the need for technical, non-core, non-technical skills, as well as transversal skills, the softer elements, a combination of all three. But that juxtaposition of where and how we place those skills depends on a very frank and honest conversation with industry. Over time, we've inherited trickle-down, top-down, and bottom-up approaches, where obviously you have the supranational organizations, and then it gets into national policy, the national agencies, regulatory frameworks, institutional level, and dealing with industry. But again, it's not linear progression. So this is very important to talk about a whole of skilling approach. Embedded within this, over time, many of us already have the national qualifications framework that we've developed. But those speak really about the qualification system. The skills as the new currency is a total different entity. And there are so many different problems that we need to now solve. We cannot employ problems past to find new solutions. When we're approaching employers, oftentimes the solution might be a shorter course or a bullet course, or now we've been talking about micro-credentials. Mauritius actually came up with the first guidelines of micro-credentials connecting TVET and the higher education framework right now. We've already articulated a model. And within this, there's a lot of interest from industry, because maybe the problem is about, again, not sticking to the parity of esteem, the stigma issue that was usually connected to TVET, but changing and modernizing this approach. This is what has been part of the reform in Mauritius, in terms of how do we change this so that it's not a plus model. It's not just incrementally better. It's a totally different branded and modern form of system. And overall, this cycle will then increase and get better. Just to take an example, at the institutional level, we have a model of skill development. I'm not going to get into all the different rungs of the ladder, but what's interesting is that to have this sustainable conversation with industry, it is not pre and post. We have industry over at our institutions, pre in stakeholders meetings and industry advisory boards, and then at the end of the close, we have a tracer study to say how many of those you've actually recruited. In polytechnics right now, in the model, very close to the model that Professor Wole is trying to describe, obviously it's early start, we have graduated, to give you an idea of scale, the oldest and most significant institution in Mauritius is the University of Mauritius, that currently has 58 years of existence and about 9,700 students in stock. Just to give you an idea, because scale is completely different across Africa. In polytechnics, 6 years we've been around, so we're a very young institution. We are 5,000 students already. So we've been able to grow extremely fast. We've graduated about 23% of that pool of students, with a 97% placement full-time in industry at graduation, not 6 months after, not 12 months after. And I think skills forecasting and anticipation, both the science part of it and the art of actually negotiating with the employers, has played a huge role in this. So that's one aspect. The second aspect of the skills forecasting system has been to have a model of 50-30-20, 50% in class, 30% in internship, and 20% in simulation environments, labs set up on campus, to be able to start to trigger the skilling process. So with this, obviously, spending a lot of time in industry becomes really important, moving from generic to specialized. Every touch point with industry is an opportunity to gather intelligence. Because oftentimes, when we are all meeting with industry stakeholders, we realize that we're actually getting them at a time of firefighting mode. Are the solutions being provided actually problems of past, present, or actually setting up for the future? So getting the right conversation is also very important within the skill forecasting, because if we're solving problems past, then students who are now onboarding programs with a 2 or 3 year lifetime are bound to be obsolete by the time they come out. So triggering the right honest conversation is really important. There are many different elements here. Speed interviewing, again, another touch point to understand what works or what doesn't work. And transversal questions. Asking a direct question of what you need, the industry will come and tell us what they actually need. The right question is, what do you want? So that we can come back as the pedagogical experts to say, this is what you need based on what you want. So the want and need equation here is to be carefully crafted. And this is a beginning on that journey to getting to a discussion of equals, of win-win partnership. That's how some of the labs and design spaces start getting funded, because we've talked about funding and the challenges thereof. The more we put the onus on the employers, the better we're going to emerge in terms of skills preparation. Influence without accountability is a no-go, and we have to change this. In terms of the gender gap, we have, you will get access to this PowerPoint presentation. One of the there are two probably schemes that have really worked for us recently in Mauritius, as we have transformed the technical vocational education ecosystem to different rungs of the ladder, technical education, higher technical education, which I'm going to get in on the next slide, we realized that the participation of women has been much higher, as you can see in red in fuchsia below, from 24% to 39%. The gross tertiary education ratio in Mauritius is 49% right now. When we started the reform process for TVET in 2015, the share was 12%. And eventually, we wanted to get to 30% by 2030, either to align to the SDGs, goal number 4, or to align to Vision 2030 of the government of Mauritius. Within that, today we are currently 23%. So again, not only participation of women, but participation at large within the TVET sector is growing. We have also back-to-work programs for ladies. So there are a number of different elements that we can look into. I'm finishing on this slide, which is the articulation from TVET to university. We used to have a 2-tier framework of vocational and university. We've now broken this into 4 different tiers. Vocational, technical education, higher technical education, which are the polytechnics, and universities, with pathways strung as beads of a necklace throughout. No dead ends, no deciding to opt out, or also addressing the needs of the emerging economy for industrialization purposes. More education doesn't solve the problem. Accurate and right education does. So each endowed with a mandate to do specifically skilling at different rungs of the ladder, creating the craftsmen, the technicians, the technologists, and the research eventually. So as Professor Wole was saying, when we were articulating this in Mauritius, we were thinking about also doing and thinking, and polytechnics and technology education emerges as the thinking doers. So just a little bit to share. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Yamal. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, I crave your indulgence for just 2 more speakers. We'll try and finish quickly. And I'll ask the last 2 speakers not to let my blood pressure rise, because as I sit here, I'm looking at the time, and I have a conflicting emotion trying to resolve within me. Do I stop them, or do I allow them to continue? But of course, they've prepared to come and share their thoughts with us. So it's going to be very, I think, embarrassing for me as moderator to say, please stop. But the next 2 speakers, you know how I feel now, so help me survive. So now it's my turn to call on Mr. Anthony Mwangi, the CEO of Kenya Association of Manufacturers. Anthony has over 20 years experience across various industries, transportation, technology, and oil and gas, and he has held positions Tullow Oil, IBM, and Kenya Airways. So who could be a better person than Anthony to tell us about the role of the private sector in revitalizing TVET? Anthony, do me the favor, 8 minutes, please. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon to you all protocols observed. I'm going to take a few minutes, and I'm speaking from the manufacturing standpoint, and I'll try to demonstrate why it is important for us to focus on this sector, so that then we can focus on the jobs for our young people. So if you look at, that's a map of Kenya, and you are seated in that tiny dot called Nairobi. Now 85% of manufacturing is done in that tiny dot called Nairobi. And I'm assuming this happens across Africa, whether you're in Lagos, whether you're in Ouagadougou, whether you're in Mauritius. Manufacturing is highly concentrated in the capital cities. But the reason we're putting those numbers is also to anticipate where are the demands for work, where do we focus on when we are looking for skills, and on your left or your right, you'll see a circle that talks about different sectors and the distribution of manufacturing in different sectors. In Kenya, just like in many African countries, you'll find that there's a heavy concentration on agriculture, food and beverage. If you put that together, your highs of 35, 40%. And there are huge, huge opportunities that are in agriculture. We've not even moved to third industrial revolution, the fourth industrial revolution. We're fast moving towards that direction. But even where we are, there are huge opportunities. What about leather? What about chemicals? If you look at leather and footwear, for instance, in terms of skills and in terms of opportunities, we did a comparison between Kenya, Ethiopia, and Italy. And we created a continuum 0 to 10, access to raw materials, where 0 is a lack of raw materials, 10 is a gold standard access to raw materials. And when we compared Kenya, Ethiopia, and Italy, access to raw materials for Kenya and Ethiopia, it was at 8 out of 10. But then we went further. Italy was 2 out of 10. Then we went further and said, if you add value, let us see how we're adding value and how Italians are doing it. Italy jumped in value addition 10 out of 10. Kenya, Ethiopia moved back to 3 out of 10. These are some of the sectors that can create massive job opportunities for all the countries in Africa, because Africans and their animals, cows and goats and sheep, they are intact. They stay together. And therefore, we can turn those to raw materials. But how are we going to do that if we cannot build skills in all these sectors? And I thought that just distributing those sectors the way they are demonstrates that there are massive, massive opportunities. So what is the role of private sector? So number one, we are both an employer, and now we are turning into educators. We are even turning into making the curricula, because in most cases, what you're getting from institutions of TVET and institutional higher learning is not matching what we want. While we would want to concentrate on production, now we have to think about how do we train. And the runway for someone coming out of a university or someone coming from TVET institutions is in months, which is supposed to be actually in active production. So we are partnering with different organizations, and GIZ, and I'm happy that we talked about German model. We're implementing the German model together with our partners GIZ, ILO, to make sure that we are able to transition people. And for the people that you've trained over a short period of time, as one of the speakers say, the transition to work is in excess of 80%. So you can see the transition, how quickly we can be able to do that. But again, because we are manufacturers, we are not trainers, perhaps we have not done that at bigger scale. But that is now what we are looking at. We started piloting dual TVET on about 5 counties in Kenya, but now we're going to in excess of almost 47 counties to make sure that we are transitioning, we're onboarding people in this training, and we're able to transition them to work as quickly as possible. So we want to say that the reason why we are partnering is because we demand or we need those skills, and we need to increase the production. If you look at where we are today, Kenya contribution, manufacturing contribution to GDP is about 7.8%. We've agreed and aligned with the government that the shared dream is to move that contribution to 20%. But what does that 7.8% mean? Outside public sector, which has in excess of 900,000 employees, public servants, the next wage employment comes from manufacturing sector at 352,000. Now, if we move that contribution to 20% to the GDP, we move those 352,000 to almost 1 million plus. We have mapped out sector by sector by sector. Sectors like textile can actually create 300,000 jobs in the next 5 years. But do we have institutions that can be able to train those number of people? We mapped leather and footwear, almost 100,000 people in the next 5 years. That means that we need to be training almost 20,000 people, designers, teachers, all manner of skills. So I see, PS, my friend, we have a lot of work to do. But the opportunities are there in Kenya and across Africa. And I think because Mr. Moderator has asked us to be very generous with our time, I want to hand over that time to you, Mr. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Anthony. You deserve an award for being so kind. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to the last speaker. He's going to talk to us about regional collaboration in the delivery of TVET. You know, TVET is expensive. So if you collaborate regionally, you could have synergies. There could be issues of sharing of resources. There could be issues of learning, peer learning as well. I will not want to perhaps take the wind out of his sails, but to do justice to this topic is Dr. Kosam Joseph, who is the Regional Project Coordinator for ISTRIP, the East African Skills for Transformation and Integration Project. Just before he goes to the podium, let me let you know that ISTRIP was in fact an idea of PASET. Yeah, it was. But because PASET hasn't got the resources to implement these sort of activities, the World Bank looked at it and said, no, there is value in this, there's good things in this. So they ran away with our baby. We are the midwives, and then the World Bank is now taking care of our baby. So, Dr. Joseph, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. Moderator, you have said it correctly. I'm very aware that ISTRIP was mooted from the CAG, one of the CAG meetings. And at the inception of ISTRIP, there was an idea that members of PASET CAG could be members of ISTRIP Regional Steering Committee, but because of the limitation of financing, that was not possible. Otherwise, I want to acknowledge the keynote speaker. You have really said it all, spot on, what TVET is, what TVET can do. Mention everything, smart manufacturing, advanced manufacturing, the need to bring together universities and the TVET institutions, it was spot on. I don't need to go to that. But otherwise, before I start, I'm not alone here. Allow me, moderator, to acknowledge my constituents. I have a good family of ISTRIP. What I'm going to share here is because of these people who are seated behind here. The ISTRIP family, please, if you can stand up, just 5 seconds. ISTRIP. I'm not alone here. These are the people behind this model project. This is the project which is funded by the World Bank financing, based on performance-based financing. Total project value is $293 million. It's a 5-year project. It's expected to close this year, but negotiations are on being concluded. We may get an extension of 2 years up to 2026. Ethiopia has $150 million, Kenya $60 million, Tanzania $75 million, and IUCA as a regional facilitation unit has a grant of $80 million. Those are the project development objectives, but we're focusing on transportation, infrastructure, energy, manufacturing, information, and the communication technology. The project is focusing on 3 components. One, which is very, very important, which is taking almost 70% of $293 million, that establishing the TVET Centers of Excellence, but we call them Regional Flagship TVET Institute, RFTIs, where we are putting up new infrastructure in terms of buildings. New campuses are built and furnished with the state-of-the-art facilities. Then at national level, we are encouraging or building capacity for ministry responsible for TVET to put up policy framework or conducive environment to support TVET. And then the third component is the regional integration aspect, which we get a grant from the World Bank to develop regional policy framework to facilitate harmonization of TVET across the region, one of which we have managed to develop a regional TVET qualification framework, occupational standards, the regional policy integration framework, and the occupational assessment and certification framework. This is the model that we believe is a model that if we, across the continent, we could borrow this model. It has proved to be very practical, and it brings quality graduates, it brings relevant skills, because one of the things that this project focuses on is involvement of the private sector or the industry. From the TVET institution, you must involve the private sector or the industry from the governance of the TVET institution and from curriculum development, review, industry attachment, apprenticeship, etc., etc. This is a requirement which anyone, even at governance level, at regional steering committee, we have a representation of the private sector from all the 3 countries. And one of the things that we appreciate in this project is the support of our government. Apart from the financing, we have a lot of political support. I want to recognize the presence of Dr. Moria, the PA Principal Secretary Kenya. She's providing a lot of support in the implementation of this project. And of course, I want to recognize also the former PS, Dr. Kevin Desai, who was the PS by the time the project was launched, up to when he handed over to Dr. Moria. We have a lot of support. The current chairperson of Regional Steering Committee is the State Minister Ethiopia, who whenever they meet at governance level, we get a lot of support, encouragement, and the directive from our government. These are the countries. We have 16 centers of excellence, which are spread in the 3 countries. We have 7 in Ethiopia, 5 in Kenya, 4 in Tanzania, and they're focusing on ICT, power, energy, transportation, and manufacturing. This is where we are supposed to focus on from our perspective at ISRIP, looking at environmental sustainability as an issue of today's world. I think it goes without saying that if you look at what is happening now, even in East Africa, mention Nairobi, Dar es Salaam, Kampala, we have all seen the impact of climate change. I think today I'm told Dar es Salaam is not passable everywhere. Nairobi, I think the past 2 days, we have more or less similar. Most of the roads were not passable. That's why we think it's very important as we meet as a TVET institution and the universities, how do we contribute to influence policymakers and to bring also strategic interventions that will support our government and other stakeholders to alleviate the issues of climate change. And the issue of the contribution of TVET on sustainable environment, I think, is very key. I think every TVET institution currently we are advocating for greening of TVET and the greening skills. That whatever we are developing at TVET level, whether our skills, our competencies, our attitudes, how do we ensure we embed sustainable utilization of our resources, whether they are green resources or any natural resources that we are impacting. So we are advocating for that now in this conversation where TVET is sitting with universities, how do we come together to ensure that we are contributing to the greening of this world? So this is the direction that as we meet here, which I think I want to commend the PASET for this bringing together, especially the theme of this sixth forum, the conversation of TVET in this area, because this is the paradigm shift. If you look at the traditional universities, they don't want even to hear whether TVET exists or they don't exist. But I think this conversation here is very important. And as the moderator said, ISRIP is a baby of PASET. But I can assure you, ISRIP now has grown up enough to be a partner to PASET. Now we can sit together and make a fruitful conversation. So with that, I want to conclude by giving an example of Arusha Technical College. It's one of the centers of excellence in TVET. They're focusing on renewable energy. They have managed now to develop this very simple, affordable mobile tricycle, which you just use a solar panel. You can move from any part of Dar es Salaam without polluting the environment, and affordable by our people. These are the areas which we are proposing as ISRIP, where we can come together with universities to partner. The carbon cycle management, climate change, natural resource use, water management, water pollution, etc., etc. So we think there are many areas where we can continue conversation between ISRIP or TVET in general with the university to see how we can contribute to our government, to our policy makers, and many others. So these are the areas which I think, in summary, I think this is going to be shared with you. This is the area which, as ISRIP, we are focusing on without going into much details. And in summary, we are looking at the UNESCO TVET strategy, 2022-2029, that the TVET system shall on the issue of environmental sustainability. I think it's an issue which we should align all our policies to ensure that whatever we are doing in policy making, policy strategies, policy implementation, environmental sustainability, even responsibility, and especially the green. Thank you. And there is a need to carry out training of trainers, because most of our university professors, our TVET institution, were trained when the concept of greening has not come on board. So I think we are advocating, can we start retraining our professors, our TVET institution, to be retrained in line with the greening of the world, so that whatever we are planning, we are doing is in line with the green. The capacity building on our TVET leadership, policy makers, and the most important, can we come up with structured or institutionalized partnership with the industries and wider stakeholders at large. So this is just an example of the new institution that we're building through ISRIP. This is the Hawassa Polytechnic College in Ethiopia. It's a textile and garment learning factory that within the learning, they participate in all the value chain of production in the textile or garment process. And this is brand new. On average, each center of excellence receives between $10 to $15 million. Putting up new infrastructure, building, putting up new machineries, equipment, and the most important, the training of tutors or lecturers or professors in TVET institution. And this is another one. This is in Kenya, the Kisumu Polytechnic College, which is also in progress. What you are seeing here, this one here, with a wider roof, this is also a textile teaching factory, which will have all the process from engineering up where you have the garment, the garment at the end of the process. So when graduates come off this training process, they have all the basic skills and hands-on on how the manufacturing or the textile manufacturing process takes place. Otherwise, once again, I want to thank PASET to bring us on board as now big brothers together as partners. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Joseph. Unfortunately, we will not have time for Q&A, but all the speakers, especially Wole, Sabadogu, Yamal, Anthony, and Joseph, have all told me that they are available during the coffee break for any interaction with them, because we really run out of time. If you want to blame somebody for not giving you the opportunity for Q&A, blame me as the moderator, but I will blame the speakers for taking too much time. But I think it's been a very lively session, and I thank you all very much. What we are going to do next is that at the end of the forum, this TVET PASET forum, we'll be producing a policy brief that will bring together all the interesting ideas that would come out of this forum, and then widely disseminate this policy brief to governments, to policy makers, and so on. So rest assured that your contributions, your inputs will definitely feature in this PASET policy brief that we have decided to produce. In conclusion, let me say that the most important thing perhaps that has come out of this session is that value addition to people. Value addition to people who can then add value to our natural resources. That perhaps is one of the key messages from this session. Because as many of you may know, natural resources have no natural owners. The true owners are those who have the knowledge and skills to exploit them. That is why our oil wealth, our cocoa, our timber, most of the wealth goes back to countries where we import expertise and skilled workers. Wole made that point very clear. So let us add value to people. Then the people who have the skills can now add value to our natural resources. On this note, ladies and gentlemen, please help me to thank our panelists. Thank you very much. And so I pass the mic to our MC.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Kindly, as this distinguished panelists take a photo, which should take at least 31 seconds. I want to invite the next group of panelists. But in the meantime, for the audience, instead of just staring as they take the photo, kindly and humbly just stand up and say high five to your next door, to the person next to you. Just stretch a bit, high five, and then very good, including the honorable ministers. Yeah, that is good. As for the panelists, take the photos. That's very good. You may take up your seats. So I want to invite the moderator for this session, Dr. Moses Osiru. Are you around? Yes, Dr. Moses. Kindly come on stage. I want to quickly invite the following panelists. You may take your seats. I'd want the panelists who have been there to please take up the seats so that we take this quickly. Dr. Kamau Gashigi, Executive Director, Gearbox Kenya, are you around? Dr. Kamau Gashigi, Executive Director, Gearbox Kenya, kindly come on stage. Want to also welcome Dr. Stephanie Noli, founder and CEO, Pontu Technologies Limited from Ghana. Of course, the former PS in the Republic of Kenya, Dr. Kevit Desai, co-chair of Agricultural Technology Innovation Center. And lastly, Elaine Dashimie, Artificial Intelligence and Machine Learning Lead, Center for the Fourth Industrial Revolution, Rwanda. He's not here, okay? So, ladies and gentlemen, before this panel get into the conversation, a couple of announcements. So, side meeting 1 will continue after this. However, side meeting 2 will not be held. All of us, we are required to be at the Nyama Choma Ranch at exactly 5:30. So that tells you something, Mr. Moderator, the time that you have. Let me repeat this, because I know and I've seen there are so many Nyama Choma enthusiasts here. At 5:30, I humbly request you to be seated at Nyama Choma Ranch. There is some nice entertainment that will be there and you will enjoy. In Kiswahili, kwa heshima na taadhima, ningependa kwamba, can somebody complete that? Yeah? Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, 5:30 p.m. we have a date. So you only have strictly 1 hour. It is a few minutes to 4. So at 4:55, I would kindly request that we wrap up this. Kindly. I seek your indulgence. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, let me now hand you over to Dr. Moses Osiru, Senior Education Specialist at the World Bank. Please welcome.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Could I kindly request for the slide, the moderator slide, to be put up? And as we begin this session, welcome to this session on TVET in the Fourth Industrial Revolution. First of all, to just set a bit of context, and maybe also to thank the previous session, because I think a lot was said that really sequences well into the session that we have now. There are 2 sub-sessions within this session. This is 4.1 on emerging technologies of the Fourth Industrial Revolution as opportunities to address Africa's industrialization challenges. Now, I have put a slide up here, and I think it captures a bit of what I think Professor Wole had described. And I'd wanted actually to ask each of you to put up your hands where you think we fit at present, but maybe the time has been highlighted, so we won't go into that. But we have 3 speakers with us today. One of our speakers, unfortunately, was not able to make it because of a missed flight. So Mr. Allen will not be here with us. But we still have enough, much more than enough, I wish to assure you. So let me make 5 points. 3 that are setting the context, 2 that is more giving a background, and then 1 on our objectives for this session. So in terms of the context, I want to say that the Fourth Industrial Revolution technologies make workers more productive, and they lead to higher quality of work. And this is a study from Stanford that has just come out. I think it was this year, actually. So that is the first statement I want to make. The second one is about investments, particularly in generative AI investments. So this has what is it? I don't know what the word is. 8 times, is it? In terms of the rise in investments in generative AI, which has moved from $3 billion to $25.2 billion since 2022. That's in the last 3 years. So that gives you an idea of the scale of what we are discussing. The third point is that a study by Ipsos also recognized that people across the globe are much more cognizant of AI now, but also more nervous. And three concerns were highlighted, at least three main concerns. One is about the misuse or the use of AI for nefarious purposes. The second one is the impact of AI on jobs, and this came out, I think, in the last discussion. The third point was the violation of citizens' privacy. Those were the three concerns that were raised. Now, the two background issues I want to highlight is that as we talk about TVET, we need to recognize that there are differences between our context and that in the north. One is our young population. We not have an aging population in Africa. Secondly, just to highlight that there are differences in terms of data, but 90% of our population is more, employment is more in the informal rather than the formal sector. Thirdly, we are relying on agriculture and more sorry, my notes here keep moving away from me. And primary industries, we have low internet coverage, but also weak electricity networks. And then my last point is that also to highlight, as we talk about TVET, we need to recognize that PASET does have investments within the higher education side, on the academic side, where there is support that's going towards ICT. At present, there are at least 3 universities that are working directly on training PhDs in the areas of ICT, and 44 PhDs are under training. There are 9 projects that are investing in ICT innovations, but also other green energy technologies that are being invested in through the other AHUs and PASET investment through RSIF. So lastly, the outcomes that we expect in this session. One, we want to highlight the important, available, and emerging technologies for the 4th Industrial Revolution. The second one, we want to explore opportunities and strategies for scaling these technologies and applications for the development of our continent. And then the last is we also want to highlight TVET skills as well as relevant knowledge to accelerate the use of 4IR. So with those quick remarks, I wish to invite the first speaker. As he comes, possibly I can, let me switch the mic. Could we have the presentation for the first speaker, Dr. Gachigi? And I wanted to do a quick introduction. So Dr. Kamau Gachigi, thank you. Dr. Kamau Gachigi is the founding executive director of Gearbox Pan-Africa Networks, a hardware accelerator that provides members with access to modern machines for prototyping and low-volume manufacturing, including electronics, PCB fabrication. He also taught prior at the University of Nairobi, and he founded Machine Africa Network of Industries, which is Machine Annie, but also co-founded Gearbox Europlacer, an electronics contract manufacturing firm. He served as a member of the Global Council on the Future of Production under the World Economic Forum, and is a member of the CAG, the PASET CAG, and chair of the board of the National Industrial Training Authority, NITA. He also previously worked at TDK in Japan. Over to you, Dr. Gachigi.
Thank you very much, Dr. Osiro, and it's a real pleasure to be here today to share what we've done at Gearbox and we continue to do. And also, it's an honor to be here as a former member of the consultative advisory group for PASET, which I served on for many years, and it's wonderful to see many of my colleagues here in the audience and have been on the stage as well. So let me get right into it. There's 3 companies that make up Gearbox. The first on the left, Gearbox Pan-African Network, and the name should speak about the vision. It was founded in 2014, coming out of my experience working at the University of Nairobi, where I had been appointed by the Vice Chancellor at the time, who was formerly chairman of PASET as well, Professor Magoha. And he gave me the responsibility of setting up a science and technology park at the University of Nairobi, and we decided to do it low budget through what's called a Fab Lab coming out of MIT. I think a lot of you are familiar with Fab Labs. And to be honest, we left the university because the administrative pressure, the bureaucracy was too great. So we decided, let's move out still serving the same constituency, because the people who had the brains, experience, and so on were at the university, the faculty and the students. And so we needed to have that linkage, but we were more free to be able to do what we did from outside. That was about 10 years ago, and because we knew that in 2022 our funding was going to dry up. We were getting funding from a foundation in the US called the Lemelson Foundation, so we needed to make plans to be sustainable, self-sustaining. So we set up two for-profit entities. One is called Machine Africa Network of Industries, and we use an acronym Mashinani. People who know Kiswahili will understand what that means, is local area. And the second being Gearbox Europlacer. And from the arrows in this illustration, you can see that Gearbox will serve or serves as a pipeline for the two companies that are in the private sector. And they both give back some of the revenues to sustain Gearbox. So both of the boards on each of those companies actually decided to give money back from revenues to Gearbox. So I'll begin with Gearbox. This is a short video that illustrates what we do. I think video is a lot more effective in terms of conveying what it is exactly that we do. This is CNC machines, a class of machines, computer numerical control. This is a laser cutter, and it speaks to automation in the workplace, in industry, in the factories. And so that's a laser cutter that can produce a variety of things. We have a CNC mill. This mill is able to take an image on the computer and very faithfully carve it or mill it out of metal or plastic. And so you can see Kunisafi is one of the companies that we incubate. 3D printing, of course, has captured the imagination of the world. One of those technologies that is really developing in leaps and bounds and transforming the way that we make things. So not only do we use them, we also make them. We have, in recognition of the fourth industrial revolution, the importance of electronics. So we've been teaching for a while students and giving them very practical experience on making circuits. So electronic students design the circuits, they can make them at Gearbox. We have a pick and place, a robotic pick and place machine that now places the components onto the board. And this is not a very expensive machine, about $6,000 worth. And so you're able then to make a prototype, do the proof of concept, and from a business perspective, this is very, very important because investors only invest when they have the results of proof of concept. These are machines that we make ourselves. This is a machine we're making CNC plasma cutter in Lamu, which is at the coast of Kenya, for the Red Cross. And so it's a plasma cutter, it cuts sheet and plate metal, as you can see. The next one is called Kunja Bot. In Kiswahili, Kunja means to bend. We have, one of our supporters has been AutoCAD or Autodesk, the company in California. They gave our head of engineering a 4-month immersive experience in California where he developed this machine for automatically bending pipe so that you can tell it exactly what the angle should be, and it does so faithfully and repeatably. This is a rotomolder that we made. It's still a work in progress. As you can see, it's not environmentally very effective. We need to build a furnace around it so that it maintains the heat more effectively, but it produces water tanks after about 20 minutes. This is our line for electronics. It's a joint venture with Europlacer from Europe, and this machine can place the components, about 14,000 components per hour. So we're able to make, on average, about 1 million boards a year. And so for us, that's very, very important, and trying to make sure that this can actually work for the industry that is developing in this country and the region in general. These are the companies that we've supported over the years. There are many more than this, but this is just a sample. So from people who've been making the machines that I've just described and seen in the videos, to Roy Alela, who developed a glove. You can see him, he's holding a red glove, and he did the AI portion of that. The lady behind him designed the electronics, whereby a deaf person is able to use sign language, and it converts that into voice. And on the phone, they have an app whereby they can choose a male or a female voice, and it will speak out whatever they're signing. And this has won a lot of competitions globally. We, as Gearbox, partner with the American Society of Mechanical Engineers for a competition they hold on the continent every year for the whole of the continent. It's held in Kenya every year. And that company won that competition about 3 years ago. And so there are various others, as you can see. And these kinds of companies are developed in most of our countries, but they need a lot of support to get to the next level where they have high commercial impact. And that really is how we start to bridge the gap between industry and the education sector. We also teach courses because we saw an obvious gap. The gap being that even at the universities, the exposure to the practical side of the engineering is lacking because equipment very often lacks, but not just that. Even the culture at the university sometimes does not permit, because there's a security man, typically a man, who will come at around 5 p.m. to lock the workshop. And that's where the students should even be spending the night to be able to truly, rigorously develop the kinds of products that will become products in the marketplace. So we designed courses that are short, about 3 months, embedded systems, which covers IoT and machine learning, digital design and fabrication, machine learning as its own distinct subject, robotics, and augmented and virtual reality, especially as pertains to hardware. And so these courses have been oversubscribed by students, especially from the universities. Our problem now is to make sure that we're able to charge them and at the same time get the numbers that we want, and that's currently what we're very busy doing. We also reach out to children. So this shows Gearbox Junior Academy. Specifically, we target 9 to 14 years. This has been shown to be the age range where the impact can be the greatest. After 14 years, quite often the education system discourages children, those who are not inclined towards engineering. They may be, but maybe the way that it was presented in school or so on has discouraged them. But between 9 and 14 years, all of these children are really ready to learn. So we expose them to the various kinds of softwares relating to engineering, Tinkercad, which is a form of CAD, computer-aided design. We also have coding classes, virtual reality, as you can see, a tour of the factory. We also do molecular biology, noting, of course, that the fourth industrial revolution very notably includes molecular biology as a part of what it is. Okay, next, yeah. These are some of the circuits that we've made at our factory over time. I want to point out the bottom on the right over there, which is Raspberry Pi. Some of you may have come across this particular, I can see some of you nodding. Raspberry Pi produces computers in the UK, and a particular one of their computers called the Raspberry Pi Pico, all of the production for Africa is done in our factory. And right now we're also exporting outside of the continent. And most 75% of our customers actually are from outside of Africa, from Japan, UK, and the US. And they're finding that it's interesting, like with the UK, we have a tax treaty, which means it's cheaper for them to manufacture their circuits in Kenya than in China. And that is something that nobody thought may be possible. So we're showing that this really is possible and can be done, and it can be done in each of our countries on the continent. We were requested by UNDP to develop the same model as Gearbox for what they call the Timbuktu project. This is unipods that are now in 14 countries. So when we began designing these unipods, it was 10 countries. And now it's 14 countries and growing. And these are pictures of the launch that happened in Uganda. I can see the Minister of Education seated right here. She actually was there and presented a very good speech at the point. And here, basically, we're putting these in these countries and now trying to push a program that can help with the sustainability of these unipods, because as you notice, or you might know, they're hosted at universities. And I said earlier, the reason why Gearbox left the university is because of the overbearing bureaucracy. So there needs to be very clear distinction between the university and the unipod, so that the unipod, for example, does not have to abide by the university's HR rules when trying to employ an executive director or somebody who should be in charge, or various staff, because they need to be able to get the best that are out there in the marketplace, because this success of these unipods depends on linkages with the industry and the marketplace. And very often a professor may have that exposure, but also may not. You might have to get a business practitioner to come into the university setting to make this a possibility. This is a project that we've done with the MasterCard Foundation and Kenya Commercial Bank. We are building greenhouses for hydroponic farming. And here you can see the plants growing inside, and the water passes over each plant. It uses about 11% of the water of normal overhead irrigation. And the idea here was that youth would be given loans to buy the greenhouses, and the company that was training them on hydroponic farming, which was not us, was then the off-taker. So they had a market ready. And for that reason, the bank was ready to loan the money to the youth who normally would not be bankable. And so it was all de-risked in that manner. The second thing, of course, that all the greenhouses are in the same location, which means water purification can be done at one go, and so on and so forth. And very importantly, these greenhouse farms were in the city. And so it meant that transport from the normal sources of food, which is what is really a very big contributor to the cost of food, for example, in Nairobi, and not just the transport in itself, but also the cartels that organize around the transport, mean that the food costs more. But if you're growing the food inside the city itself, the chances are that the cost of the food will be far lower. We're also looking at the same model for hospital beds, so we make hospital beds, and the idea was to look and say, the government in any country is the largest procuring entity. It has a lot of money that it spends, and if as part of that procurement, it's importing things, we're pushing for an import substitution policy, whereby they give opportunity to entities that are within the university to develop the very same product. It could be that they're buying street lights, they're buying water meters, smart electricity meters. These can be designed by your own local people, and then as a government, you give them business. And this is the only way, not the only way, but a very powerful way to grow business. The Far East has done this very effectively, and I think a lot of African countries need to be able to step up and do this more effectively. This is basically how Machine Africa, the second company, works, so that it's able to do what I've just described, but because of time, I won't go into that. And just to say that I'm sure during the discussion we'll be able to discuss in more detail, but I think my primary message today is this procurement model, that if governments can give their own people their own business, the taxpayer money, that can make a huge difference. And there are many, many forces that militate against that. We know that, not least of all corruption, but also foreign governments that give loans and say within the loan, if you buy equipment for the education sector, you must buy equipment from their country, which means you can't develop your own industry and so on. But I think we'll leave that for discussion later. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Dr. Gachigi. Immediately, I'd like to request the next speaker to come to the platform, Dr. Stephen Nwoli, who is founder and CEO of Portu Technologies Limited, Ghana. Stephen holds a PhD in ICT management, big data. His expertise is in AI, including big data, data science, cloud computing, business intelligence, and he brings private sector experience. He currently serves as an adjunct lecturer at Ashesi University in the computer science department, and he's founder and CEO also of Portu Technologies, an IT company that provides big data and machine learning services, as well as software development. He was also instrumental in creating an automated machine learning tool, SN Nwoli, designed to make data analytics easy and affordable. Over to you, Stephen.
Okay, good afternoon. I'll try to be brief within maximum 5 minutes, so we don't take much time. I do that to my students, a 1.5 hour lecture. I try and do it within 30 minutes because I think the 1 hour might be total waste of time. So my name is Stefan, and our company, I wear 3 hats. So I lecture in Ashesi University in the computer science department. I'm also the chairman for the technology sector for AGI, that's Association of Ghana Industry, and we've been advocating for policy for the government sector. So we've been doing a lot of job in that area. So I'll focus on the technology priorities. So last year, the World Bank financed a project through the Ministry of Communication and Digitalization for the education sector to build a Ghana Knowledge and Skill Bank. So what it meant is that it was a repository of knowledge where every researcher, every faculty, every student, or any other person in the TVET ecosystem can log onto an application and have access to content, to any other content. And you are taught either in your local dialect, so whether in Twi in Ghana, or you are taught in Nzima, or in Hausa, or in any local dialect. So this project was done, and it's been launched, and about 1,500 people have logged onto the application, and it's being piloted. And the Ministry of Education is excited about that. So this is an area where it helps a organizer or a welder to learn something in your local dialect, because most of the people who come for education are in the informal sector. So it was a way to bridge that gap also in the TVET, in the polytechnics, and the university level. So they also have access to this learning material. Now, in deploying applications, also considering areas in prioritizing the TVET, you need to look at the ecosystem. Africa is a place where connectivity is a challenge. So anything that you are bringing, if we are talking about industrial revolution. You are talking about technology. Cloud is on the internet. Connectivity is an issue. How do you ensure that you build systems considering offline mode? So we need to be able to see how do we make sure that any technology that we build has an offline mode. So the technology that we built for the Ministry of Education in Ghana has an offline mode and an online mode. I wouldn't bore everyone about the fourth industrial revolution. We've learned a lot from other panelists, and I would not reinvent the wheel again. But what I would want to say to this is, how do we make sure that we are not left behind? There is an area where we have not looked at because there are a lot of algorithm biases. So how do we take care of our local dialects? How do we build models that it converts from our local dialects to any other language, either English and French? That area has not been considered a lot, and our company is spending a lot of time. So for every long vacation, we get students from all over the universities in Ghana, about 250 students every long vacation, and we train these people, and these guys also help build these models for us. And we select about 10 people giving them scholarship. So we have about 31 students having scholarship at the moment. From an AGI perspective, how does AGI support in that area? What AGI has done is that we try to advocate for a sound policy for the government. How do we make sure that we facilitate those adoption? Because we work with the industries, we understand every sector, and because we also have surveys every year to be able to pick information, to collaborate with the universities. We also collaborate with private sector to see how do we get interns from these universities and give them hands-on training from an AGI perspective. So we push them through national service when they finish their university. We push them to industries to be able to learn on certain kind of projects. So there's another level of training when they finish in the university. We also collaborate with the university to ensure that we influence their curriculum. So how do we make sure that every curriculum that is brought, do they bring it to the industry for us to have a look at it? So AGI has been playing a major role in that aspect. Now, there are gaps that we need to look at. So we have taken a need from an AGI perspective to see how do we identify gaps, because most of the conversations that comes in our discussion is that we look at fourth industrial revolution, any other technology, but we forget the new children, the newborn, because there are Gen Zs coming about. How do we make sure that we inculcate their way of learning, their way of absorbing? Because today, once somebody wants to watch YouTube and learn, in our time it wasn't like that. We have to read the manuals to be able to do that. So how do we consider these children, and how do we inculcate that in the kind of technology that we are allowing, in the curriculum that they are learning? So how do we also do impact analysis on the curriculum itself? What are the tools that they need to be able to adapt in those conversations? So this is what we do at AGI, and our company also plays a role in ensuring that we show the way. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Noli, and also for saving us some time. Immediately, let me invite the next speaker, Dr. Kevin Desai. Kevin is co-chair of the Agricultural Technology Innovation Center at CATIC. He is the former principal secretary in the State Department of the East African Community, in the Ministry of East Africa Community and Regional Development, and State Department of Vocational and Technical Education in the Ministry of Education, Science and Technology of Kenya. Prior to his appointment, Desai was the managing director of Centurion Systems Kenya Limited, a company that deals with industrial automation and control systems. Desai holds a PhD in robotics systems engineering from Shibaru Institute of Technology in Japan, and a Bachelor of Science in Computer Engineering from University of North London. He has also served as an industrial automation development engineer at Nippon ABS Limited. Kevin, over to you.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, indeed, I have something very exciting to share, and I've been with you since morning, and I've understood some of the challenges that both PASET faces, but also our national governments across the continent, the promotion of research, the enhancement of PhD enrollment, the efforts towards aligning greater levels of support as far as research and the value proposition of skills, education, research, to fund more and to put all our hopes as a continent within the context of the outcomes of skills education research, and also what PASET aspires to as far as PhD outputs, as well as how to take the next steps towards catalyzing technical vocational training and mobilizing the resources therein. This initiative within the context of the Cantaria Agricultural Technology Innovation Center is the first of its kind, where it's industry-driven, in partnership with the public sector, in partnership with academia, to find solutions as far as food securities are concerned, and to consider how climate-related solutions are so important in this development. Now, you probably ask, why would industry now spend 160 million shillings on setting up this very unique value proposition to agricultural transformation? And why is it so determined to address what is common to all of us as far as food security, or how we are able to transform the arid and semi-arid lands in view of the dynamism, the challenges they face as far as climate change, and the lack of extension, the lack of support in order to raise the level of productivity? Well, quite simply, ladies and gentlemen, the private sector would like to benefit from solutions within the context of greater levels of productivity, in that they're able to produce more, they're able to process more, they're able to meet international as well as local orders. But they'd also like to, at the heart of private sector, promote greater levels of diversification, using the existing inputs, using the existing resources they have multiple products to access markets, to find ways in which they're able to not only make their businesses sustainable, but profitable. And then there's the need for greater levels of innovation within that context, and how they produce, how they're able to implement cutting-edge technologies, cutting-edge skills, in order to have a differentiated outcome as far as market opportunities are concerned. And that's the thinking, ladies and gentlemen, that's the thinking, and that's the lifeblood of private sector, and to a certain extent, public sector. This initiative, unique in its capacities, hopes to, at the center, located at the University of Nairobi, linked to another 65 universities and the TVET institutions within our country, and it hopes to create clusters that are thematic around the 15 value chains of the government of Kenya as far as its concerns to food security are concerned, and find ways in which extension, skills, research, education can be promoted to last mile activities of farmers in the region. These challenges are familiar to all of us, and they're common to all of us. Limited access to resources. If you look at the typical farmer, the ability for them to produce more, to mechanize more, to transform their existing produce is a challenge. It is a limitation. Further to that, they are faced with great dynamic conditions around them, and each part of the geographical landscape is different, therefore warrants, very unique compositions of interventions, whether it's fertilizers, water access to special techniques and capabilities in order to address the variability of climate change and to address some of the challenges that they're facing. And this means that they need the support as far as dynamism is concerned. And then, of course, to address this is the inefficient practices that have yielded in poor productivity or a negative situation where they're holding on to their capacities but not necessarily growing out of them. And as a result, they're not able to transform. Why I share this, ladies and gentlemen, is Kartik's approach is first and foremost to put the youth to put the students at the center of transformation, and it does this through various capacities. It hopes to, on a large acreage of land and within the University of Nairobi, but accessible to the entire educational system, promote a permanent exhibition and uniquely invite the private sector and the public sector to showcase modernizing and advanced capacities that could be accessible to farmers, both within location but also using the technical vocational training institutions and other universities, the ability to then transfer this capability as far as technology transfer is concerned, innovation and engineering outputs. It also hopes to promote the necessary incubation and commercialization of innovations. Far too often we see young people being very excited about their innovations, but very little is said about the capacity to scale such initiatives and how important it is that they link to effective markets in order to scale, and how they use the existing networks and structures as far as markets are concerned in order to give them the most promising and the most potential yield as far as transformation is concerned. There's also the very relevant role of communities and how they play a significant role in the early stages of the development of farms and productivity schemes, as well as opportunities, together with county governments and local governments, which are all part of the stakeholder map towards ensuring that we enhance the level of transformation and excitement for young people to participate in industry as far as agriculture is concerned. Yet another intervention is the academic industry partnerships. And as I mentioned earlier, the role of private sector is about diversification, innovation, productivity, transformation. The role of academia, skills, education, research. And indeed, what helps them communicate together is a very important catalyst that could be considered by PASET, and that's the appreciation and the development of standards. Standards enable both worlds or three worlds to communicate together, and that could be the catalyst that you're looking for to ensure that we get the most efficient value proposition and investment, but also the accuracy as far as what this conference is trying to bring out. Smart agriculture within the context of the development of technology and the promise of technology as far as productivity and transformation of the industry is concerned. This is not the first time I'm speaking at PASET. I've spoken several times. The last time I spoke was in Rwanda. Consistently, I'd like to remind you that, it's all about a relationship. It's all about fostering trust between TVETs, university graduates who are at equal footing, and industry growth. This is the development approach where we see that development is informed at an early stage by TVETs and universities. To illustrate further, it's upon the responsibility of academia to visit a supermarket and reverse engineer a product which is on the shelf and come up with better solutions for industry to buy in to their innovations and technology. Now, I know that this is a very crude illustration, but it's what it takes in order to create the necessary relationships. But it all is dependent on trust, and trust internally can be developed by agreeing on relevant standards that ensure that the relationship is meaningful. It's not about corporate social responsibility, but ensures that private sector gains the outcomes of productivity, innovation, and other forms of capacities. These are some of the areas. Indeed, this is an enormous challenge. I'm hoping that PASET takes us on so that we're able to share this challenge as it evolves and develops with the many countries of Africa, in consideration of the fact that 70% of landmass is ASALs. But there are infrastructure challenges. There are challenges with respect to demonstrating exhibition. There are challenges with respect to the opportunity of extension. How do we transform, for example, to illustrate how something that was done through tradition, through national governments, local governments, down to counties, to area chiefs, to individuals. How do we make this a challenge for technology? How do we incorporate all the technologies and capacities of artificial intelligence, data analytics, communications, to provide the most efficient solutions to the most last mile solution? The efforts with respect to the validation of knowledge, research, as well as the promotion of incubation, the joint academic, industry-driven concept are all part of the challenges, and I look forward to organizations that are here to partner with such a model to create a center of excellence within this context and to amplify it within the region. Ladies and gentlemen, the philosophy of Fourth Industrial Revolution is circular, and it's quite straightforward. There are 4,000 to 5,000 sensors. It's the field of sensorics that could be placed on agricultural productivity. It's a field of digital to analog, analog to digital transformation that could also be transformational. It's a field of ERPs and further actuation in terms of mechanical systems like hydraulics, pneumatics, PLCs. And as the circle goes back, it provides the necessary feedback for the transformation of agricultural space. But what's really exciting today, and what we must not miss, is the possibilities and the endless possibilities of artificial intelligence and how that creates a value proposition to understanding variability and providing variable solutions to common problems. And I think that this could be extremely exciting as far as the transformation and how Fourth Industrial Revolution could be applied to agricultural transformation and productivity. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, I've checked my time, and there is still some time to at least have participation of the audience. So I'd like to invite one round of questions, and because of time, unfortunately, we'll limit it to four questions. So we'll take the first four that come up, and there's some serious divide issue that we want to equalize. I would like to open up the floor for questions at this point. And as we do that, please do raise your hand if you have a question. The panelists will respond to the questions, but also as they close, they'll also provide their last guidance in terms of priorities for PASET, in terms of for IR in the context of TVET. So at this point, any questions? Please do raise your hands. If you don't have, it's also okay. Okay, I see one behind. I'd like to take all of them at once. So the first, any more? Or there's a second behind there. There's a two. Okay, going.
Good afternoon.
Thank you. Please go ahead. So we'll take the first one, the second one in succession. Please kindly keep it to a question, so please keep it brief. And then we'll take the second one and then come up for the final remarks and concluding remarks after that. Thank you. Over to you.
Good afternoon. I'd like to ask our panelists, since I've seen that they've worked both in government and private sector somehow, a mix. What is the nexus between private sector and policy formulation? Have you, from the private sector side, been able to influence policy, or you find it easier to just mind your business? Thank you.
My name is Edward Kusawa. I just wanted to ask questions around critical infrastructure, especially for the Fourth Industrial Revolution. And when we speak about, because the Fourth Industrial Revolution has been spoken about very widely in this conference, the issue about access and availability is a problem when we speak about critical infrastructure for innovation and technological adaptation. And this is what's making Africa actually be left behind, because we lack access and availability around critical infrastructure. First of all, critical infrastructure is proving to be extremely expensive for the young people and for incubators and for innovators. So how do we circle around making it cheap and available and accessible, whether it's for TVET institutions, whether it's for universities? How do we make this critical infrastructure accessible for young people? Thank you very much.
Thank you to the two questions. So now I want to hand over to the panelists in reverse order. I think if you wish, you can stay at your seat. Please do, if you wish to respond to the questions, and then if you have any concluding remarks, and then we'll come round to the last.
I think that the nexus between private sector, the public sector, private sector, and academia are absolutely critical. Kenya has developed various policies and initiatives that promote sectoral councils. The proof of this is that government's efforts to implement competency-based education training is a partnership, and that yields outcomes based on a standard and the ability to train to standards. But this kind of interaction is not limited simply to standardization. It's also extremely critical that we look at this from a systemic perspective, and therefore interactions to inform policies, legislations, regulations, and as I mentioned, standards are critical and facilitators. But systematically too, the ability to inform infrastructure, coordinating capacity, innovation, capacity development are part of the systemic engagement that has to take place between the academia, the private sector, and government going forward. Ladies and gentlemen, with respect to the infrastructure and that is needed as far as the fourth industrial revolution, its access and availability, and herein is closely tied to the first question, because that ability to have practical models could be a game changer as far as how academic theory and practice can be involved in the development of the fourth industrial revolution. We've seen a highly fragmented landscape in our respective countries, and maybe it is a time to see how we're able to promote the necessary policy frameworks to share infrastructure with common outcomes. Further to this, as closing remarks, some of the policy considerations that could, and I've been asked to talk about further policies that could transform this landscape, include and promote the necessary dynamism. One of them is the identification of a driver, and finance has to be the driver. We have to be able to monetize IP. It is possible because of technology, and policies therein to be able to monetize would further incentivize research, but also ensure that research becomes an open platform where all can be involved, both TVETs, universities, industrialists, public sector, and so on, in order to bring out the necessary research outcomes. Yet another policy is to harmonize occupational standards within the continent. I'm aware that the East African community has already embarked on this process, but this could be hugely meaningful for young people to be able to not only travel, but also access opportunity in different countries based on their talent, based on the skills, and based on the fact that we are creating centers of excellence based on regions and thematic areas of manufacturing. So that harmonization of occupational standards, that the policy therein becomes absolutely critical. The ability to look at some of the challenges from a multi-stakeholder responsibility through a cluster approach, creating clusters that address issues with respect to food security, or mining challenges, or the solutions towards energy, and the crisis, but trying to find ways in which there's an affirmative policy where the public sector, the private sector, the academic sector play a responsible role towards outcomes that are measurable is absolutely critical. The ability for science, technology, innovation and policies therein which cut across government to stay ahead of the market is an affirmative action and has to be incentivized and funded so that we're able to achieve the next generation of innovation and transformation, but dynamically address some of our key challenges as a continent. The ability for us to, for example, inculcate SDGs within the common thread of policy making and how science, technology, innovation cuts across the entire ministerial landscape and the public sector and the civil society landscape is a policy interventions that are required. And how standards as a policy could be a driver of inclusive development, self-reliance and resilience could be once an area that requires very much an enormous investment and could be taken up as a challenge for the continent. So these are some of the areas that built on so much work and so much success that we've heard from morning could take us to the next chapter as far as the development of prosperity is concerned. Thank you.
Okay, so what I would say is for the private sector, what we try to do always is to try to make our voice heard through associations to ensure that we belong to a certain association. If you try to do things on your own, I'm not too sure anyone will have time to hear you. But when you do that through association, it's easy for government to hear. Conversations like these are all contributing factors, so you'd see government agencies being part of this conversation. So I think that conversation is a continuous one, and it's always there. It's not like we've left it behind, and they're also participating. Government would always want to listen to us because we are all part of the African ecosystem. In terms of infrastructure, I think that, yes, like the professor who presented, Professor Wole said, we have an opportunity to leapfrog on certain kind of things, right? There is a problem of connectivity. How do we boost infrastructure connectivity? In Ghana, for example, I led in ensuring that the rural connectivity would have internet connectivity. So I was part of a team where we tried to bring mobile money connectivity, internet connectivity to certain rural area, because we needed to make sure that education will be democratized. So how do you ensure that people in the upper part of the northern part of Ghana have the same content that those in the southern part are learning? So how do we build that infrastructure system? We felt that it was expensive, but we looked at how do we manage with a little. So we had to build our own data center. Cost of electricity was expensive and all that, but we did not give up, and we found a way of partnering with other the West, like Germany, to be able to get a cost that is very cheap, to be able to get internet connectivity there. How do we build models that would suit us? So we did not rely on the models that are built that had certain kind of biases. We had to build models from our local dialect. So we had to get a lot of people. So it was part of the, even though the infrastructure was there, getting getting people to help build models that will be very relevant for the kind of system that is being built. So that investment also has been there. It's expensive, but we cannot give up on that. Finally, what I would say is that my last word is, where are the areas of prioritization? I think internet connectivity is very important, right? So I think government should spend enough time to ensure that connectivity is all over the country. It's very difficult to achieve that. I was surprised in World Economic Forum. I was a speaker at Abu Dhabi recently, and I was surprised to hear that even in France, they still had internet connectivity as a problem. So we had hope. So we will not give up on these things. So infrastructure would always be a problem, but we would work on that. Thank you.
Thank you. These are very good questions, and I'll answer the first one with regard to how to influence policy from the private sector, and I'll build on what the gentleman here spoke of, having a partnership or rather membership in private sector organizations, and I think that's really effective. There's a couple of examples I can give where, in the first instance, not too long ago, because of climate change and the drive for renewable energy and so on, there are now 35, at the last count, 35 companies in Kenya that are manufacturing electric motorbikes and vehicles in general. And at some point, through the Kenya Association of Manufacturers, and we heard the chairman speaking earlier, we got together with the last government and said, that there are certain parts of the motorbike that should never be imported because they can be made locally. So most of the motorbikes are made using kits that come from other countries. And so we said, look at the seat, look at the mirrors, look at the stand for the motorbike, simple things that should certainly be manufactured in the country. And sure enough, the previous PS in industrialization, Betty Minor, made a policy change that those items could no longer be imported. So all the companies had to adjust their kit to start sourcing those particular components in country. And I remember, well, I shouldn't really mention any name, but there's a large company which protested and said that they are very big, their budget is huge, it's bigger than many small countries, and they have very strict rules about how to source components. And any company that's supplying to them has to have ISO this and so on and so forth. And so she said, well, why don't you go and discuss with those companies that are here and help them to build up the capacity to have the ISO so that they can then become your your suppliers. And of course, something that militates against this is the small countries, the fragmentation on the continent. So markets are small. A company could just simply say, I'm going to the neighboring country where maybe this rule is not there, and I'll export from there into your country a finished product. And these are things that I hope the African Continental Free Trade Agreement should be able to solve in the longer run. The other example I was going to give is when the government, with the World Bank assistance, was going to put up together a system, a framework for giving assistance to companies within ICT space. And so they said that the incubation of those companies will be done, and they chose a company through the World Bank advice, a company from the US. And all of us got together and protested. We went to the World Bank office, we called the minister and said, no, why should we get this company coming from the US when we've been doing this same incubation ourselves from all these years? And in fact, that company from the US was very good. And we said, we've learned all we've learned about it from them and others like them. And they are now calling us, asking about how to adapt their ideas that work in the US in Kenya. So why are you giving this opportunity to another company from another country? And so there are many things like those, I think, that can really make a difference. I think very much bigger kinds of infrastructure type projects such as steel, and there's a wonderful example of how steel was developed in Japan and then in Korea by very forceful policy. And in countries where comparative advantage does not exist, you don't have iron ore in the ground, you don't have coke, limestone, the three main ingredients for steel, and yet you're able to build the industry and become #1 in the world just by very strategically, almost in a military type approach, building up this industry, down to buying shipping lines so that other countries' shipping companies cannot actually hold you hostage. And so Japan, Nippon Steel, and then POSCO became the biggest steel manufacturers in the world for a period of time because of such progressive policies that the African continent really needs to look at. And then the last thing, because I know time is against me, I'll just repeat what I said. I think I've had a great privilege of having good relationship with policymakers here. The current PS in the Ministry of Education, State Department of TVET, Dr. Moria, she has engaged with us when we're discussing, and it's very, very encouraging. And one of the things that we're looking at is how much money are we spending? And I mentioned it briefly. If, say, for example, if you're buying equipment that's coming through a loan from one of the development partners, it's in the billions of shillings, a lot of money even in dollars. And then you're told that you must buy, according to the conditions of the loan, you must buy the equipment from the country that's giving you the loan. So you give the money back to the same country, their companies supply you, you pay the loan back, you pay the interest, so it's almost 3 times you're paying back, rather than having some kind of an arrangement that says, maybe those same companies can come and joint venture with companies in our country to be able to produce those very same machines, but then there's real tech transfer, because now we can make those machines ourselves. So I think there's some low-hanging fruit that we have as African countries that we'll be able to pick up if we have the courage to be able to put into place policies like those that are progressive. And it's not like we'll be reinventing the wheel. This is done. It was done. If you study Japan, you study Korea, you study even countries like Malaysia and so on, they've done these very same things and have come out very strong. So I think there's an opportunity to do this, and we need in every way to start looking like one market. The African continent, the free trade agreement, and whatever else needs to be able to be structured so that we look like one market. And I think that's quite possible if we organize correctly. Thank you very much.
So thank you once again for attending this session. First of all, an applause for our panelists, please. And as we close, maybe just to summarize in a few points, and of course a panel like this is very difficult to summarize because there are very many very bright ideas as well as experience that's within the room. But just a few points. One of them I think that's come very clear is that there have been a lot of islands of success. There are a lot of islands of success within the continent that are implementing 4IR and emerging technologies. And there are huge advantages that they benefit in terms of throughput and efficiencies by using these technologies. Secondly, the issue of policy came up very many times. So the policy is needed to accelerate the use of 4IR technologies. And we've had examples in terms of the tax treaty with the EU that Gearbox talked about, but also in terms of university policy, some of the bureaucracies that don't allow the type of a wideness of their operations. Import substitution was also talked about in terms of policy. Monetizing IP, intellectual property, also was highlighted. And then standardization of occupational standards, and importantly to ensure that there's internet connectivity for everyone to enhance access, but also the regulation. I think the other side is the regulation. It's not just ubiquitous use, but to ensure that it is used well. The issue of supporting and nurturing SMEs and helping them to grow and also to achieve impact, accessing finance as well as de-risking. I think those were elements that were critical. We need to enhance our local knowledge that is relevant to our context, and they talked about ecosystems. I think someone talked about ensuring that we have an offline mode of whatever we develop and use, as well as taking into account the language issues across our countries. We need to update our curricula, including how we deliver it, the pedagogy of the curriculum, and align it with both the current as well as the future skills needs of the continent. Katik talked about the triangle or the diamond of the private sector to be able to benefit from the solutions that exist, but also to enhance trust so that the private sector can improve both profitability as well as their access to markets by using cutting-edge skills as well as cutting-edge technologies. And then lastly, we need to put the young people at the center. Someone said democratize education was a term that was used, and to build models that foster that partnership between the private sector, academia, TVET, and the private sector in order to solve challenges and build the capacity to go to scale. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for your time and for your audience, and I would like to come to the end of this session, and I hand over back to the moderator. Depending what time your watch says, it is 4:55. Thank you.
There's a moderator who has kept time, and I would like to agree with him. It is Dr. So thank you very much. A round of applause for these panelists led by the moderator here. Ladies and gentlemen, I think as the panelists, you know, as usual, as is the tradition, as they take their photos, a couple of announcements. For those who will be proceeding to tea, you'll only have 20 minutes, kindly, 20 minutes. The other announcement is that the support team, the security drivers, the media, the ushers, kindly see Stella, who will guide you where you shall have dinner. And the last, or rather second last announcement is that the ministers present here, the PSAs, the executive board members, the CEOs, principals, development partners, international guests who are moderators, panelists, etc., kindly be led by Felicitas, and that is Felicitas. She will guide you how we shall proceed to the dinner place, which is the Nyama Choma Ranch. And this is for the ministers, PSs, executive board members, CEOs, principals, development partners, international
guests, kindly be seated by 5:30 p.m. 5:30 p.m. so that then we can start in good time and finish in good time. Now, for tomorrow it will be all about digital skills, and we will also focus on the future of work. So therefore, I would seek your indulgence. Kindly, let's be here 8:30. We are seated at 8:30 so that we start on time and you are able to derive value from the conversations that will transpire then indeed as you have done and experienced today. Ladies and gentlemen, you have been a wonderful audience today, and just to thank you, and may we enjoy the rest of the evening. Asante sana. Okay. For the ministers, PS says the CEOs kindly proceed to the VIP room for your tea. For the rest, there are the different serving points.